good luck with this great conference.
Yes, I'm so
I can't
sorry
wait
we
to
couldn't meet here. It's such a nice weather here finally.
really.
Yes, yes.
In the meantime,
sunny Zagreb, yes.
in the meantime, in Bucharest, the weather has changed dramatically. So we have heavy rain.
Oh, yes. Well, we had it also a few days ago, so it's okay.
We are waiting for snowing. Okay, I'm joking. Okay.
Yes.
Good luck. Good luck.
Yes. Thank you.
In the meantime.
See you. Sad sam se s Nikolajom pozdravila.
Da. Ko je ovaj gospod?
Peravančić.
Ja sam. Dobro jutro.
Hej.
Dobro jutro, profesor. Kako ste?
U drugom redu.
I u drugom planu.
Ma, nije. Niste vi nikad u drugom planu.
Svake uspješne žene je jedan uspješni muškarac.
Evo, odi si.
Samo ću ja zatvoriti prozor tu kod sebe jer...
Aha.
Sad ću pogledati samo na YouTube-u kako izgleda, trebalo bi sve biti normalno i u redu. YouTube. Ljubito. Opa. Eto. Čujete, ima delay, ali radi se.
Da, ne samo sam pitala da li hoće staviti pozadinu onu od...
Stavio on pozadinu. Stavio on pozadinu kada kako se zove, kada uključi, kada je on. Jer ne može sad, u principu stavljeno je na način da
znam.
govornik se... Kad je HIP Zagreb, onda ide pozadina.
Aha. Dobro. Dobro, imamo još 10 minuta, ne moramo tak stražariti.
Nema problem. Daj, samo nas je koliko nas je.
Ne, dobro je, glavno da sve funkcionira. Za šeranje isto mislim da neće biti nijakvog problema, to je standardno sve skupa.
Da, u osnovi sve bi trebalo biti u redu. Probali smo onaj video, se normalno pokreće. Govor, tako.
Da, rekao mi je Darijan, da. Odlično.
Jedino je njega zbunilo što je bio malo delay duži, pa rekao, kaže on, na YouTube-u se ne vidi. Rekao, vidi se, čekaš malo da se pojavi.
A da, pa ako je 2 minute delay, onda se to...
A ovisi opterećenja Zooma i YouTube-a, može biti do 2 minute. Sad je bilo nešto manje, mislim da je sad bilo neki 45 sekundi. Dok sam ja zatvorio, sjeo sam i upalio YouTube, tamanje on krenuo, sad ćemo probati YouTube.
Da.
Ništa, ako se vi trebate nešto još pripremiti, samo se vi pripremite.
Ja sam samo htjela provjeriti da li je sve u redu, vidim da su se već neki tu spojili, pa onda da ih pozdravim kad dolaze.
5 nas je trenutno unutra.
Da. Recite se može kad se na YouTube-u ili se može pratiti koliko je ili ko se priključuje ili samo kad četaju?
Samo kad četaju. Samo malo treba, samo u principu samo da se sad sjeti malo. Da, samo kad četaju.
Aha, dobro.
A mislim, vidi se koliko ljudi gleda. To se vidi, a se ne vide imena i prezimena.
Da.
To se vidi jedino ko imenom i prezimenom vidi se kada je netko napiše.
Aha.
Evo,
kolege iz instituta su se priključili.
Da. Branko se priključuje.
Da.
Kod mene ovaj Contralight ne mogu nikako drugačije se srediti, ali malo sam onako u božanskoj svjetlosti.
Pa to da je ovako sfumato jedan.
Da. Razmišljam da probam sam, ako stavim pozadinu neće ništa pomoći jer je to vanjsko svjetlo prejako.
Da.
Ali jedino da blur stavim, to bi moglo pomoći.
Ma ne, dobro je, sve u redu, ne trebate to.
Jer ako stavim bilo što, evo probam, da, ništa, ne, to je baš...
Nema kakvi, ne ide. Samo da vidim da li je...
Evo, jedino ćemo blur staviti, pa je to bolje. Pa malo bolje dijelo. Eto, raste. 8 jedan put, evo. Neko je kućno.
To je moj telefon. Ispričavam se. Sad ću ja mutati.
Hello, Shofal. Emeshe.
Sorry, hi, I'm under my husband's name.
Yes. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, the family name is the same, so it's okay.
Nice to see you, Vera. Hello,
yes.
Everyone.
Yes, at least in a virtual space. I just said to Nikolai that I'm so sorry that you couldn't come to Zagreb. That would be great to meet in person again.
But we have to think about something in Transylvania as we spoke. A field trip to the Fellner and Helmer buildings.
Oh, yes, exactly. Right. Yes. It's getting bigger and bigger. Katya, good morning.
Good morning to you all. Good morning.
Hello, our colleague from Japan. How are you?
Hello. Thank you very much for all your messages.
It's afternoon in Tokyo, isn't it?
Yes, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So you will have a late meeting this afternoon.
Yes, but I will sleep, I think.
Yes, and our colleague Walter Kreisig is also here already. And it is really early in the morning in Canada, so I'm
okay, yes.
very grateful that he attends so eagerly.
Yes. But it's a very interesting and useful way to organize in this situation.
Yes. Claire, hello, good morning.
Morning. How are you?
Fine, waiting for all of you. Bill, good morning. And Jana is also here. Sarah, Stephanie, Marusha, good morning. Hello, Liz. I think people will slowly come in our meeting as the morning goes on, because it's quite early for us. Some of us know, well, it's okay. Harry.
Good morning, dear Vera.
You are controlling.
Well, I just wanted to prove that I am in fact awake.
Yes, you're on the right spot. You found your way.
I did, exactly. It was surprisingly easy this morning, you know.
You're right. Hello, Patrick. It's okay. There will be an exchange of places between you and your colleague. So
thank you. Yeah,
don't
that's
worry
great.
about that.
Thanks a lot.
Okay. And Christian is also here. He will jump in on your place and you will come to his. Hello, good morning, Clemens.
Good morning. What is it?
Well,
sorry to bug you.
Morning.
Good morning to everybody. Hi, Liz.
Hey,
Philip.
Hello, nice to see you.
Yes, good morning.
At
How
least
are you?
online. Good morning.
Well, we are getting bigger and bigger, this screen, and we already miss a bigger screen.
What do we got here?
So thanks in advance for setting all this up, and I mean it's a very big online conference, you know.
Yes, but I hope that the internet will support us well, and if we shall follow the Deutsche Pünktlichkeit, we should start.
I wouldn't
Or shall we just take 1 minute delay, not to be so German?
Lucky it isn't Ireland, we'd be starting in 20 minutes.
Okay.
Aber da haben wir noch Česky, ja, ta punktualnost musí být, jo. Je prosté, no?
Well, in Palermo, it would be 1 hour delay, I think. This is what we experience usually.
Yeah, but I can't speak, right?
No.
So how do I do that? We don't know.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's your turn.
So I'd like to see your faces just for a moment to make a print screen of all of you. So please turn on your videos, your cameras, so that Peter. Good morning. I will just make a print screen. Well, Marusha, good morning. Well, I did what I could. Okay, good morning to everybody and welcome to the International and Interdisciplinary Conference on Musical Networking, organized by the Department of Croatian Music of the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts, Croatian Institute for History, and Croatian Musicological Society.
See if it works.
Yep.
And it would be easier if you now switch off your audios in order not to get interferences. And you can also close your videos if you want. I took a picture of you already. So it is actually quite a big conference with 50 persons who will present 46 papers and various other topics. Firstly, here is the welcome addresses that will follow now, starting with the Professor Velimir Neidhardt, the President of the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts, and then Director of the Croatian Institute for History, Gordan Ravančić will follow, and then I will come back again. So let's announce the first address of the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts and its President, Velimir Neidhardt.
U ime Hrvatske akademije znanosti i umjetnosti pozdravljam ovaj cijenjeni skup muzikologa. Well, on behalf of Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts, to our international participants, I wish you a warm welcome to International Interdisciplinary Online Conference on Musical Networking in the long 19th century. We will be dealing with part of infrastructure that enable artists to fulfill special gifts within the domain of artis musicae. Networking is an inevitable and important part of our lives, strongly supported and enabled by the new digital means. However, it was also present in all past generations in various aspects of everyday life. Networking within family members, networking within professional groups, or even connecting professional groups or similar can be observed and investigated in social spheres as well as in culture, arts, and music included. This conference, with 50 participants from 18 countries, including members of the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts from Croatia and also Ireland, with 46 presentations, will deal with musical networking in the 19th century and report on networking in cities, institutions, and individuals. I wish you a good work. Thank you.
So our thanks go to the president of the Academy. And now I ask our colleague Gordan Ravancic to say a few words.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, good morning. I'm very glad to welcome you all on the behalf of the Croatian Institute of History at the beginning of this interesting international online conference on musical networking in the long 19th century. This conference is the third conference that our three institutions, and that is Croatian Musicological Society, Department for the History of Croatian Music of Croatian Academy of Sciences, and Croatian Institute of History. So these three institutions organize this conference, and this is the third one. This cooperation among these three institutions was so successful throughout the last 4 years that I have no doubt that this conference also will be a great contribution to our scholarly community and scholarly knowledge. In that respect, many thanks to Professor Katalinic and academician Tuksar, who brought us together once again for this occasion. I only regret that we were not able, due to the COVID situation and post-earthquake situation in Zagreb, so we were not able to welcome you all in person in Zagreb, in Golden Hall of Croatian Institute of History, or in Illyrian Hall of the Croatian Academy, but hopefully this will be possible within next few years or maybe months. Since I browsed the program, I saw that you have a rather tight schedule, so I wouldn't like to steal any more of your valuable time, and I wish you all good and pleasant work and many fruitful debates within next 4 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gordan. Now back to me. On one side, I'm speaking in front of the Croatian Musicological Society, and this international conference is the 15th in its series of international conferences of various types. And as Gordan said, we already organized in the same combination with the Academy of Sciences and with the Croatian Institute for History, successful and very interesting conferences dealing not only with musicology, but also with history and, well, general arts in general also. That was in 2019, it was on Vatroslav Lisinski and Ban Josip Jelačić. Then a few years earlier on Siget battle in 1566, and so on. So seeing all the topics that will be presented on this conference, I'm looking forward actually to proceedings which will come out of it. I hope so, at least. On the other hand, I'm speaking on behalf of a project, musicological project, whose title is Musical Networking, Changes of Paradigms in the Long 19th Century, from Luka Sorkočević to Franjo Ksaver Kuhać. And this is the project financed by the Croatian Science Foundation, which is now in its 4th year. And actually, this is a crescendo of its events, mostly dealing with showing what we did in the past 4 years. And the members of its crew, researchers, are also taking part in this conference. Katja Radoš-Perković, Stanislav Tuksar, Sara Ries, and Ivana Horbec. So I think that I have sent the link to the Croatian Science Foundation. They can follow us as well and control what we did. This is, of course, welcome words, which I tell you now, but I need also to tell you some technical directions to follow. Participants of the meeting are on the Zoom, and those who follow are on YouTube channel. They can also pose questions through chat issue. And in our part, we have such a concept that after keynote lectures, you can pose questions. And then after each session, we left just 15 or 20 or more minutes for a discussion. So if you want to discuss, just raise your hand. It's possible here with like this or something else, or you can also send hearts if you want, or just a clap or whatever. You can share your PowerPoint presentations whenever you come on when your turn comes. So you will not have any problems with sharing, but don't forget to stop sharing when you have finished. And also mute your computer when you are not on, and also the video can be turned off in order to avoid some technical problems. And well, you have your books of abstract, all of you, with not only with abstracts, but also with short biographies of all participants. So we will not, it will not take us time to read them all. You can read it by yourself. We will just, and the chair will just announce the speaker and let him speak by himself. And well, what I wanted to say is, yes, I kindly ask all participants that they get visible at the beginning of their session to show to the chair that they are here and that they are prepared to take part. So I just can hope that everything will go smoothly, and let the force be with us, and the force will be internet, I think, this time. So if you have any comments or questions, please, on this technical side, please let me know. We will try to solve them as soon as possible. And we are very much in time. And I think we might also already start with our daily program. Then we have a possibility and opportunity to have either longer discussions or longer coffee breaks. So if you agree, I would like to start with our program now. And the first person to announce is Philipp Ter, professor from Vienna at the East European Institute, Institute for East European History, who is also a consultant on our project. He is a historian, but his topics also deal with music, social history of music, music history, etc. And he will somehow give an introduction into this long 19th century, speaking about connections and networks that were discussed in the late 18th century. Philip, it's your turn. Unmute. Hey,
okay.
Unmute.
Now,
okay.
I made it. Okay. Please interrupt if the sound is bad, if I'm speaking too fast. But anyway, first of all, I would like to thank you, Vera. It is a big honor to open one of your conferences within this series of conferences, and indeed a very important project. And, you know, the online conferences, they're not ideal, but they also can work well. And I hope that, you know, next time we can get together in Zagreb. But anyway, thanks for putting all this together. I think it is one of the biggest online conferences I've attended so far. So thanks again. Today I will deal, of course, with networks as an initial speech. Networks and networking has become something like a buzzword in the humanities and the social sciences. And it is obviously of paramount importance for musicology and music history. Music cannot be performed without previous networking in and among musical institutions, publishers, the orchestras. Even solo performances rely on collective action. However, music is created individually. The compositions are. Therefore, musicologists and music historians have always relied on individual biographical studies. Now, I will today focus on two composers of the classical period, Joseph Haydn and Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, and how they utilized social networks to advance their careers and make their compositions heard. In my talk, I will concentrate it first on social rather than on transnational networks. So often both levels of institutionalized and long-term contacts, that is the way to define networks, supplemented each other. So the social and the transnational supplemented each other. Due to the brevity of my talk, I will not use a PowerPoint presentation, and I also cannot present a fully fledged quantitative network study like it is done in the social sciences or sometimes in social history. Instead, I will deal with the qualitative change of networking. Both composers actively pursued networking as a strategy to advance their careers and to get their compositions distributed and performed. Now, I would like to stress two major changes starting in the 1780s, which we can regard as the beginning of the long musical 19th century. First, there was a change from traditional aristocratic and court-centered networking to the so-called Zweite Gesellschaft. The so-called second society was a new and broader elite that shaped the cultural and musical history of the Habsburg Empire until its dissolution. Second, the spatial dimensions of musical networking changed to become more transnational and European. This change in the quality, intensity of interaction, and directionality, again, very important terms for the study of networks, is of fundamental importance for any study of networks and might help us to fill the term with historical content and to further operationalize it. Now let me start with Haydn's career. I ask for pardon if I repeat details of his biography, which most of you in this very distinguished audience anyhow know. Haydn came from a humble social background in rural Lower Austria. When he was kicked out of the boarding school of the Wiener Sängerknaben, he suddenly had to earn money as a musician. But he found an ideal place to launch a career as a musician and eventually as a composer, the Michaelerhaus, an apartment building located just behind the Royal Palace in the center of Vienna. The three-story Michaelerhaus was inhabited by influential composers and poets connected to the Habsburg court and members of the high aristocracy, such as Maria Octavia Esterhazy, the widow of Prince Paul. Haydn at first provided musical services that went as far down as polishing the shoes for the court composer Nicolas Porpora. He also used his professional networks, however, to advance his training and compositional technique. In his early 20s, Baron Karl Joseph von Fürnberg invited him to his country estate to play and compose music. Now, Fürnberg was a typical figure for the Zweite Gesellschaft. Due to his excellent services in the Habsburg administration, he was ennobled as a baron. The high aristocracy never regarded the new nobility as equal, but it listened to its professional advice. Upon Fürnberg's advocacy, Haydn got his first job as the comital bandmaster at the court of Count Morzin at the age of 25. Now, he used his first regular position to write at least 10 symphonies and acquired a good reputation among the high aristocracy, which, of course, was very well connected. Now, when Count Morzin had to release his orchestra, probably due to losses accrued by gambling, Haydn immediately got a position at the court of the immensely rich Prince Esterhazy. Prince Paul Anton and his successor, Prince Nikolaus, paid Haydn well and provided very good working conditions. Above all, an ever more expanding orchestra with excellent soloists for whom Haydn could write his works. Yet above all, he had to serve the prince, and his labor contract stated that every morning he would have to appear in the antechamber, and wait for the princely orders for the daily music program to be delivered on the billet by the servant. Prince Nikolaus ordered a lot of music for himself. Trios written for his favorite instrument, the baritone, a kind of viola da gamba. Now, this, by the way, was the single most important genre in Haydn's oeuvre. He wrote at least 126 baritone trios, so even more than the symphonies. Later in his life, Nikolaus ordered very many symphonies and operas to be performed in the princely theater in the new lavish castle in Esterházy, called the Hungarian Versailles. The prince also had inserted a paragraph in Haydn's labor contract forbidding him to sell or distribute his compositions. His works were owned by the prince. Haydn was ranked on the medium level of the court hierarchy. He was not allowed to sit at the high table, and he was addressed in the less polite third-person singular as er. However, by giving music lessons to the princely family and by performing music with Nikolaus, he gained a very good informal position. Because of his humble background, Haydn took this minor status at the court and the social hierarchies of the Ancien regime as given. He was very proud of the gold and blue bandmaster uniform and grateful for the private house given to him by his employer and renovated 2 times when it had burned down. Now, after a dozen of years in princely services, Haydn began to distribute his music in Vienna, where the Esterházys took residence in the winter and during the ball season. He dodged the princely ownership rights over his works by dedicating compositions to the prince and then getting an allowance to sell them, or by secretly distributing his works to publishers such as Artaria and conducting his own work at public concerts. In 1779, he got a paragraph about the ownership of his works removed from his labor contract and immediately used the opportunity to distribute his symphonies and string quartets to publishers in Paris, London, Spain, Italy, and the German lands. In the 1780s, his works were performed all over Europe, and he rose to be the star of what was later labeled as classical music. He, of course, could not presage that he might be considered classic one day. Haydn was just a very successful contemporary composer, setting the formal standards for symphonies and chamber music. Now, I like to interpret Haydn's life as a careful and clever emancipation from princely domination that eventually changed the model of aristocratic patronage and networking. When Prince Nikolaus died, Haydn rejected the job offers of other aristocratic families and moved to London. That is, of course, also well known. There he was received several times by the royal family and high aristocrats and made a fortune with public concerts organized by private entrepreneurs. The concert agencies were, of course, not run by aristocrats. The honorary doctorate at Oxford was also awarded by bourgeois professionals. Haydn's international fame was immediately spread from London to Vienna by international media networks and alerted the Viennese elites that they might lose their most famous composer. Prince Nikolaus offered Haydn a new contract, but Haydn then bought a house in Vienna and chose to live there. while reducing his stays at the Esterházy estates to some weeks over the summer. Upon his return to Vienna, Haydn changed his social intercourse with the princely family. When Nikolaus II addressed him once more with er, the third person singular, Haydn insisted that he used the more polite Sie. He argued that he deserved this as an honorary Oxford doctor. Now, like in London, Haydn now made a lot of money with public concerts. On some evenings, he earned, converted in present-day money, around 40,000 euros. Now, that was far more than the annual income at the Esterházy court, and Haydn now rejected to be monopolized by any single employer. When he wrote his oratorio, Die Schöpfung, the creation, the Habsburg aristocracy developed a new mode of financing music. Upon the initiative of Gottfried van Swieten, an important figure of the Enlightenment reforms and of the new elites, 12 aristocratic families got together and collected an honorarium of 450 gold ducats. To date, that sum would amount to more than 56,000 euros. Now, this model of patronage was then taken up for his last vocal work, the Oratorio, the Four Seasons, and a collective aristocratic patronage was later applied again to keep Beethoven in Vienna. That was a decade later. I will now summarize Haydn's achievements in the framework of the conference agenda. He started his career on the basis of professional and aristocratic networks, built his international reputation by emancipating himself from the domination of his princely employers, by relying on non-aristocratic contacts and networks, and acquired fame as the most important contemporary composer of instrumental music. Of course, he did not reject money paid to him by rich aristocrats after that, but changed the mode how it was paid. So Haydn was crucial for establishing a collective form of aristocratic patronage that was eventually copied by the new, partially bourgeois elites in the 19th century. Let us now turn to Mozart. While Haydn pursued a careful incremental career strategy, Mozart was born into a court hierarchy. His father Leopold was ranked on the lower end of that hierarchy at the court of the Salzburg Archbishopry, but he was privileged and entrepreneurial enough to launch the career of his talented son, whom he marketed as a Wunderkind. Now, due to his father's career planning, Mozart could rely early on professional networks and got to know aristocratic and even royal families. However, early on, Wolfgang detested the court hierarchies to which Haydn bowed. One of the reasons for the trouble he had with Archbishop Colloredo was his refusal to wait for princely orders in the Antichambre. When he lost his job in Salzburg and went to Vienna, Mozart followed a double strategy of social networking. Of course, he played in aristocratic salons and used high-level contacts to launch a career at the imperial court. But unlike Haydn, he never actively tried to get a permanent position at an aristocratic court or theater. The aristocratic salons were good as a stage and for networking, but not as a steady source of income, since the payment was arbitrary. Composers were hired as long as they were a novelty and rising stars, but not for being permanently present. In Mozart's choice of pupils and private social contacts, we can see a preference for networks of the second society. Now, I would not label these as bourgeois because the Viennese entrepreneurs and house owners did not have a clear consciousness like the third estate in France, and were often ennobled and thus co-opted into the wider range of the imperial elites. Mozart's double strategy made sense because members of the second society, like the Auenhammer or the Tratner families, were rich enough to host their own salons, offered apartments, which would have been inconceivable in an aristocratic palace beyond receiving guests, and paid well for private lessons. So between 1782 and 85, Mozart could live well from his income, and he acquired fame as a rising star, above all, as a piano performer and composer. Now, paradoxically, his income dwindled when he celebrated his first major success with the Italian opera Figaro's Marriage, performed at the court opera. The first season the first story. The first reason why his income was reduced was the lack of copyright regulations and the rather low one-off payment offered by the court theater, which amounted to little over 11,000 euros in today's currency, back then 450 guilders. The second reason why he made less money was the waning of what I call the piano mania, the passion for the new instrument, which was driven by advancement in the keyboard industry and new compositions. And the third reason was the lack of time for concerts, since Mozart was kept up by producing Figaro for the stage. In 1786, then, Mozart's Viennese income decreased to around 50% of its previous level, not enough to support his lavish lifestyle. Mozart owned a very expensive garderobe and even a horse. In the city, that was the symbol of an aristocratic lifestyle, which modifies Norbert Elias' sociological study, where he presented Mozart as a free composer and a libertine. Now, his status as a young star of the music business in Vienna and his need of additional income prepared the way for going to Prague. Count Franz Josef Thun, for whom Mozart had already composed and performed one of his symphonies, and his musical wife Wilhelmine invited Mozart to come to the Bohemian capital. Hence, this trip in early 1786 was made possible through aristocratic networks. Now, of course, we should not forget the Freemasonry networks. Count Thun was a prominent member of lodges in Vienna and Prague. The social composition of these lodges varied. Some were very elitist, some were dominated by members of the Saxon society and therefore shunned by the higher aristocrats. Mozart preferred to hang out in lodges with a broad social stratum, where he could meet people with a similar social status. In Vienna, he also spent time with a circle of composers organized by van Swieten, which confirms my aforementioned thesis that Mozart preferred to have private contacts with people with a similar social background and status. Now, we don't know whether the preference was completely voluntary. Aristocrats often treated Mozart like a parvenu or even a servant, and he never rose to such fame and social position like Haydn. In Prague, Mozart celebrated a maximum success with the local first production of the Figaro. Aristocrats revered him as much as members of the new elites. People whistled and sang the major areas of Figaro on the street. Mozart again preferred to hang out with fellow composers and people with a similar social background. Regarding his career prospects, he probably should have pursued a different strategy. When he returned to Vienna after his first world premiere in Prague, Don Giovanni, he was hoping to get the vacant position as a court composer. Instead, he was only nominated Hofkammermusikus, court chamber musician with a much lower salary. But he certainly did not die as the poor, misunderstood composer as he was portrayed in so many popular books and films. Mozart's life confirms the high relevance of good social contacts and elite networks for advancing a career as composer. Beethoven's biography, by the way, confirms this thesis. Compared to Mozart, he probably had better social skills and, above all, better economic instincts. Mozart confirms the truism that a single person cannot keep up an indefinite number of social contacts and networks. Sometimes composers needed to make a choice. Sometimes the choice was, of course, also made for them through the competition between networks, which also was a very important element. Now, Haydn's biography shows how the waning power of single aristocratic employers contributed to the formation of institutionalized and not only social arbitrary contingent aristocratic networks and patronage. Mozart died too early to profit from these social and institutional changes, but Beethoven certainly did. Now, both Mozart's and Haydn's lives demonstrate how the geographic range of musical networks expanded. While Mozart conquered Prague and thus connected the two major musical cities of the Habsburg Empire, Haydn conquered London and thus an empire of its own. Now, this had a long-lasting impact on the external view upon the Habsburg lands, but also of networking with the Habsburg lands, which we can trace up to Antonin Dvorak and the late 19th century. I mean, not only Vienna was now placed on this European map of music, but also Prague. And networks reached out to both capital cities and, of course, then to many more places in the course of the 19th century. Now, I did not mention Milan here and the other Habsburg cities. This will be a topic in this conference, but obviously this also played a role. Another pivotal change to be addressed here for the 19th century is, of course, the invention of new techniques for networking, above all traffic infrastructure. Of course, the railway connections changed a lot. But nevertheless, I mean, if you look at traveling in the late 18th century, and for example, the express connection between Vienna and Prague, the express carriage, which Mozart used when he went to Prague for the first time, that only took 3 days. So already back then, the infrastructure was quite well for making networking personal on various levels. Interpersonal, and of course also intertextual. That might also be interesting for our debates on networking. So I tried to provide in the theoretical section in the beginning, which I didn't label as such, a rough definition of networking, as it was made in the late 20th century, above all by sociologists and historical sociologists. And now I would like to also pertain to the changing practices and conditions of networking. And let me conclude again that, of course, it was pivotal for both careers, for Haydn's and Mozart's. Thanks for your attention. I'm looking forward for the discussion.
Thank you very much. I think that rise a lot of questions dealing with this financial part, which is mostly interesting to me, because to count how much money you needed then in comparison to our means today. So that would be very interesting to see. Do you have any information, for example, how much money did you have to spend for such a journey from Vienna to Prague?
I need to unmute myself now again.
Yes.
Well, the money, I mean, to put it very short, the common conversion rate to be found in standard economic literature, but also taken over by a number of musicologists, for example, by Braun-Behrens and his major work, Mozart in Vienna. Mm-hmm. So the standard conversion rate to euros today is considered around 1 to 25. Okay.
Oh, I see.
So one guilder would be around
1 gulden to 25 euros.
Yes. And then there's of course the ducats and the guilder, which is changing because of the inflation in the early 19th century. But anyway, your second question, and thanks also for the comment which was in there. Your second question about the cost of traveling, I would have to look it up again, how much he paid for the trip to Prague. I think it is not entirely known whether he had to pay himself or whether Canton paid. Probably had to pay himself, as far as I know. And admittedly, I would have to look that up, how much he precisely paid. But the traveling was very expensive, especially in the express carriage, which depended on horses exchanged at traveling stations. Now, Mozart didn't take the express. He stayed overnight 2 times on the trip. Then, of course, there were fees to be paid in the inn, for the lodging, for the food. So it was very expensive, but I would have to look it up, the precise sum. I have it somewhere in the documents. It is known. And I don't want to do the guessing. Was it 10 guilders? I would really have to look it up.
Yes. Thank you. Any further questions?
May I?
Yes, Katja.
Speak. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. I will just go ahead of myself as I'm speaking next in saying that I have an interesting piece of information derived from our research within the project that Vera mentioned earlier. In Sorgo's diary, he meets Haydn. Haydn comes to Sorgo's home, and Haydn discusses with Sorgo first of all, he offers him 6 new quartets at 1 second each. So he is selling his work with the possibility of a dedication. This is certainly interesting. But then also he laments that the emperor is not fond of Prince Esterhazy, and that is the reason why his 15 operas were not staged. Not one was staged in Vienna. He was banned, let's say, from the theater, part of his production, and this is certainly an interesting fact that he shares and Sorgo writes down in his diary.
Thank you, Katja. Yes, I'm looking forward very much to the book, which will, I hope so, appear very soon in few months, and where the entire Sorgo's diary will be transcribed into Italian text and with translation into Croatian, but with original Italian and comments in Italian to identify all these persons. And I'm looking forward to your paper also. This way of traveling of musicians was also very interesting if we observe the traveling virtuosi at that time. As far as Jarnović or Djornovicki is considered, he always tried to go with an aristocrat, because he says their carriages are much more comfortable than the usual ones. And well, he was lucky enough to be very exquisite in fencing, so he could also defend himself if some street bandits attacked them. And many people said the same. Charles Burney said when he went for his trip to Europe to get information on music for his history book, he said, the only thing I'm taking with me are my blankets and my sword, because you never knew where you will spend your night and what type of blankets you will get there, and if any. And of course, the sword for defending themselves. And but on the other hand, this traveling with a well-off aristocrat was very comfortable then, because their carriages were softer and much better equipped than the normal peasant charts or something like that. The other solution was either to have a horse and ride on the horse, or to walk. Just many people went on foot for their trips, and this is quite normal. And I cannot imagine how much money did Djornovicki spend to cross the channel, because he traveled between Paris and London for several times. So when he was in Sweden, for example, it was the very beginning of the 19th century, he was on his way to St. Petersburg, and the people in Stockholm told him, well, in a few weeks, a caravan will go to Moscow, to St. Petersburg. You should go with them. So having company on a tour was also very important, just to find easier way safer way to travel. And Sorgo also described his traveling back. Well, we don't know how he traveled to Vienna, because the first part is lost, or he didn't even write it at the beginning. We don't know that. The first, let's say, 2 or 3 months are missing from the diary. But then we know how he went back, but this is a part of your networking, so I will not touch it. Any further questions? Harry, you have.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Philip. That was a wonderful opening to the conference. There were just a couple of things that came to mind. First, on the issue of travel, As Philip well knows, and everybody else does too, long before Mozart, networking connections between Vienna and Prague were very strong in the old empire. So, I mean, back in the 1720s, Johann Joseph Fuchs, who was Hofkapellmeister in Vienna, traveled to Bohemia, to Prague, in fact, for the celebrations of Charles VI's coronation as King of Bohemia. And an enormous opera was mounted in Prague, Costanze Fortezza. And it's just a tiny footnote to Philip's remark, but Fuchs was actually carried all the way from Vienna to Prague in a litter because the wooden wheels were intolerable to his gout. He suffered very badly from gout, and so the only way they could get him there was to carry him from one to the other. So that probably took more than 3 days. You imagine the discomfort of that. But more seriously, one question I had for Philip about music and networking during Mozart's time has to do with Mozart's own career, which would suggest that Mozart was less good at networking, perhaps, than some other composers, and particularly Haydn. I mean, if you consider that in the year of his death, he was now, working with Schikaneder and the Magic Flute and so on, he was somehow outside of the regular networks of court opera and aristocratic opera. And there's no question the Die Zauberflöte is a piece that breaks the mold of what was understood to be, as it were, polite opera in Vienna. So I'm just wondering whether Mozart somehow was reaching out beyond aristocratic patronage in order to establish an alternative for his his failures, as it were, with the inner circle of Vienna's operas.
Okay, so thanks a lot for this question. And maybe I was indeed speaking too fast, because this was part of the topic. I will first answer your question, Larry, and then come back to Katja Radosh also for your comment and the question in there. Anyway, I mean, what Mozart did when he arrived in Vienna, we know it quite exactly. He first was allowed to stay in an aristocratic summer palace. And he also had some aristocratic contacts, for example, with the Thun family early on. So he used that, certainly. And he gave concerts in salons and so on. However, if you look at what else he did, and especially after a couple of weeks, this is why I spoke about a double strategy, because he, rather than picked pupils from the second society, from rich, you can say, nouveau riche families like Auenhammer. The family was not even from Vienna, but it had an important administrative position for the Passau bishopry, and they were immensely rich. And then for the Trattner, who were a printer's family. And so, Trattner's wife, Auenhammer's daughter, the Trattners, both families also were running concerts and had a salon. And I think it was not a bad choice. For example, from the Trattners, for a while, he even got an apartment in the Trattnerhöfe. So, but anyway, he tries to do both. Yeah. However, the network which brings him to Prague is clearly aristocratic. He then there stays in the palace, in the second palace of the Thuns, the first trip. At the second trip, however, he stays with fellow composers, with Niemeczek among them, his first biographer. So he then, stays with, you can say, bourgeois people or second society members. So that is precisely, I think, one of his problems, that first of all, did he really recognize that these networks were competing, and they were, especially the salons. There was a competition ongoing by these, you can say, social parvenus and the old aristocracy. And I think all in all, financially, probably the non-aristocratic, the second society networks, in his first year and then the second, were probably more important for generating income. Then there's another element where he felt well. And with aristocrats, he always had an awkward, tensious relationship early on, which is kind of interesting because he knew that layer of society already as a child, but he didn't like it. Now, he was certainly not a revolutionary, but he showed this disliking, his antipathy. He showed it quite openly, and and that certainly was a mistake. So, his social habits were sometimes also strange. And I think this is one of the reasons why also he could not establish himself in a stable set of aristocratic networks, rather in the bourgeois sphere or with the lodges, with the Freemasons. But also there, he rather picked lodges with a, let's say, mixed and not very elite membership. And was he less good at networking? Yeah, probably he was. On the other hand, he did get this court position. I mean, it was
minor one, I think.
The Hofkammermusikus. This was not the prime position, but it was not a bad position either. So
pretty low salary. I think that's a reflection of his own.
Oh, 800 guilders. Had he economized better and not had a horse and and other things, 800 plus some income from concerts, pupils, he could have lived okay. The 800 guilders was around the same Haydn made in Eisenstadt. Now, your comment about the networking between Prague and Vienna and the coronation, yes, of course, that was very important. And it existed before, and there was a network even through single families like the Thuns, who were here and there. Now the comment by Katja Maralisch, I hope I pronounce it correctly, please send me a note about this diary. I didn't read it yet, and I would be very interested in it. Posso leggere italiano. So if you publish it in Italian, please send, and we will get it for the library. I don't know that yet. And also, I didn't know that he offered 6 works to this family. So this is new to me. Thanks for that. That is the purpose of conferences, to learn something new and not to listen to oneself. that is boring after a while in academic life, right? And so, I'm waiting for more comments about that and how Haydn offered that. Haydn was really a shrewd, sometimes even cunning businessman, subverting this regulation in his labor contract. So anyhow, there's a discussion about it, how it was meant and how it was kept. Of course, owning a work in a time when you have no copyrights, it has a limited reach, right? So Nikolaus owned his works. However, he couldn't own them because, in certain ways, because there was no copyright. But Haydn really shrewdly circumvented this regulation until it was dropped, and then on these premises built his world fame. Immediately he sent out his symphony, L'Imperiale, to publishers in London. It was printed there, and then the string quartets, Opus 33, and that's how he launched his career. I think there was the question about competition between Nikolaus and Joseph II. Oh, absolutely. He was Nikolaus was incredibly vain and keen on building his prestige. And he did it already at the coronation of Joseph II in Frankfurt as an emperor. He threw a party which clearly almost overshadowed the coronation. And Joseph didn't like this display of splendor, and he sanctioned it. He removed the office of the Palatine of Hungary. And so Nikolaus could not be the Palatine of Hungary anymore. So there was the sanctioning, and And there was a constant conflict about the exploitation of the peasants, where again, Joseph tried to go against the Esterházys and other, above all, Hungarian families, who indeed, exploited the peasants as much as they could. They doubled the revenue from the lands, Nikolaus, that is known from a study, and well, guess how? Also to play for this lavish opera. And whether Haydn was not played in Vienna because he was, so to say, the court composer of Nikolaus, the operas, I'm not so sure about it, because Joseph, for example, staged Haydn, parts of Haydn's string quartets at a very prominent occasion when the successor of the Russian throne, Paul, was staying in Vienna at the Hofburg. And this, by the way, made the so-called back then Russian quartets very famous. So, there's a degree of support in taking him in. So I'm not so sure whether there was any disregard or let alone boycott of the Haydn operas, because other works, instrumental works, were played on court occasions. But you're absolutely right. It is obvious that they were not staged in Vienna, and it's kind of strange. But I never found a clear explanation. Probably it's so difficult to explain, right? If something is not staged, it is almost counterfactual, and I haven't read research about that. So I cannot give a clear answer, which would need to be, okay, the court functionary with a certain name did not want to play Haydn. It was offered and rejected. I have never read anything like that. So it would be a little bit speculative.
Yes, thank you. But it is also important how diverse nobility, what type of position did they take towards their musicians? Because Nikolaus Esterházy was quite possessive towards Haydn too. He took him with him. Haydn was not allowed to go to Vienna whenever he wanted, but only when Nikolaus went to Vienna. So this is why Haydn said, I am completely original because I don't know at all what is going on in a big world. To the contrary, Giornovicchi had a situation in Paris. He was a court musician of the Prince Rohan Guémené, and he was very satisfied with his master and said, he is allowing me to give concerts in Paris and also to perform for my additional income at the courts of other aristocrats. And that was quite unique situation, because not many, he lived for 90% of his time in Paris, Rohan Guémené, didn't go to his country palaces or so, because Nikolaus was dominantly situated not in Vienna, but in Esterházy or on his other estates. And only when Nikolaus died, then he was actually free to go. And he went, what you said, to the contrary world, to the world of unknown and anonymous audience, which of course influenced his compositional style then. And this is what is important. Okay, any further questions?
If there's no more question, then I have just one clear answer to Harry. Was he less good at networking? Haydn was really extremely good at that, building contacts to the highest aristocratic families. And I think he could do that because he came from this low background, working his way up the social ladder. But he understood what his social position is, and then step by step worked himself up. By the way, also attending the coronation of the Emperor Franz and other prominent events. Yeah. And Mozart, he always was uneasy about his position. Wow. and he was, he was, he didn't have such a clear-cut strategy in the networking, and he was anxious. So definitely Haydn was the better networker than Mozart, I would say.
I agree. It's very striking. You don't have to romanticize Mozart's failures. in order to recognize them. So, for example, it's not just Die Zauberflöte. I mean, Mozart is taking on La Clemenza di Tito at the very same time. And there is no reasonable conclusion other than he took that on for financial purposes. The piece had been turned down by 2 other Viennese composers. It had first been set back in, the time of Charles VI by, I think, Caldara, I can't remember now, but it's 1734. This is a piece nobody really wants to set, and Mozart is taking it on at the same time as he's doing the Magic Flute. So you have a feeling of him just reaching out, following the money, really, rather than strategically building up, as you said, Haydn's kind of business sense. It's hard to imagine Mozart having the same network capability or the same feeling for it. He seems to just take whatever he can get in a way that that Haydn doesn't have to do. Haydn can say, "No, thank you. I don't want that job. I'm more in charge of my own affairs," and so on and so forth. So I think it's really interesting to. I couldn't agree more with you. I think we're absolutely right.
Okay, thank you very much, Harry. Please keep something for the final discussion as well. And I hope we will have this whole scope of the long, very long 19th century from 1780s to the end of the First World War in our information. And these changes of paradigms, what we also had in our project as a part of the title and the issue, is, I think, very important thing, how the networks changed, and they started to change actually in the second half of the 18th century. And all of them were preparing the situation for the new society who came into full bloom in the 19th century. Thank you, Philip, for your lecture. And I will now hand the microphone to the chair of our first session on networking, William Everett. Bill, hello. If all of you have to share your screen, please don't forget if you need to share the sound as well, if you have some music examples. So, Bill, it's on you now.
No, thank you, Vera, for first of all, for organizing this conference, and Philip for a fascinating inaugural paper for this conference. The first session is on networking, and it's wonderful that we're going to continue with our 18th century theme with Katja Radosh-Perkovic, so with Solgo's Italian Network. So Katja.
Thank you, and good morning to you all. I will share my screen. I have a PowerPoint presentation. I hope you will all see it. Just a moment. Is this okay? Can you see the presentation? Yes. Okay. So good morning to you all. My name is Katja Radosh-Perkovic. I come from the department.
Excuse me, Katja, just make a full screen, maybe.
Yes, I will.
Okay,
yes, okay.
Perfect.
Is this okay? Fine, thank you. So I come from the Department of Italian Studies of the University of Zagreb, and am a collaborator on the project Networking Through Music, led by Viera Katalinic, that we have mentioned earlier. And my task on this project was to transcribe and translate the journal written by Luca Sorgo during his stay in Vienna in 1780. Where he went on a diplomatic mission to give tribute to the new emperor. The journal has been translated and transcribed and translated, and is about to be published, hopefully by the end of this year, in a critical edition, as Yara has already stated, with all the apparatus necessary to follow it. So why the Italian network? Because it's the biggest network surrounding Sorgo, because it's the most obvious network. And from the Italian network, we can derive all sorts of networks. But for now, I will focus on this one. First of all, the Republic of Dubrovnik's official language has always been, since its foundation, Croatian, Latin, and Tuscan, or what is today known as Standard Italian. Furthermore, the language of schooling in the Republic of Dubrovnik was also Tuscan or Italian, and not just the language of schooling within the Republic, but also the fact that all the upper classes, the nobility children, went to school and for schooling to universities, to the peninsula, to various illustrious universities in Italy. Other than that, the Republic was actually bilingual. The language of the people, not just of the lower classes, but also of the elite, was also Illyric, or Illyric as it was called then, the Croatian, a variant, a local dialect of today's Croatian, typical for the Republic or Dubrovnik today, for the city of Dubrovnik. And why is this important to mention? Because Croatian was not just the language of the people, but also the language of culture ever since the 15th, 16th centuries. So we had this parallel production of literature, poetry, both in Italian and Croatian, and naturally Latin was used for documents, treatises, etc. The Republic had strong and important cultural and economic liaisons with the peninsula, especially with the central and southern part, with the Papal States and the Kingdom of Naples, but also developed a peculiar relationship with the Serenissima, the Republic of Venice, that at the time the journal was written, surrounded geographically the Republic of Dubrovnik and was the main competitor on the Adriatic Sea and the Mediterranean as far as the fleet went, the trade, the naval power on the seas, but also it was the focal point for the Dubrovnik intellectuals. Venice being the center of European print since the invention of printing, was the town where all of the Dubrovnik elite went to publish their works. Of course. What was Sorgo's role in the Republic? So Luca Sorgo was part of the Dubrovnik nobility. His family was also of Italian origin. And when he became of age, he entered the Grand Council in 1752. But he does not do any work for the Republic at that point. He goes to Italy, to Rome, precisely for schooling. And what we have determined for certain is that he spent the years between 1756 and 59 in Rome with his brother Miho, under the supervision of Ruđer Bošković, and probably under his tutorship. And these are also the years when Sorgo gets his musical education as well, probably with Rinaldo di Capua. We're all speculating about this data because Sorgo's heritage has been lost. We have all the other documents of the Republic by illustrious men, but we do not have, for example, the basic Sorgo's correspondence to corroborate all these data. However, he was engaged in various offices of the Republic since 1763, and he worked as a senator, criminal court judge, superintendent of health, education, accounts, theater, and had many other functions. Our main interest here is his mission as special envoy in Vienna in 1781. So what is the situation in Vienna when Sorgo arrives? The Italian network is composed primarily of the Italian diplomatic representatives in Vienna. As Italy is a peninsula not yet unified into a state, it will be unified only 80 years later. We have no less than 7 representatives of the various smaller states, such as the Kingdom of Sardinia, republics of Genoa, Venice, Lucca, the Duchy of Modena and Reggio, and 2 representatives of Naples. There were probably more, but those are the names that Sorgo mentions in his diary. I need to point out that altogether Sorgo mentions 315 different names of different persons, characters that he either hears of, speaks of, or meets, etc. Aside from these representatives, diplomatic representatives that Sorgo spends most of his time with, we have also two important envoys of the Papal States, Giuseppe Garampi and his Giuseppe Garampi, the Apostolic Nuncio, first in Poland in 1772, and then in Vienna from 1776. So when Sorgo comes to Vienna, Garampi is there as a nuncio, had been there for 5 years already, and his auditor or assistant, Lorenzo Caleppi, who follows him both to Poland and then to Vienna. Those are the people who will help Sorgo most of all politically to build up this political network and social network. Also in Vienna, but not on a diplomatic mission, as the journal states. Now we don't know, maybe he was on a secret diplomatic mission, was Luigi Flangini, auditor of the Roman Rota, who, as Sorgo states in the journal, was there to cure his eyes, so for health issues, resolving a health issue, and Sorgo spent a lot of time with Flangini, for example, visiting galleries, museums, etc. The first, let's say, network or ramification around Sorgo are his cultural liaisons that derive from the men he meets and he interacts with in Vienna. The most famous, doubtlessly to all of you, is Pietro Metastasio. Pietro Metastasio, the court poet who had come to Vienna in 1729, or rather April 1730, after Apostolo Zeno left, was the most important, absolutely the most important poet of the century and in the history of opera. The only one who, out of his 26 approximately librettos for opera seria, was set into music. His libretti were set into music over 1,000 times. Just to mention to Harry, his Clemenza di Tito was set by Caldara, Leo, Hasse, Gluck, Jomelli, and Mozart, for example. But Artaserse, for example, was set by 83 different composers. Jomelli, the famous composer, had written three different Didone Abbandonata operas, one in Rome, one in Vienna, one in Stuttgart. So which makes quite a confusion on YouTube nowadays for those who don't know that there are three different Didone Abbandonatas by Jomelli. So Metastasio is the most important, absolutely the most important figure. Philip had mentioned the visit of the Archduke of Russia and his wife. It is the time when Sorgo is in Vienna. It is precisely that time. And what Sorgo notes in his diary is that the Archduke goes to visit Metastasio, which is a great honor because Metastasio is of no noble origin, but he's a myth, already a legend. And not unfortunately, but Metastasio dies 4 months after Sorgo leaves Vienna in April 1782. On the left-hand side, we find Abbot Eusebio Maria della Lena, which was a name unknown to me previously, but now I'm discovering this network. Eusebio della Lena was is mentioned in the diary as the tutor of young Giacomino Foscarini, the son of the Venetian ambassador. But Eusebio della Lena was much more than that. He was a priest who spent in Vienna more than 20 years. And we find Eusebio della Lena in the, for example, Carteggio Casanoviano, so in the Casanova correspondence, we found Eusebio della Lena as the person who introduced Lorenzo da Ponte to Metastasio, which is extremely important before a few days before Metastasio's death. Or Eusebio della Lena is also connected as Metastasio is with the Hasse family of the composer Hasse. Metastasio had a great correspondence with Johann Adolf Hasse. Eusebio della Lena was friends with his son Franz, or Francesco Hasse. On the right-hand side, we found Count Sebastiano Ayala, also less known man culturally, but so important for this network. Sebastiano Ayala was a Jesuit priest who came in 1772 to Vienna and started teaching at the Theresianum, but became the agent, the diplomatic agent for the Republic of Dubrovnik in Vienna in 1775. Later on, he became chargé d'affaires in 1782 when Sorgo left, and then even minister plenipotentiary. So he, an Italian from Sicily, became the representative of the Republic of Dubrovnik in Vienna, and is connected in this cultural network because he is the one who published Metastasio's letters posthumously, the very letters from which Viera had taken out and analyzed in a great essay, a letter written by Metastasio to Ruđer Bošković in connection with Sorgo's diplomatic activity in Vienna. The last name on this slide is Varese, a person who was unidentified until a few months ago, but I managed to find a very small piece of data saying that Varese was Varese accompanies Sorgo to meet Gluck. Varese accompanies Sorgo to several concerts, so he is connected with theaters, with music. I discovered that he was actually the assistant of Count Giacomo Durazzo, that I will mention now in a minute. So the second network is the political network built around Sorgo, but derived from Ruđer Bošković. Ruđer Bošković, the scientist, the physician, the mathematician known throughout Europe, that connects Sorgo before his coming to Vienna with the Durazzo family, the Garampi family, and the Foscarini family. So why Ruđer Bošković? Because he is the best known Dubrovnik's native all around Europe and the world. Sorgo is confirmed to have been in Rome under his tutorship, but at the same time, during Sorgo's time in Rome in the 50s, Bošković had been to Vienna for almost a year in 57 to 58 on behalf of the Republic of Lucca. So Bošković was not just a scientist, a physicist. He was also politically employed on behalf not just of the Republic of Dubrovnik, but also on other entities. In Vienna in the 50s, Bošković will meet all those important persons such as Metastasio, Prince Kaunitz, Colloredo, Cobenzl, etc. And he knows from Rome, he knows the important Italian families. He will spend time in Paris and gain French citizenship later on, and will be a member of the most important literary academy, Accademia di Arcadia in Italy. So let me explain about the Durazzo family. Sorgo did not meet Giacomo Durazzo. Giacomo Durazzo was a representative of the Republic of Genoa who became Generalspektakel director in Vienna during the time of Maria Theresa, and he is the promoter of Gluck, and he was the promoter of Gluck and Calzabigi's important reform of the opera seria. And the unidentified Varese is said to have been his private secretary during his stay in Vienna, and Varese obviously stayed on in Vienna while Durazzo became diplomat ambassador of the court of Vienna in Venice. The Durazzo family is important for the Republic of Dubrovnik, for Bošković, and for Sorgo, as Count Giacomo's brother Marcello was Bošković's trustee, banker, the holder of all his money, all his finances. His other brother Girolamo was a Jesuit priest and Bošković's friend in Rome, and Marcello's son and Giacomo's nephew, is the person that Sorgo interacted with in Vienna. So he was the envoy of the Republic of Genoa in Vienna from 81 to 83. The Garampi family is the other part of this political network that I must admit did not know anything about until this further deeper research, but is an extremely, Giuseppe Garampi was an extremely important figure in Vienna at the time. He was the apostolic nuncio that Bošković befriended since the 50s in Rome, and met later on again. And we find Giuseppe Garampi, for example, in the Casanova correspondence, in the Metastasio correspondence. Metastasio writes directly to Garampi. Giuseppe Garampi will be the one to help Sorgo in Vienna. It is interesting to point out that the Italian sources, the Dizionario Biografico, for example, states that Garampi, together with his AD, Caleppi, that they built an espionage network at the court of Vienna, being conservative and being against the patent of tolerance by Joseph II, against the abolition of various religious orders that took place during those years. Garampi and during Garampi's time in Vienna, the biographical data states that the relationship between Vienna and Rome worsened a lot. But Giuseppe Garampi was also a great book collector and sponsor of translations and publications. His private library amounted to 70,000 volumes that were either donated or sold after his death. So an extremely important connection, political connection for Luca Sorgo. In conclusion, I will naturally develop all of these information in my written paper, but Sorgo was very well connected before going to Vienna. So all of these network stars from the Republic of Dubrovnik, individuals who were very prominent abroad, especially in Italy, such as Benedict Stai, an abbot who published a dissertation on Descartes and on the Newton's theories in Latin, or Raimund Kunic, the poet who translated the Iliad into Latin and was very appreciated. Bošković, Šuljaga, that I have no time to explain now, but so the network was derived from Dubrovnik and spread throughout Italy. The Italian network is intertwined, of course, with the Austrian, the Russian network, the Hungarian networks, built before or during his stay in Vienna. And I think, I'm sure, I'm convinced that it takes a very diversified interdisciplinary approach in order to connect all these threads within this network. And I'm sure that we are at the beginning of this work, and it will be a hard task to uncover its full length, width, and depth. This is my future task, and thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Katja, for that wonderful paper. We'll continue with our next paper, which continues some of these same themes that Katja was introducing towards the end of her presentation. So we have Ivana Horvitz and Branko Ostomer talking about the challenges of communication and musical networking of the Habsburg monarchy. So I'll leave it to the two of you to share your presentation with us.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you all. Branko and I work at the Croatian Institute of History in Zagreb. I will present our research on challenges in musical networking in 18th and 19th centuries using some Croatian examples. I will also share the presentation, if I may. Is it visible?
Is it possible to make it full screen?
Yes, I'm trying to just have another window over it. Okay. Is it okay now? Okay, thank you. So some of the results of this research are still preliminary. More archival sources will be consulted for the written paper, and we hope the situation with the pandemics will allow that. As we know, the Habsburg monarchy was a multicultural space with various languages, histories, political traditions, religions, with diverse and changing national loyalties. In line with these differences, the cultural and political milieu in which an individual artist acted greatly influenced his success and presentation in public. In this paper, we aim to address certain mechanisms of transfer of ideas and knowledge in musical networking throughout the Habsburg monarchy during the 18th and 19th centuries. The differences between political and cultural centers of the monarchy, such as Vienna, Budapest, or Prague, and local urban or cultural centers such as Zagreb, Varaždin, Osijek, church centers, aristocratic manners, or similar, will be especially emphasized, as well as the differences between the communication practices in pre-modern and modern societies. The basis of our research consists of contemporary writings, personal correspondence, and periodicals more accessible to educated circles. Sources that explicitly explain individual relationships are rare to find, even among preserved ego documents as correspondences, memoirs, or diaries. In addition, many protagonists that are mentioned in the sources, with the exception of those who held high positions or were prominent in the society, remain unknown or limited to national historiographies, together with their career paths, education, or social relationships. When it comes to the Habsburg monarchy, it can be said that since the second half of the 18th century, Vienna has been not only the center of political and social life, but also a model of social life that was copied throughout the monarchy. The influence of Vienna was first noticeable in larger urban cities as Prague, Budapest, or Bratislava, and only then in smaller cities in the Habsburg provinces. Musical life represented a very important part of early modern European courts as the court of Vienna. Music, as well as art in general, served for general projection of absolute power of the ruler. In that sense, Central European absolutism had its own cultural heritage. The courts of Maria Theresa and especially of Joseph II were trendsetters in art for the elite social circles of the Habsburg monarchy. According to recent researchers, Joseph II was personally involved in decision-making and musical choices. He selected composers, singers, and operas, and rarely missed a performance. Making the music an important part of court life had its advantages for the ruler, but also for the people who attended court performances. For the ruler, the Baroque court ceremony provided a new etiquette to determine his prestige. Moreover, the music provided the outward show needed to reinforce social distinctions and to guide behavior of the elites. Such attitude of the ruler was especially important in the Habsburg monarchy, given its territorial complexity, and aimed to integrate aristocratic social life into the court routine. On the other hand, court ceremonial brought considerable benefits for the elite. Court performances were attended by the members of wealthy aristocracy and less wealthy officials whose career was tied to the court. Many of them were musically literate, and these ceremonies served to reinforce their sense of collective social superiority. It was important to the elite in Vienna to observe and to be observed at the court ceremonies, to be informed, to meet the right people, and to do business as well. From the Croatian history, an example of Luka Sokočević or Sogo could be named here. We have learned a lot about Sogo's contacts from Katja's previous presentation. While deputy of Republic of Dubrovnik at the court of Vienna during 1780s, Sokočević gained valuable contacts among the most prestigious political and social circles of Vienna and transferred his experience of court ceremonial to Dubrovnik. According to his journal, written during his stay in Vienna, he was drawn into the social life of Vienna and acquainted with the most influential ministers and aristocrats of the court. The political history of Croatia, as a peripheral part of the Habsburg monarchy, has indicated that right people at the court were hard to be acquainted with. And that the access to the ruler was not always open even to the most prominent Croatian aristocrats, as were Count Drašković, Oršić, Keglević, and others. That is why, in order to present their importance among the social circles, many aristocrats were inclined to copy the court social life in their own manners. Many nobles and other wealthy personas put on concerts, plays, and even operas in their homes. In correspondence, there are indications then that some Croatian families kept permanently established ensembles modeled on those of the Liechtensteins or Schwarzenbergs of Vienna. For example, Count Ladislav Erdődy, one of the royal councillors of the Croatian government, wrote in 1770s numerous reports to his superior official, Count Nadasdy, from his castle in Rečica, it was near Karlovac, apologizing for not participating in his governmental duties. And in one of his letters, he invited Nadasdy to his estate, reporting that I quote, "There are more than 100 people here. We all live disorderly as much as we can. Various hunts, all-day dance, and music are the society's entertainment." At the same time, another significant aristocratic family of Croatia, Drašković, mostly engaged in a military career, kept a private military orchestra that was even been painted on the tapestries in Drašković's mansion in Trakošćan. It was near Varaždin. That was the oldest representation of such a band in Croatia. In the times of peace, this orchestra was engaged in musical events organized by the family in their mansion. They had mansions in Trakošćan and Brezovica, and they also had a winter palace in Zagreb. Besides, such orchestras were also kept by the families of Kulmer, Bačani, Janković, and the Bishop of Zagreb, Maximilian Vrhovac. Even less influential families of Croatia regarded their musical enthusiasm as a means of accessing the social elite. The example of Bakić family could be named here. Ana Bakić, a daughter of the official of the Varaždin county in northern Croatia, originating from the middle nobility, was married into the renowned Hungarian family Pastori, relatively new in Croatian government. Her correspondence kept in the Varaždin archives reveals a carefully planned musical education, which resulted in long-term contacts with musical circles in Vienna. Family Bujanović from Bakar, near Rijeka, in the North Adriatic coast, whose members worked in the Hungarian chancellery in Vienna, also demonstrated a planned musical education, and their female members were closely connected with the musical circles in Vienna, and their musical education was modeled upon the most prominent aristocratic families of Vienna. In addition, a bishop of Đakovo, Anton Mandić, was accompanied upon his arrival from Vienna in 1806 with an old organist and composer, Johann Heibel, a brother-in-law of Mozart. As far as musicians were concerned, Vienna certainly offered exceptional musical opportunities. Nearly all musical careers were founded on a permanent position at the court or in a noble household. However, social ties and the choice between the noble households made a significant difference for an individual artist. In bigger cities, such as Vienna, Budapest, Prague, or Bratislava, there was a very large pool of orchestral players, even composers for noble families to draw upon for. In smaller peripheral cities, a number of musicians was very limited. In Croatia and Slavonia, there are indications that musicians are also often served as house servants or lekes. Besides aristocratic manners, bigger cities of the Habsburg monarchy had a thriving musical life since the second half of the 18th century and during the 19th century. However, in the smaller peripheral cities of the Habsburg monarchy, it seemed to be hard for the musical entertainment to find its way into the social life. We could name an example of the city of Zagreb here. Although the city of Varaždin had a status of governmental center during the second part of the 18th century, Zagreb has stayed a geographical and social center of Croatia throughout the pre-modern and modern times. Many of the aristocratic palaces were built here, and the city population rapidly grew from 3,000 to 5,000 during the last decades of the 18th century, which was still far from the population of Vienna, counted to 200,000 at the time. First musical events were brought to Zagreb by the foreign aristocratic families closely connected to the court, such as Erdis or Baćanis. Such events were limited to the high social gatherings of the city elites, but had a great impact on other social circles in the next decades. In the beginning, in 1750s, they were, however, very much criticized by the local intellectuals as an unnecessary novelty. They were even banned by the church authorities. One of the leading Croatian intellectuals of the time, Canon Baltazar Adam Krčelić, referred to such gatherings in his memoirs with these words, I quote, "This winter in 1754, indulgence in parties and, so to speak, the triumph of debauchery manifested itself in Zagreb. There was a great debauchery, and all the countesses, young noblewomen who were pleased with the dissoluteness were invited, as well as the officers who had to comply out of consideration. According to Krčelić, nobility and a bourgeoisie felt a disgust toward this novelty. In this way, things that the citizens previously rejected according to the tradition of their ancestors were now began to be nurtured and worshipped, and citizens began to live lavishly. Shame and shyness were considered a flaw. By the 19th century, musical entertainment in Croatia and Slavonia was, regardless of this conviction, considered as socially desirable. On the one hand, it represented an important aspect of the inclusion of non-noble classes in the society. Namely, anyone who could afford the cost of the ticket was welcome to such musical gatherings. Local authorities were even during the 19th century distrustful towards such gatherings in local inns and cafes. Innkeepers were obliged to obtain a permission from the city authorities and to obey strict rules. In addition to that, in smaller cities, musicians were not easy to find, mostly because engagements in these cities did not offer a permanent livelihood. For example, one of the 18th century Zagreb innkeepers, Prej, had to mediate with the military authorities to borrow military musicians in order to maintain his agreement with the city to organize musical evenings for the public. And he then even had to mediate with civilian authorities to gain allowance for inviting Czech musicians, because there was a shortage of local people with musical education. Intensive urbanization of the 19th century created the basis for civil society throughout the Habsburg monarchy. Croatia and Slavonia were not exempt from that process. Cities in these areas, especially in Zagreb or Osijek, figured as islands of social development in more traditional 19th century societies. During the first half of the 19th century, several musical institutions were established here, as for example, a Society of Music Enthusiasts in Zagreb, or the first musical school in Osijek. The public opinion in these cities towards the musical entertainment therefore greatly differed from the situation in previous decades. However, in the second part of the 19th century, which period could be counted in the modern age, the urban population of Croatia, Slavonia was still of a relatively small percentage. Only less of the 8% of the population were stationed in the cities. Significant increase of the population was recorded only in its capital of Zagreb. Osijek, the biggest city in Slavonia, had only moderate increase in population. Still, with a number of cultural institutions and periodicals that addressed educated urban circles, Osijek acted as an important social center of Slavonia, one of the most eastern provinces of the Habsburg monarchy. Franjo Ksaver Kuhać, a composer, musicologist, and piano teacher from Osijek, could serve as an example of musician faced with many challenges of living and working in the remote areas of the Habsburg monarchy during the second half of the 19th century. His extensive correspondence kept with the most prominent mecenas, publishers or pupils during the 1860s present a valuable source to the historians who want to understand challenges faced by musicians to receive knowledge and promote their work in the second half of the 19th century. Kuhac's correspondence proves that living and acting in the peripheral cities of the Habsburg monarchy greatly influenced career paths of individual artists. During the 18th century and deep into the 19th century, personal interactions with the centers of social life of the monarchy depended not only upon the gained social contacts, but very much also on the physical properties of communication paths, such as roads, rivers, or later railways. According to early modern travel descriptions and journeys, traveling itself was then an enterprise, a very expensive one. A journey to any part of the monarchy lasted several days and was extremely uncomfortable, often even health-threatening. It included frequent changes of means of transportation and periods of rest and involved a number of people. By the end of the 19th century, many railways were built and the roads rebuilt. Still, most of the roads in Croatia and Slavonia were only remotely usable, especially due to weather and safety conditions. Railways were more modern, but in case of Croatia, Slavonia, the railway network was the most modest within the Habsburg monarchy. Up to 1880s, the postal traffic developed significantly. However, postal traffic was here also very modest compared to other Habsburg states. Hence, the post office and newspapers did not reach all educated addressees properly. Kuhac's experience while trying to collect and publish folk songs from these parts of the monarchy indicates that he, in order to do so, had to keep a very intensive correspondence with publishers, musicians, and other influential people. Keeping up to date with recent musical movements involved many problems in communication with contemporaries, both physical and social. Kuhac's correspondence very much depicts challenges faced by the artists in order to gain knowledge or present their work to the public. Many of his problems were related to his place of work and included difficulties in finding the right patron of his work or difficulties in postal communications, typical for the peripheral societies of the monarchy in the period in question. According to the sources consulted, we can conclude that the most obvious development in the artistic, especially musical movements of the periphery or the semi-periphery of the Habsburg monarchy were the developments in the musical education. Since the second part of the 18th century and throughout the 19th century, musical education was sine qua non within the more educated or concretely elite social circles of the monarchy. As an early example, we can emphasize an experience of one lieutenant in the military frontier named Valic, who gained his post only after he was estimated to have more musical knowledge than his opponents, a knowledge that was, in comparison with other skills, not so relevant to the post. Examples were mentioned of noble women who were, even in pre-modern times, when education was restricted to men, educated in music according to the highest intellectual circles in the monarchy. Throughout the 19th century, the aristocracy, even marginalized in political sense, maintained its social distinction primarily through cultural education. Family Hildebrand von Prandau, owners of the estate of Valpovo in Slavonia, established a private musical school in Donji Miholjac in 1835, and its members were marked as musical enthusiasts throughout the 19th century. Their family legacy, kept in the archives of the Museum of Slavonia, also includes a rich music collection and testifies to the musical affinities of the family. Individual experience was, however, mostly affected by the territory of origin and work. Connection to the big cultural centers of the monarchy was often crucial to a career of an individual. Stay in the big cities was often governed by social norms that largely differ from those today. The concepts of nationalities constantly changed throughout the long 19th century, and they reflected the choice of language as well as cultural or political choices. However, significance of these concepts for creating relationships ought to be determined on a case-by-case basis. Society in the monarchy was generally multilingual and multinational, and heavily relied on a system of patronage and various other forms of social and family ties. Individual successes or failures often depended on one's acquaintances and recommendations, or on the possibilities to gain access to a place of influence. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation, fascinating. It's wonderful how the session was organized, that we are moving from more general topics to more specialized topics. And that's where we will be heading next with Jana Laslavikova from Bratislava, talking about from the metropolis to the province, theater companies as a medium of musical networks in the Habsburg monarchy at the end of the 19th century. So welcome, Jana.
Thank you very much. Please, Ivana, can you put your slideshow? Okay. Okay, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, the aim of my contribution is to illustrate the work of theater companies in the 19th century in the area of today's Central Europe in terms of cultural transfer between the metropolis and the province, and subsequent duplication of artistic activity in other provincial cities. The term metropolis, which was used for Vienna, the capital of the Habsburg monarchy, and later for Budapest, the capital of Kingdom of Hungary, or for Berlin, created the direction of culture transfer within the theater landscape of the long 19th century. At the same time, the theater buildings as the places of cultural transfer formed one of the most important music networks in this period. Thanks to the cultural exchange, circulation of the repertoire, and the frequent migration of the performers all over Central Europe, the municipal theaters became interconnected, and so the theater in Pressburg became part of a larger complex. These tendencies can be found also in the artistic life of one of the long-serving provincial German-speaking theater directors, Emanuel Rau. In my paper, I focus on him because he worked with his theater companies in 3 cities, Pressburg, today Bratislava, Karlovy Vary, Karlsbad, and Timisoara, Temeswar, in the end of the 19th century. In the Austro-Hungarian Empire, the most prominent theater architects included Ferdinand Fellner Jr. and Hermann Gottfried Helmer. They designed almost 50 theaters from Hamburg through Zurich to Odessa. One of their projects was the Municipal Theater in Pressburg, today's historical building of the Slovak National Theater in Hviezdoslav Square, from the year 1886. For Pressburg, the Viennese atelier meant a guarantee of prestige and a promising future based on wealthy past, since the proximity of Vienna had a major impact on social and cultural life of the people of Pressburg for centuries. In the 19th century, Pressburg was perceived as the former coronation town and the provincial city on the western border of Upper Hungary. With increasing Magyarization, after the Austro-Hungarian Compromise of 1867, the tone changed, and the Pressburg was more and more mentioned as the bastion of the Hungarians. the construction of a new theater in the year 1886 placed the theater to the central position of local political interest, and it started to be used as a tool for spreading the Hungarian language and the place of the collective representation of the urban elites. The Viennese atelier designed the building in a historical neo-Renaissance style with a neo-Baroque interior. The Hungarian inscription Városi Színház, which means municipal theater, was placed in the attic part of the facade of the building. Ever since its completion, the municipal theater in Pressburg was owned by the town and leased the theater directors and the companies. The season lasted 7 months, usually from early October to late April, or the Palm Sunday. The half-year season was divided into the German and Hungarian-speaking parts with its directors and their ensembles. Since German-speaking political representatives dominated in the time in Pressburg, they decided to assign the more favorable autumn and winter months to the theater performances in German. The rest of the season remained for Hungarian performances. This division was valid until the year 1899, when the town leased the municipal theater to a single Hungarian director with 2 companies, the German and the Hungarian one. Pressburg returned to the original 2-director model again in the year 1902, although under different conditions. The Hungarian performances took place in the more favorable winter months, and their number also gradually increased. Despite all the changes, the German-Hungarian seasons in the municipal theater continued to alternate until the arrival of Czech artists in the year 1919 and the beginning of the activities of the Slovak National Theater in March 1920. Since the half-year season in the municipal theater was divided into a German and a Hungarian part, the town was aware of the problem to find a good tenant. This is why Pressburg entered into agreement with the town of Timisoara, formerly in East Hungary, now West Romanian town, about alternating the directors and their ensembles, providing German and Hungarian performances in the theaters of these 2 towns. Like the municipal theater in Pressburg, the Franz Josef I theater in Timisoara was also designed by the Viennese architects Ferdinand Jr. and Fellner Jr. and Helmer, and the composition of the German and Hungarian-speaking bourgeoisie was also similar. The agreement resulted in the half-year season of the theater for both directors for a period of 13 years. In the years 1890-1899, was in Pressburg active a German-speaking director, Emanuel Friedman, by his real name, who was responsible also for German performances in Timisoara. During the summer, he rented the municipal theater in Karlovy Vary, also designed by the Viennese architects Ferdinand Helmer. Raul was supported by the German language daily paper Pressburger Zeitung, and especially by its long-serving music and opera critic and city archivist Johann Nepomuk Batka. In Raul's first season in Pressburg, Pressburger Zeitung published supportive news in connection with his successful artistic activities in world-famous spa city Karlovy Vary, which contribute to Raul's positive image in Pressburg. This contradicted with a critical work from bookstore owner Hans Feller from Karlovy Vary, published in 1891, where he described Raul Theater Company as the Green Pig, just little bit bigger, who plays a lot of bad French farces. Raul's activities in municipal theater in Olomouc between 1880 and 1883 were rated in similar way. Feller didn't like the fact either that Raul and his artists made a travel from Karlovy Vary to Pressburg and from there to Timisoara and back to Karlovy Vary every year. Feller wanted to a stable, non-traveling theater company that could play in both summer and winter season. However, without connection with other theater, it was not possible. As it turned out later, the traveling to the province was not to blame. In 1895, when Raoul returned to Karlovy Vary after a 4-year break, his activities were rated much more positively than before because he brought with him a top-class ensemble and well-studied opera repertoire from Pressburg. This optic has been changed. Karlovy Vary's newspaper named Emanuel Raoul as a significant theater director from a high province, Pressburg. All this happened thanks to the contacts with Johann Nepomuk Batka, who helped him with the opera repertoire, especially with the novelties, and thanks to the proximity of Vienna, where many young artists were looking for a practice in the Novi province. At the same time, there were many opportunities for guest performances from Vienna Hofoper. Among the Pressburg urban elites, Raoul had contacts with members of the Masonic Lodge zur Verschwiegenheit, with Friedrich Hefti, who was similar to Johann Batka, also a member of the Pressburg Lodge, and one of the Pressburger Zeitung's music critics at the end of the 19th century. Raoul had been accepted in the lodge in the year 1886, so even before his arrival to Pressburg. The lodge was one of the most important supporters of the German-speaking theater in the city, and its members belonged to the wealthy citizens of Pressburg. Raoul had also important contacts with the municipal council thanks to the benefit performations which took place annually for the municipal Poor Relief Fund. The council entrusted Magister Councillor Theodor Kumlik, the son of Josef Kumlik, composer and founder of the Pressburger Church Music Association of St. Martin's Cathedral, with organizing these performances. So as Raoul, Kumlik chose German operas which were highly popular in Pressburg, such as Zar und Zimmermann or Hans Heiling, for the benefit performances. Moreover, they provide an opportunity for the guest soloists from the Hofoper, like Karl Grenk or Sophie Sedlmayr, who were performing the same characters there, which later increased the activities of the shows and had high attendance. In this way, Raoul ensured a solid income, which was, after all, one of the main goals of the benefit performances. In addition, he gained the favor of the audience and the support of the municipal representative. As regards Raoul's artistic ensemble, many young artists, including the conductor Bruno Walter, actors Artur Gutmann, Gustav Maran, Rudolf Rittner, Rudolf Schildkraut, actress Olga Engels, or singers Alois Pennarini, Betty Stern, and others, after achieving successes in Pressburg, became members of well-known theaters in Vienna, Budapest, Berlin, also many on. Many drama authors who were then successful may be found in the repertoire which Raoul prepared for premieres, among them Oskar Blumenthal or Victor Leon, both of Jewish origin like Raoul himself. During his active time in Pressburg, Raoul prepared 16 new operas. You can see in this slide, Cavalleria Rusticana, Jadwiga, Malavita, Il Pagliacci, Rose von Pottenvedra, Der Weise von Cordova, Hänsel und Gretel, Enoch-Arden, Prodana Neviesta, Verkaufte Braut, Mignon, Heinchen am Herd, Der Evangelist, Janny Lech, La Bohème, Der Streik der Schmiede und Griselda, all in German language. From the older opera repertoire, there were regular performances of German romantic operas, such as Freischütz, Lustigenweiber von Windsor, Nachlagen Granada, Hans Heiling, Marta, Alessandro Stradella, Der Trompete von Säckingen, Zar und Zimmermann, Undine, Der Waffenschmied, Goldene Kreuz, and also the Italian operas Lucia di Lammermoor, Lucrezia Borgia, Il Trovatore, La Traviata, Rigoletto, and the French operas Faust and La Julia. Raoul was interested also in presenting masterpieces of Richard Wagner, Lohengrin, Fliegende Hollemann, or Tannhäuser. Their preparation, however, depended on obtaining high-quality solo members for the artistic ensemble or on inviting guest soloists from the Viennese Hofoper. According to Johann Batka, the next evidence of Raoul's interest in high-quality preparation was the new decorations that he ordered in the important Viennese studio of Brioski, Burhan and Kautsky. In December 1896, Batka in Pressburger Zeitung reported on the premiere of Opera Heinchen am Herd with the new decorations created by Brioski, Burhan and Kautsky. He agreed that the theater had no electric light and it was difficult to see the news decoration. In January 1893, there was a performance of the opera Undine. In order to renew this older piece, Rau ordered new decoration from Venese's studio. About Rau's activities in Timișoara, we know thanks to the correspondence with Batka, who as a member of the theater commission wanted to be informed about the German language performances in the partner city. Rau wrote to him about the successes with the opera repertoire, the same as in Pressburg, but also about the difficulties with the theater orchestra. Batka also traveled to Timișoara personally to attend the theater performances, as shows the correspondence with tenor Franz Puchar, the members of Rau's theater company. For Rau was Batka's presence an important support because the Timișoara Municipal Council supported the Hungarian director, not the German-speaking. The audience was German-speaking and the tickets were often sold out because, like in Pressburg, the theater was in the center of attention in the town and regular attendances was a part of the life of the bourgeoisie. I would like to finish my paper with a citation from Johann Nestroy's first Frühere Verhältnisse, first in original, then in English. Es kommt weniger darauf an, was man leistet, als vielmehr darauf, wo man es leistet. Eine gute Bühne ist nämlich die, wo in jeder Loge ein Millionär und auf jedem Fauteuil ein Kapitalist sitzt. Da hat man doch Hoffnung, die sich dann und wann zur Möglichkeit manchmal sogar bis zur Aussicht steigert. Also it depends less on what you do than on where you do it. A good stage is where there is a millionaire in every lodge and a capitalist in every armchair. There you have hope, which now and then increases the possibility, sometimes even to the perspective. In my paper, I wanted to demonstrate the role of theater in social life of municipal elites through the participants of theater companies in creating urban culture. It is interesting to see how the term province changed in the connection with the same activities of the same theater directors in different cities. The theater activities in the municipal theater stood on three pillars: the art ensemble, the repertoire, and the audience, but the building was owned by the city. And as I have shown, the contacts with the city elites, includes newspaper editors, were decisive. In the case of Pressburg was also important the two-language season with two-language art ensemble. The theater was an important place of entertainment, but also a place of the culture battle. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for another fascinating paper. And we will now move on to our fourth paper. Vera Katalinic, our host for this wonderful conference, will be presenting, continuing this theme of theater on Zagreb Theater in the network of German musical stages.
Thank you very much, Bill. I will move backwards more to the past. To enter a network, in this case, a network of German stages for the late 18th century Zagreb, to become a reliable node in this system, various presumptions had to be realized. The first was general security. The vicinity of the anti-Ottoman border was pushed further away towards east already at the end of 17th and the first half of the 18th centuries. Thus, the neighboring important merchant center, Karlovac, once a military stronghold at the military border region, gradually developed as a civil river port for trading grain and other goods between Slavonia and Hungary towards the Adriatic. Secondly, the inevitable demand was a roof over the head. After the first attempts of touring companies in public spaces, then testing suitable already existing larger rooms in Zagreb's upper civic upper town, Gradec, from 1797, the most suitable theater house was adapted in the palace of Counts Pejacevic, Kulmer, and finally Amadei de Varkonyi. It lasted until the construction of an on-purpose built edifice in 1834, and this one served to theatrical and other entertaining and social purposes until the construction of the new one in 1895. As an institution, the functioning of the Zagreb Theatre was based on touring companies until the establishment of the National Theatre in 1861, followed by the first attempts of the local National Musical Theatre since 1863, and the founding of the operatic department of the National Theatre in 1870. Yet neither the formal frame nor the architectural and urban issues of the theatre will be discussed in this paper. Thus, musical theatrical life during the first half of the 19th century was largely, in fact almost exclusively, based on foreign guest appearances from the Austrian provinces, and was based on German and later Italian performances at the musical stage. According to the very unsystematically and only partially preserved material of the city magistrate, and owing to some sporadically published theater journals, as well as since 1826 regularly available Zagreb newspapers, a series of theater impresarios could have been established. However, information on their company members and their origins remained unexplored, especially for earlier periods, and the data on their repertoire could have been reconstructed mostly for drama performances. Thus, indications of their presentation of various types of musical stage plays is still in the process of identification and requires the necessary knowledge and awareness of rich spectrum of types of musical stage productions in Central Europe. However, I will also not deal here with this issue. Our interest lies in the migration of these companies and their members, thus helping to create a network of German musical and theater performers and centers. The list of impresarios in Zagreb is compiled here, thus presenting the Croatian capital as a node in the network. The list witnesses three substantial changes: the establishment of the first lasting adapted theater, that was a nobility theater, in 1797, the erecting of and switching to the new theater building in 1834, and the buying of the theater building from its creator and owner, Kristofor Stanković, by the city and later financed by the state in 1851. The two periods from 1851 and to 1860 and from 1861 to 1870 have been already elaborated in some other papers and are not of special interest for this topic. Therefore, I leave it out here and will concentrate on the first part of the century. Some of the impresarios, especially till the mid-1830s, brought with them mostly actors and no specialized singers, or maybe just 2 or 3 singers for main singing roles only. And thus, in their repertoire, there were mostly no operas, but rather merry plays, Lustspiele, Zauberspiele, Singspiele, etc. However, with the growth of the national movement during the 1830s and the increased Croatian plays on the stage during 1840s, the German spoken plays were not so interesting except for those with guest performers. However, operas were in demand, as it was stated in the local newspaper Luna. Das Schoßkind des hiesigen Publikums ist die Oper. Therefore, some impresarios brought opera companies as subcontractors. Due to the demand of Croatian pieces, the parliament started to subsidize the impresarios explicitly for organizing them. Thus, they had often to engage a double crew, one for German and another one for Croatian repertoire. This situation will last until 1861, when the German language was definitely banned from the Zagreb stage. From then on, at least that lasted for the next 10 years, only Croatian plays and Italian opera were present in the Zagreb theater. Thus, 3 types of networking will be observed here: the network of German theaters, with Zagreb as one of its nodes, the migration of companies and performers who connected these stages, And the third one, the networking of theater companies with local musicians or even institutions on various bases. First one, the network of German and Austrian stages. This network can be traced in theater almanacs, published mostly by souffleurs, usually in German-speaking areas, in German countries and in the Habsburg monarchy. They were mostly articulated in two parts. The first was dedicated to the central theaters of the capital, either Berlin or Vienna, to their personnel and repertoire, while the second one presented the list of theaters in other places. If published on the territory of German countries, they usually included the towns of the entire German-speaking area, as for example in the Wolfstheater Almanach, published in 1844. Here, the first part is reserved for Berlin stages, actors and repertoire, some information on German theater artists, etc., while the second one includes Verzeichnis der deutschen Bühnen, ihrer Vorstände und Mitglieder und so weiter. From Aachen to Zurich, a very extensive list of 126 theaters in some 120 towns. Information on Agram or Zagreb, how was it called in German, presents the Royal Theater of the Free City, its board, actors, singers, and other personnel. Useful information for the networking research is offered via persons who left the group, sometimes with a new place of engagement. Here, just a brief note on the Italian opera company was added. We know from another sources that it was the Fabrici company from Venice, discussed in Zagreb papers, as well as its repertoire. Another example is the Theater Almanac, published in Prague in 1838. Prager Theater Almanach auf das Jahr 1838 gives data on theaters from Agram to Wien and the current state of the crew in Zagreb in 1838, when the impresario was Karl Mayer and his personnel, and it gives the list of operas and plays performed. It is identical with Österreichischer Theater Almanach, published in Vienna, both of them containing 24 places, along with Viennese royal theaters, under the title Personalstand samt Novitätenangabe der österreichischen Bühnen höheren Ranges. These lists in both types of almanacs were, as networks generally are, flexible. Some cities entering the list, some disappearing from it. A good example is Ljubljana or Laibach, that in some years was included into the rank of the mentioned stages, showing also that it has a theater managed together with Klagenfurt. The same is true for Zagreb, that was absent from some almanacs, especially at the beginning of the 19th century. These lists of theaters were useful for both the theater owners and impresarios, as well as for the performers, because it was a sort of notice board where to search for employment. Of course, the calls for the new company or company members were published in various newspapers, and for the Zagreb theater, it was announced in Austrian, mostly Viennese, Hungarian, and Italian press. A second network is the migration of companies and performers who connected these stages. Owing to various types of information, such as these in the above-mentioned almanacs, as well as in newspaper reports and announcements, one can detect the itineraries of individual performers as well as impresarios with their also flexible crews. Thus, the previous list of impresarios can be amended with information on their routes. Here is presented only the list of impresarios, and if individuals and their migrations were added, it would be much more complex display. For such case, I hope that a database with an interactive display, as it might be the NoteGoat, would be very useful. This table is a work in progress, and the information has been collected from some theater almanacs, published literature on theater, as well as from newspapers. The lack of surnames make it difficult, and the variety of surnames combined with common family names sometimes point at couples or other family members. Further, Many actors, singers, or other personnel members took over the position of an impresario if the original one vanished, usually with the income, or even died. Thus, some members of companies active in Zagreb occur elsewhere in various functions. Let me quote some examples. Eduard Hörenstein, who is not the impresario, but he was a stage director in Rosenschön's company in 1846, previously acted as an actor in the role of lovers and one of principals with two others in Buda Theater in 1831. Lucas Martinelli was a well-known theater painter who took over the theater directorship in Zagreb at the point when impresario Zvoneček failed. Concerning performers, almanacs also give some useful information, such as, for example, during the impresario Vincent Schmidt in 1844, about the guests who came from Kaschau, Košice, Herr und Frau von Lüde, from Salzburg, Fräulein Hoppe and Herr Stahl, and from Trieste, Herr Olbrich. Furthermore, there one can find out that Lüde couple proceeded to Wiener Neustadt and Herr Keller to Osijek or Essek. The rare, if not the unique situation is with brother Bornstein, because Heinrich Bernstein wrote memoirs from which we can state and follow his path toward the United States when he crossed the ocean as well. Finally, the third networking was established between the itinerant companies and the local musicians. In Zagreb, both types of connections were established, although the individual ones were more intense. One of the first and rare actions was organized soon after the foundation of Zagreb Musikverein in 1827, and before the opening of their music school in February 1829. The theater company, at that time led by the triumvirate Rosenschön, Philipp, and Stauduar, arranged a joint performance of Boieldieu's opera La Dame Blanche, of course in German, Die Weiße Frau, in January 1828. The newspaper Luna, edited by Stauduar, that means one of the impresarios, praised the joint venture as well as the positive reaction of the audiences. Quotes, "Endlich ist auch auf unserem Theaterhorizont ein Stern erschienen, dessen Erscheinung wir aber bloß dem hiesigen Musikverein zu verdanken haben, welcher zu seiner durch den Kontrakt mit der hiesigen Theaterdirektion stipulierten Einnahme am 15. dieses Monats die auf der meisten Bühnen schon seit 2 Jahren umgehende weiße Frau gab." And further, he quotes, "Nur so viel möge noch gesagt werden, dass unser kunstliebendes Publikum abermal bewies, wie sehr es bereit sei, jedes für das Land ehrenvolle Institut zu unterstützen und jedes Kunstprodukt zu würdigen." End quotes. The reviewer praises the quality of the joint performance, above all the impressive energy of the orchestra, as well of the theater singers and the joint choir. The second most impressive joint venture of the foreign theater company with local musicians occurred in 1846, when the so-called first national opera Ljubav i Zloba, or Love and Malice, by Vatroslav Lisinski took place on the stage of the new theater. It was the Stanković Theater, when members of the Rosenschön's company, teachers at the Musikverein, and amateur singers performed this, what was called in the newspapers, the feast of the national spirit. However, the theater almanacs offer evidence on the participation of local musicians as conductors in the performances of foreign theater companies. Besides some participants in the orchestra, the Zagreb Cathedral Maestro di Capella Zacharia Zellner, teacher at the Musikverein school Kirchhofer, and the young conductor Franz Pokorny were unavoidable in the guest performances by foreign companies and listed in almanacs throughout the first half of the century. And to some conclusions. Entering the network of German theaters, Zagreb got some important impulses for the development of its theatrical, cultural, even political life. The impulse to build a proper theater house and went through the process from the adapted Teatro Nobile towards the up-to-date building on the level of other Bühnen, Chör, and Ranges. It was the Fellner and Helmer building I have shown you. The second, impulse to participate in performances, what resulted in several attempts and underwent some processes. Foundation of the music school, and thus educate singers and instrumental players. And thirdly, impulse to create local artistic theatrical pieces, what became an obligatory task for the beginning of the national movement in 1830s, and consequently to create adequate libretti, and finally the operas. On the other hand, becoming a node in the theater network, Zagreb got the opportunity to hear various foreign performances and to slowly raise the level of expectations from the audiences. Thus, in some newspaper reviews, the critics had a custom not only to compare the quality of performances that Zagreb could have experienced, but also to compare the quality of Zagreb performances with those in other, usually much more artistically developed centers, such as Vienna or Munich. The audiences and the critics started to express their content with or protest against some performers and impresarios, what was immediately felt at the cash desk and directly influenced the change of performers or even the dismissing of the entire company. However, it must be admitted that Zagreb was not always accepting the theater with open hands. The opera as a genre was popular, but a small town of some 10,000 inhabitants could not fill in the theater for the same piece for more than 3 times. Thus, the quality of the companies was not much above the average, although some impresarios had more success than the others, and they usually returned to Zagreb for 2 or 3 times again. Finally, the publication of the theater network, Id Est, the almanacs, became the catalog of possible wished locations for impresarios and the individuals, and supplied them with information on the quality level of the theatrical life. Thus, it helped also as an itinerary for migration and of individuals and companies. On the other hand, it served as an itinerary for best Croatian singers who were attracted to more outstanding theaters, especially during the second half of the century, when they became a true export product of Zagreb Musikverein. Thank you very much. Oh, our keynote speaker has, our chair has vanished. I don't know what has happened, but maybe his dogs took him away. So if he's not here, I will announce our first part, last paper of our first session. This is Nupu Koivisto и Saijalina Rantanen from University of the Arts in Helsinki, who will present City, which should have actually taken place on the last day, but they were not able to deliver it on Saturday. So we pushed them somehow in this general networking session. Please take the microphone.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. So hello, good day, everybody. It's great to be here. My name is Saija-Leena Rantanen, and I am giving this presentation with my colleague Nuppu Koivisto. And as Jerta said, we are coming from the UniArts Helsinki, Finland. So Nuppu, will you share the screen so we will continue?
Yes, thank you from my part also. I'll try to share my screen now.
Yes. And thank you very much for the yes. Thank you very much for the presentation so far. It's been very, very interesting to follow. Okay. So I should start now. Okay. So in our presentation today, we will discuss about our latest research on Viipuri, Viborg culturally active cosmopolitan city that Finland lost to the Soviet Union in World War II. And the presentation is based on our joint article we have just submitted earlier this spring. Nuppu, can you change the slide, please? In the article, our aim was to shed light on visiting professional musicians in Viborg, covering different kinds of orchestras, soloists, and restaurant entertainers. And we were asking who were these performers and where did they come from? What types of repertoire did they have? And so on. And in order to provide answers to these questions, we first mapped the musical landscape of Viborg at the turn of the 20th century, paying special attention to two autumn entertainment seasons, those of 1901 and 1908. And second, we presented a more detailed microhistorical case study on one specific ensemble, the Fennia Ladies Orchestra, and its performances in the city. And this is also the structure of our presentation today, as you can see from here. And you can just change the slide again. Thank you. Traditionally, early 20th century Viborg was renowned for its vibrant cosmopolitanism and bustling cultural life in Finland. The city's numerous ethnic, religious, and cultural minorities, such as its Russian, German, and Jewish populations, as well as the hotspots of languages in the streets, contributed to Viborg's reputation as one of Finland's most international cities. At the turn of the 20th century, after Helsinki, Turku, and Tampere, Viborg was, with approximately 24,000 inhabitants, the fourth largest city in the autonomous Grand Duchy of Finland, ruled by the Russian Emperor. In addition, the close connections with the nearby metropolis of St. Petersburg and Viborg's geographical position as a border town gave a unique flair to the city's atmosphere, both before and after Finland gained its independence in 1917. And you can see the map here. There is Viborg marked with a red dot and St. Petersburg with a green one. And it's approximately 140 kilometers there, the distance between the cities. And there on the right side, the light green area, that's the parts approximately that we lost to Soviet Union during the World War II. And you can change the slide again. Thank you, Nuppu. And as Viborg was lost to the USSR troops in World War II, nostalgic and nationally idealized undertones made an imprint on the historiography of the city in Finland. However, inspired by cultural history research on Viborg, which has become more common in recent years, we aim to challenge this mental image with a close critical reading of contemporary source materials. This historical evidence suggests that Viborg's musical life was indeed cosmopolitan in nature. And in order to provide an accurate picture of the musical activities in the city, we chose a theoretical approach that aimed at combining a microhistorical perspective with the analysis of transnational cultural networks. Our source material consists of both archival documents and newspaper clippings, and we have searched through two Viborg-based newspapers for material on the autumn seasons of 1901 and 1908. And there are two crucial reasons for setting out chronological boundaries for these particular autumn seasons. For one, our case study, the Fennia Ladies Orchestra, performed in Viborg in October 1901, and again during the autumn season of 1908. Second, these years represent a period in Finland that was politically and culturally turbulent, as the so-called Russification processes were introduced at the turn of the century. New slide, please. In addition to the multicultural demography of Viborg and its central location near St. Petersburg, performers and ensembles from other parts of Europe and the Russian Empire were an everyday phenomena in the city. Numerous artist groups and soloists, as well as students and staff from the renowned St. Petersburg Conservatory, stopped in Viborg on their way to the St. Petersburg and again on their journeys to Helsinki, Turku, and Stockholm. Local restaurateurs in Viborg organized entertainment from masquerades to variety shows, and the citizens attended these cultural events actively. The range of music was varied. In addition to art music, popular music gained its prominence in the city's musical scene. The musical activities of Viborg solidified in 1895 when the local bourgeoisie founded an association called Viipurin musiikin ystävät, Viborg Friends of Music. With financial support from the city, the association established an orchestra and a choir, which provided the necessary framework for visiting musicians to be able to perform in the city. The musicians for the orchestra were recruited from Germany and Italy through the networks of the conductors. And due to the wide-ranging theatrical and musical activities, musicians from Russia, including many Jewish artists, also settled in Viborg. Along with the Viborg Orchestra, local musical entertainment was provided by the Battalions Band, which regularly organized popular concerts and folk concerts with varying soloists. Popular concerts were organized to educate the citizens musically, and they usually featured music by renowned international and domestic composers such as Wagner, Liszt, Handel, Bach, Mozart, Richard Strauss, and also Jean Sibelius. New slide, please. In the light of the newspaper reports and advertisements, it is evident that during the autumn season of 1901, the musical life of Viborg was versatile and lively, with several foreign visitors performing at the numerous cultural venues in the city. These musicians included groups and soloists, for instance, from Italy, Germany, Russia, Poland, Holland, and even Venezuela. In connection to our case study, Fennias Ladies Orchestra, it has been interesting to notice that women musicians or entire women orchestras were not unusual in Viborg in the early 20th century. In Finland, women performers were characteristically traveling songstresses, but over time, women instrumentalists and entirely female orchestras became more common. In addition to the Fennia Ladies Orchestra, several women soloists performed in Viborg in the autumn season of 1901. One of them was a Norwegian pianist and composer, Agathe Bakker-Grøndahl, who also performed her own compositions at the concert in the town hall. Even though women musicians were accustomed to being seen in the city, women who composed were still an exception. For example, Bakker-Grøndahl's concert got a complimentary review in the local newspaper, but with a special mention, I quote, "Few are the women who compose, and even fewer are those who compose well," end of the quote. So skepticism towards women acting as professional musicians was deep-seated. In the autumn season of 1901, the tightening of Viborg's political atmosphere was not yet prevalent in the public entertainment press coverage. By 1908, however, the political situation in Finland looked notably different compared to the beginning of the century. The second part of Russification had begun during the summer of 1908, and the tension in Viborg near the Russian border arose. At the same time, after the Russian Revolution of 1905, the Finnish labor movement had adopted a socialist stance and had separated from the bourgeoisie. In Viborg, the tightening of the political situation became more concrete in the local music scene, when the city's culturally active labor union became highly critical of the bourgeois choir festival held in Viborg. On the pages of the newspapers, the change in political sentiment was not, however, actively reflected in the news and advertisements covering the city's public musical scene. As before, newspapers were full of story advertisements and other entertainment events organized by local venues and associations. It is evident that the concert program of the Viborg Orchestra featured more domestic music than, for example, in the 1901 season, and several domestic soloists were invited to perform with the orchestra. There were international visitors as well, for example, from Brussels, Russia, and Holland, but not so much as before. Yet we argue that rather than being affected by the political changes only, the majority of Finnish musicians was perhaps even more influenced by an increase in the educational opportunities in music, not only abroad, but also in Finland, which resulted in a significant increase in the number of professional domestic artists. In our case study on Fennia Ladies Orchestra, however, the task of mediating internal political conflicts was more complicated, as the Salman sisters, the Finnish members of the orchestra, belonged to a religious and cultural minority that did not fit into the early 20th century mold of Finnishness. And now I give the space to Nuppu.
Thank you, Saija-Leena. So, moving on to our case study, which is the Fennia Ladies Orchestra. So, we think that the Fennia Ladies Orchestra offers particularly interesting insights into the cosmopolitan musical life of early 20th century Vyborg. The ensemble was founded in the late 1890s by the Polish-Austrian violinist and conductor Josef Zilberman, who can be seen there on the picture in the middle, standing, and his wife, Finnish violinist Fredja Zilberman, née Salman. Now, this orchestra might be described as the classic example of a so-called ladies' orchestra, Damenkapelle in German. These types of bands were very much in vogue in early 20th century Europe. And they were salon ensembles consisting of usually 10 to 15 players, mostly women, and performing in cafes, restaurants, and variety theaters in urban areas. Now, even though their members mostly came from Central Europe, these orchestras had undeniably cosmopolitan lineups. And the Fennia Orchestra, for example, employed musicians from Sweden, Austria, and Finland. It also included Fredja Salman's sister, Miriam, who was a cellist and a bassist, another topical feature in an early 20th century ladies' orchestra, as they were often based on family relations. They were family bands. A curious detail is that the Fennia Orchestra is, as far as I know, the only ladies' orchestra to advertise itself as a quintessentially Finnish ensemble. Most of the touring bands were called Viennese or Austrian or German, etc., referring to their Central European roots. Now, the Fennia Ladies Orchestra toured Europe, first Scandinavia and Finland and Northern Germany, and later on the Netherlands and Central Europe for almost 20 years, all the way until the late 1910s. And they also performed in Vyborg, where the orchestra gave concerts on 2 occasions in 1901 and 1908. And what makes this particular orchestra a particularly interesting guest ensemble in Vyborg relates to the fact that Fredja and Miriam Salman had close family ties to the city. So they were both born into the family of Rachel Lea Bernstein and tailor Ilja Salman in Helsinki, and the sisters belonged to the small but active Jewish community within the Grand Duchy of Finland. So they were educated and spent their youth in the capital in Helsinki, studying at the prestigious Helsinki Music School, Music Institute in the 1890s. But they did have close personal and professional family contacts in Vyborg. Miriam Salman had even been born in the border city, and after the family's father's, Ilja Salman's tailoring business had gone bankrupt in 1888, he decided to settle in Vyborg permanently in order to reestablish his career, and he stayed there all the way until his death in 1911. So the Salman sisters, while they were on tour in Finland, they had family both in Helsinki and in Vyborg. You can see there in the picture the street where Ilja Salman lived in Vyborg. Unfortunately, few sources tell us of the Salmans' personal family history in Vyborg, but since they were practicing Judaism and keeping kosher, we may assume that they were in contact with the Vyborg Jewish community, which was very, very lively and had lots of cultural happenings going on. However, there is no direct evidence as to whether Fredja and Miriam Salman were in contact with their father while they were performing in Vyborg. Indeed, it seems that the family became somewhat estranged as a result of Ilja's moving away from Helsinki. When analyzing the Salman sisters' career in ladies' orchestras and the performances in Vyborg, it's essential to note the discriminatory undertones of the entertainment culture in Vyborg and elsewhere in the early 20th century. While there were no official pogroms in Finland, anti-Semitic attitudes were still widespread, and this was evident in some newspaper critiques published in Vyborg concerning the orchestra. Furthermore, the legal situation for Jews in the Grand Duchy of Finland was complicated and residence permits were hard to get. Finnish citizenship was not an option until the fall of the Russian Empire in 1917. And this is why I think the Fennia Ladies Orchestra mostly stayed in Sweden, only periodically visiting Finland on tour. Now, the Fennia Ladies Orchestra's first visit to Vyborg occurred in October 1901 during the orchestra's first official tour in Finland, during which it performed, for example, in Turku, Helsinki, Loviisa, and Vaasa. These are all coastal towns marked there on the map, which shows the orchestra's destinations in general. As the vibrant cultural center of Vyborg in eastern Finland was among the favorite destinations for all kinds of ladies' orchestras, it is no wonder that this orchestra chose to include it in their tour as well. So the orchestra only performed in Vyborg for a week from October 25th until October 31st, continuing their journey to Helsinki. They played at an establishment called the Hotel Continental, a fashionable establishment that had been founded in 1897 and that had quickly become one of the main employers for itinerant ladies' orchestras in the city. Its target clientele mostly consisted of upper and middle class townspeople and travelers. And so during a standard performance, the audience would remain seated by small tables, listening to the music and enjoying their drinks, smoking their cigars and meeting their friends. As was often the case with ladies' orchestras, there is scant information on the Fennia Orchestra's Vyborg performances in the press. However, a program that was printed for the orchestra's farewell concert on October 31st has survived. And what catches the eye there is that the Fennia Orchestra included Sibelius's Musette in their program. So although ladies' orchestras often adapted some Finnish pieces in their repertoire when they were touring in the Grand Duchy of Finland, no other evidence of Jean Sibelius' pieces being played by a ladies' orchestra has been found so far. And since the Fennia Orchestra advertised itself as Finnish, playing Sibelius obviously fitted its profile very well. There is no explicit information concerning the reason for the Fennia Orchestra's unusually short stay in Vyborg, because normally a ladies' orchestra would accept engagement for a minimum of 2 weeks. It is, however, likely that relocating to Helsinki was due to the fact that Fredja Salman was heavily pregnant by October 1901. So it made sense for the whole orchestra, the family orchestra, to relocate so that Fredja could be taken care of by her mother and sisters in Helsinki. Now, after their first tour in 1901, the Fennia Orchestra returned to Finland on 3 further occasions, in 1904, 1908, and 1909. And during these visits, the orchestra only came to perform in Vyborg once, in 1908. And this time, they stayed in Vyborg for the whole autumn season, so from September to December. The group performed in the well-known and newly renovated restaurant Espilä, owned by Valentin Kasubski. And Kasubski was willing to invest a lot in the entertainment program of his establishment. So for December 1908, he employed a concert singer called Miss Ellie Delorme to perform with the Fennia Ladies Orchestra. And the orchestra's 1908 visit to Vyborg, I think, illustrates the flexibility of ladies' orchestras when it came to special occasions. On Finnish-Swedish Heritage Day, November 6th, Kasubski organized a special festive dinner during which the orchestra performed playing Finnish pieces and Scandinavian pieces. And this was a widespread practice in early 20th century Finland. So whenever there was a local celebration, such as, for example, Runeberg Day, which is the day for our national poet, Johan Ludvig Runeberg, restaurant orchestras would perform with a special program during the evening festivities. And it's also worth noting that Fredja and Miriam Silberman grew up in a Swedish and possibly Yiddish-speaking household, which was the case for most Helsinki-based members of the Jewish community at the time. Vyborg was the final stop on the Fennia Orchestra's 1908 tour along the Finnish coast. There is no evidence as to whether the orchestra continued its journey to St. Petersburg, which would have been logical and was a very common choice for ladies' orchestras at the time. But rather, the orchestra seems to have returned to Sweden for the spring season of 1909. And after a further 2 years in Scandinavia, they permanently relocated to Amsterdam, where Fredja Salman and Josef Silberman lived until their deaths, only sporadically visiting family members in Finland, but not performing there. Now, just a couple of brief conclusions if we still have 1 minute or something like that. As we've shown during this presentation, the cultural life of early 20th century Vyborg was varied indeed, but how cosmopolitan was it after all? On the one hand, we've seen the strengthening of the Finnish language and Fennoman nationalist ideas were evident in Vyborg's concert culture. But on the other hand, a myriad of artists from Russia, Germany, Italy, Scandinavia, and other parts of Europe and the world visited the city on their way to or from St. Petersburg. And the city's German, Swedish, Russian, and Yiddish-speaking communities had a crucial impact on its musical life. Even though Vyborg's streets might have been filled with different dialects and languages, intercommunication between different groups of people was not always smooth, and this aspect of Vyborg's multicultural history has been glossed over in many previous studies. Discriminatory laws and prejudices took their toll on musicians from ethnic and religious minorities, such as the Salman sisters. And we think these aspects of Vyborg's less known history need to be carefully examined in future music history writing. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any questions or comments, we are eagerly awaiting for them.
No,
thank you very much. Bill, you are online. Okay. So
yes, I'm able to be here. My apologies that our internet kept going in and out with that. But we have about 15 minutes left now for questions and discussion about all 5 of these truly fascinating papers showing these different types of networks and how they were established, how they functioned, and how they interacted. So are there questions or comments for any or all of our speakers?
I will just say a few words. Just I wanted to stress how Katja Radoš and Ivana Horbec did a great job in our project, and that I hope that this Sorgo journal will be published during this year with her transliteration of Italian, very difficult Italian text, and especially very difficult identification of persons who occurred in this strange way. Let's say it's Italian way of spelling German names. So Katja really had to be very cunning to detect who is who. And with help of Ivana, this really got this linguistic and historical comments, which are very useful, because Katja has comments in Italian under each text. So she detected for each text and commented in Italian who is who, and then gave a Croatian translation with the Croatian comments. So it would be useful for everybody, I think. And to our papers, especially the last one from the Finnish sphere, I'm always happy, maybe not so happy, but astonished how many parallels there are between various places all over Europe, although so distant as Finland towards Croatia, And I think exactly, Bill, you were the person who did a lot of research in these areas, Scotland, Finland, Croatia. So you might give your comments here as well.
No, thank you. Wonderful. I will actually yield this because Ivan Moody has a question. So we'll start with him, and then Philip has a question. And after Ivan, Philip, you can just ask your question. So Ivan, please.
Thank you very much. I had a question for Nuppo and Saija-Leena. Thank you very much for your paper. I knew something about this, but not obviously nearly as much as you now know. I just wanted to ask a very simple question. Did you come across any or much evidence of Pekka Ahtinen's musical activity in Vyborg?
I don't think we did in terms of this project. If I remember correctly, his musical activities were a bit later.
Well, but he studied in Vyborg before he went to St. Petersburg to do more study. So he had 2 periods.
Right.
It's just curiosity. I mean, maybe you found nothing at all, but I'm just curious because I've worked on his choral music.
Right. Yes. I think we'll have to check once more if we found anything from 1901 or 1908. Okay.
Thank you. I'd be curious.
Yeah.
And Philip, your question, please.
Thank you for those fascinating papers. I have rather, simple empirical questions. One is about to the Finnish team. This was really fascinating. Now, I came across a lot of, Frauenorchester also in Vienna and the Habsburg Empire. I've seen that. Probably I didn't read enough. I've never seen any, Frauenorchester which was really well documented. So this is a general question to the audience. One day I think I would be really interested in reading a case study, or have one orchestra. Doesn't have to be a Frauenorchester, but basically a dance, Kurorchester, whatever you have, entertainment music, which is well documented. This is so difficult to get. So my first question is, about the sources. You were lucky, and there was a good Nachlass, where you found all the documents, and I don't know what kind of cash books, travel reports about this female orchestra. So what kind of documentation you found? And the second question is maybe a little bit uninformed or even stupid, but what was the special attraction of a female orchestra? I don't know it yet. I mean, of course, there's a clear answer, right? The women. However, what is in there? In the Habsburg Empire, there was these music associations, and who actually discriminated against women. This was very male-dominated. So, does it have to do with that? That is it basically a strategy to survive, to make money as female musicians, or is it more oriented to the audiences who might have stared at those beautiful women? So what is the special attraction, and why were these orchestra not mixed? Or is it always gender separate, either full male or full female? Is it maybe also because the serious highbrow orchestras, like, the Viennese Philharmonics and all those orchestras, did not accept women? So the women went to the entertainment sector so these are the questions for you. And then I have a brief one to this also, really, really fascinating paper by my Slovak colleague, Laslavikova. And here, my question is, obviously you have all the materials from the theaters. I mean, this guy, he must have been a terribly successful impresario, right? providing services to two theaters plus Karlsbad in the summer. And my simple question is, did he become rich? I mean, was this, was this a model of economic success? Was it more a necessity, or was it, or was it really the ultimate gain? And have you come across other transnational impresari at that time? I know earlier ones, but not at that time. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your questions. Maybe I'll answer the ones about ladies orchestras and the Fennia Orchestra especially. Yes, as I mentioned, the source material is indeed scant on these orchestras, but I did manage to find some information on them from the archives of the Jewish congregation in Helsinki and passport documents, the Nachlass documents that you mentioned. These were also, well, they had a big impact on the study. I know that there are still, or there might be some papers in Amsterdam in the Netherlands, but unfortunately because of COVID, I haven't been able to thoroughly search that archive yet. So it remains to be seen if there are some letters or diaries there. And as for the question about the attraction of ladies orchestras, yes, indeed, they were considered exotic and something of a novelty, precisely because women did not have widespread access to positions in symphony orchestras in Finland or elsewhere in Europe, as far as I know. So it was very segregated. For example, in the Helsinki Philharmonic, I think the first woman violinist to be permanently employed was in 1908 or something like that. So it was a special thing, and it was a pragmatic choice for the orchestras as well. I mean, they usually had male conductor or director just for practical reasons, for traveling by train and steamboat, but most of the members were women, and so it was a way of attracting audience. And the audience mostly consisted of middle-class men. So there's definitely that element there. But I do know that there were some mixed orchestras, at least in Central Europe, or at least orchestras that advertised themselves as mixed orchestras. But I don't know if there's any research on them yet. So I hope this answered your questions.
Diana, would you like to respond?
Yes, can I answer? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much for your answer. I think it was necessary to have other theater for summer. And Pressburg was also one summer theater, arena, but it was, you can see, we can destroy that. It was, it was a very, this arena was from 1828. And in the end of the 19th century, it was destroyed. And for Raoul, and the income in Pressburg were very low because the city had this idea to give this area, but Raoul needed to have more money, and the better theater was Karlovy Vary. There was many years in Karlovy Vary until to arrive to Pressburg, and then then to end. Yes, I think this was this problem, but it's interesting to see until and then this period. And Pressburg was for Raoul was triumph. No, I see this so. Thanks to Vienna and thanks this municipal contribute.
Wonderful, thank you. Are there other questions for any of our presenters? I have a quick one then, because I know we're running out of time. For Ivana, please. You had mentioned in your presentation that people could buy tickets to go to some of these performances. I was wondering how common that was and if they were priced accordingly so only certain people could afford it, or I'd like to hear just a little bit more about that, this idea of selling tickets to the public, please.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, it was very common from the beginning of these public dances or musical performances in Zagreb, especially in Zagreb. Even when these musical performances were given in the palaces, in aristocratic palaces, these tickets could be bought by everyone. Some of the people, especially the elite, the aristocratic families of Zagreb, officers and the others were invited, but anyone could join who would pay some. I could find how much it was. Just a minute. Oh, it was, well, it was 4x2, so it was enough. It was too much for middle society of Zagreb, but for the bourgeoisie that was then not involved in politics in Croatia. They could afford it. They could afford it, and they could be part of that social life of then mostly of noble families.
Wonderful.
I hope that answers the question.
Yes, it does. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very interested in this dimension.
I think Liz has a question.
Okay, yes. Liz, please.
Unmute.
Right, yes, well, thank you very much, everybody. It's been a very interesting morning. And I was especially interested by your presentation about the Finnish Women's Orchestra. And it's especially interesting because I've done quite a lot of research about why women in London played particular instruments and when they played them. I've done it through the lens of looking at who played the flute through the 19th century and on into the 20th century. And it's a very interesting picture looking at it through just one instrument and discovering why that was the case. And certainly in London, women didn't play in public. Singers were allowed to play, singers were allowed to perform, pianists were allowed to perform because they just touched the instrument with their fingers, and the harp would be the same case. So gradually in the late 19th century, we did have women's orchestras, and it's been explained, I think, a little bit that in this book, which if you can see it, it does give a particular history of women's orchestras coming into being in London. And so in a sense, I'm sure there's a kind of parallel case, though obviously you'd have to discover through your research whether that was indeed the case. But it is very interesting to see this, because actually women weren't allowed, and it's my guess that they would be musicians. They were from musical families, and they learnt with their fathers the instruments, and so they would simply want to earn some money. And this was one way of doing it, by the novelty women's orchestra route. And certainly I think that was the route by which a lot of British women came into mainstream orchestras, orchestral work. which allowed them to earn money. Whether that was ultimately in film orchestras, they were allowed to have careers. It was rather on the periphery of very, very serious brow music. So it was very interesting. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. This was very interesting and enlightening. And yes, I completely agree with you that the father's professions were very important for ladies orchestra musicians. Well, I've done some research on women musicians in Prasnitz, which is in northwestern Bohemia, from where a lot of these musicians came from, and it does seem exactly like that they came from musical families and learned the trade from their fathers or other relatives.
Well, thank you very much. And I believe we are now officially out of time for this session, even gone a little bit into the break. So can we please thank all of these wonderful presenters on this first session this morning. Got the conference off to a brilliant start. So thank you so much.
So I made another print screen, and I will meet you here in 20 minutes, 12:20. I have the second session to chair with Stanislav Tuksar, Viktor Velek, Maruša Zupancic, Emeše Šofalvi, and Tomasz Slavicki. See you in 20 minutes and enjoy your coffee.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello. I'm here.
To je Bilč, to gore u...
Ne, Nikola.
Dobro, dobro.
Ključen je to.
I hope it's nice and sunny in Zagreb, is it? Not so sunny here.
Oh, yes, we have sun and we have up to 24 degrees today.
Oh, I'll be over by this afternoon.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
So our first presenter is here already sitting next to me. So
time. Yeah.
We should start with our second session now. This is continuing dealing with networking. And the first presenter is Stanislav Tuksar. He is a emeritus professor of the Music Academy and member of the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts. Also a member of our team in our project on networking, and he will present Franjo Ksaver Kuhac and his Hungarian musical network.
Yeah, so please allow me, before starting with my paper, with a small remark. This paper is also part of the results of research by Viera's project. And since Viera's team is, except for me, a kind of a small female chamber orchestra, and the project leader and the chairwoman is sitting next to me. I hope you will understand how delicate my position is, both in general and in this particular moment. Franjo Ksaver Kuhač, 1834 to 1911, the leading Croatian musicologist of the late 19th and early 20th century, gained both national and international reputation already during his lifetime, being extraordinarily prolific in various areas: ethnomusicology, history of music, music criticism, aesthetics of music, music lexicography and terminology, etc. Of the then developing young music scholarship, Kuhač made a name mostly in two aspects of his activities: collecting folk melodies and claiming the Croatian origins of such outstanding personalities of European art music as Joseph Haydn, Giuseppe Tartini, Franz Liszt, and a series of other more or less known composers. Kuhač was widely acclaimed for his extensive collection of South Slavic folk tunes, the Južnoslovenske narodne popjevke, published in Zagreb between 1878 and 81, and containing in 4 volumes some 1,600 melodies from all areas on the territories of the Habsburg and Ottoman empires inhabited by South Slavic peoples. On the other hand, Kuhač's ideas to identify, at least in his opinion, and go public with the true ethnic origins of some outstanding European composers as Croatians was not met with enthusiasm by music scholars or by public opinion at large. It was at best generally considered an extravagant orientation and an over-exaggerated ethnocentric music biographical approach. The less known fact about Kuhač's activities concerns the enormous output in his correspondence. The collection of his letters encompasses more than 3,000 handwritten copies in Hungarian, German, and Croatian. It has been convincingly stated that it was his second great life achievement. As Professor Shaban put it 30 years ago, and I quote, Kuhač wrote and preserved them, meaning his letters, with the obvious aim of leaving after him as much material as possible, not only biographical material and information on his endeavors, but also material about his time, people, and circumstances, aspirations, successes, and failures, end quote. Among Kuhač's correspondence with persons from many parts of Habsburg Empire, Italy, United Kingdom, etc., an outstanding place belongs to people living and active in Hungary. In all, 49 people and institutions have been identified in Kuhač's correspondence, living in 10 towns and smaller settlements in Hungary. The majority of the addressees lived in the capital Budapest, 31 in all. It is also understandable that the Budapest addressees are of greatest interest, since some of them were outstanding personalities of Hungarian public life, both in the city and on a national level. They are in alphabetical order: István Bartalus, Anton Herman, Stefan Kereszty, József Szag, Julius Sebastian, Antun or Antal Sipos, and Karl or Karol Tern. Among them were those who were personally acquainted with Kuhač, for example, Tern and Sipos, while he met others only in the virtual space of written correspondence. For the purpose of this paper, I will single out as a case study 15 letters Kuhač wrote to Karl Tern, where he reveals some really important facts of his life, sometimes throwing new light on and new insights into his professional activities. Karol Tern was a composer, conductor, pianist, arranger, and music teacher of Slovak-German origins. He lived from 1817 to 1886. He was active as conductor of the National Theatre and of the Music Lovers Association, and a teacher at the National Conservatory, all in Pest. Kuhač's 15 letters to Tern were written during 2 different periods, between 1862 and 65, and from 1880 to 81, something on the first period. In the first letter from this period, dated 28th October 62, Kuhač asked Tern, whose admirer he had been since his student days, for permission to send him one transcription of a folk song for assessment. After Tern agreed, Kuhac wrote another letter on 17th December of 62, accompanied with a dance piece, a transcription of one folk song and a men's vocal quartet. It has two of his own compositions and one arrangement. He presented himself to Tern as a pioneer in composing Slavic art or salon music after a certain Lisinski. Tern revised Kuhac's compositions, and Kuhac expressed his extreme gratitude to him in the letter double-dated 3rd April and 19th June 63. However, the level of carrying favor with Tern sometimes goes beyond the threshold of common good taste, especially when talking about Tern's portrait and when imposing on Tern a barrel of plum brandy, the famous Slivovica, who, by the way, did not like it, a fact which Kuhac knew. In the letter dated 12th July 63, Kuhac felt free to explain more to Tern about the compositions he sent him earlier. There are several interesting issues in this letter. Kuhac reveals that he was taking folk songs and dances as a kind of raw material, and he just tailored a bit their form and sent them as such to Tern. Further, Tern obviously asked Kuhac for some Slavic tunes to incorporate them into his own salon pieces, a fantasy and a concert pièce. Kuhac suggested Tern not to take a march he sent for the fantasy, but to arrange it for 2 pianos and a separate composition. On the other hand, a collar dance should be used in Tern's future concert pièce at the end. The letter dated 20th August of 63 is completely dedicated to preparations of the concert Kuhac offered to organize in Osijek, his hometown where he was living then, for Tern's 2 sons who had just started to give concerts on tours throughout the monarchy. The concert, or maybe 2, should be postponed to mid-September because of the summer heat of 20 degrees Celsius. Nice times. And the likelihood that the audience would be better motivated to seek out new entertainment after the summer break. In the next letter, written between 9th and 31st December of 63, Kuhac asked Tern to send him 2 of his newest compositions, Slavenska Koračnica, it is Slavic March, for 2 pianos, and Slavenska Fantazija, Slavic Fantasy, in order to perform them at a concert given for national purposes in the local gymnasium. The quite long letter dated 28 February 64 consists of 2 main points, the laude to Tern's 2 above-mentioned compositions and Kuhac's request that Tern examine and correct, originally durchsehen und korrigieren, his collar for 2 pianos as well as 2 vocal quartets. An interesting fact revealed here is that Kuhac played his 4-handed collar and intended to perform Tern's 2 compositions in front of the well-known art mecenas, Bishop Josip Jure Strossmayer in Đakovo, a bishop's residence near Osijek. It seems that Kuhac used the opportunity offered by Bishop to launch his and other compositions in a closed circle before letting them circulate more widely and or being published. Also, Kuhac seems to introduce the practice of treating Tern as a supervisor of his compositions before their very first public performance. This construct reveals Kuhac's caution concerning both his first compositional endeavors and their first reception, offering a specific usage of social networking as a model leading towards the social success of his artistic output. Kuhac's next letter, dated 16 July of 64, just urged the supervision of the above-mentioned compositions, and another letter, dated 17th November of 64, only comments on Tern's relocation from Pest to Leipzig, and informs Tern that Kuhac was rewarded with a first-class medal at the Zagreb Kunst und Industrie Ausstellung for 1 Slavic composition. The next letter of 29 December of 64 reports on Kuhac's concern regarding Tern's whereabouts and possible illness, but in the letter from 22nd February 65, Kuhac confirms the receipt of Tern's letter from Leipzig, where he had temporarily moved with his family. The last letter, quite a long one in this group of letters, written between 1862 and 65, brings interesting information about Kuhac's sojourn in the Serbian capital of Belgrade in October of 64. Kuhac informs Tern that the son of the Serbian minister incited this trip, mentioning the possibility of his appointment as professor at the Belgrade Conservatorium, welches in kurzer Zeit errichtet werden soll. However, that was later denied in direct conversation with the Prince of Serbia, Mihailo Obrenović III, who mentioned another possibility for Kuhač to become a singing teacher at the local academy. By the way, the Conservatorium in Belgrade was founded only in 1937. But Kuhač commented to Tern that he disliked the Serbian youth as being half wild. Originally, mir jedoch die dortige serbische Jugend als halbwilde nicht gefiel. And in addition, that some further demands troubled him to a certain extent, so that he finally returned to Osijek. These demands included the writing of a music theory manual in the Serbian language, putting in order the Prince's Music Chapel, and finally the immediate composing of a Serbian opera, and weiß Gott was noch alles schreiben soll. Regarding the issue of the music theory manual, Kuhač announced that he has already translated Christian Lobe's musical catechism into the Slavic language, which was a painful job, since the music technical terminology in any Slavic language, including Czech and Russian, was still not standardized. Another interesting piece of information is that Kuhač gained access to the Prince's archives, where he found a number of Serbian and Turkish folk songs and marches, which he copied, and that he got as a present the private music collection of the local Kapellmeister Josef Schlesinger, so that he can say that he now owns everything which is possessed in music by the South Slavs. In original, alles was die Südslawen musikalisches besitzen, in Kochs Händen ist. That was, of course, the attitude of a young, inexperienced scholar, one which he himself would soon significantly revise during the course of his field research in various other areas inhabited by South Slavs within the frames of his folk song collecting activities. Another interesting issue in this letter was Kuhač's report on his recent successes in Zagreb. He gained the exhibition medal and was proclaimed the honorary member of the local Musikverein. But it seems that Kuhač was much more impressed, even delighted, with two processes he recognized. Firstly, that people in Zagreb started to enthusiastically imitate his Slavic style. Meine Kompositionen haben Furore gemacht. And secondly, that he was presented by the press as the national composer #1. Nur der Koch versteht den rechten slawischen Ton zu treffen, etc., etc. Finally, being fully aware how much of a bully he could be in his demands, Kuhač apologized for asking Tern once again to examine his Trauermarsch on Lisinski's grave, am Grabe Lisinskis, before sending it to the printing office. Now something on the second period, 80 to 81. To this period belong in all 4 letters from Kuhač to Tern. After a 15 years hiatus in the correspondence between them, the topics treated were understandably different from those during the early 1860s. In the meantime, Kuhač had undertaken a vast period of field work, collecting some 2,000 South Slavic folk songs and publishing most of them, as well as some other important studies, including the previously announced translation of Lobe's Catechism. He also moved to Zagreb, from Osijek to Zagreb, changed his name from Koch to Kuhač, learned Croatian, and became an ardent partisan of Croatian and South Slavic causes in questions of music, education, and culture in general. In the first letter from this group, Kuhač informed Tern that he had already sent him the 4th volume of his song collection, thanking him for his positive critique, which helped him to get a state subvention for some former costs. But more importantly, he started again to expound on his favorite topic of the Croatian origins of many musicians, beginning with the example of Tern himself, asserting that Tern's name was not only Slavic, but in fact of Croatian origin. Tern means, in fact, in Croatian, trn, id est in English, thorn or spine. However, being aware of possible reproaches to such extremist biographical ideas, which in fact happened many times later on other occasions, he felt obliged to declare to Tern, quote, I am far away from wishing to Slavicize the whole world, but I want only to pour into Slavic people a courage for the arts, end quote. Although the second letter is quite long, only 2 interesting issues can be pointed out. Firstly, Kuhacz informs Stern about the preparations he made to realize 2 guest appearances in Zagreb of Stern's 2 sons, now already prominent international concert pianists. He informs Stern about several technical details he arranged, adding 2 self-propaganda suggestions. The idea of a 3rd concert performance completely dedicated to his folk song collection and including in the program of the 1st or 2nd concert some pieces from his collection. Secondly, Kuhacz revisited the assertion from the first letter in this group that the family name Stern was not of Slovak or German, but of Croatian origin. The 3rd letter is unique in the correspondence under consideration. In it, Kuhacz informs Stern about the dramatic circumstances surrounding Kuhacz's work on the 3rd volume of his folk song collection. Namely, on 9th November of 1880, Zagreb was hit by a strong earthquake of 6.3 on the Richter scale. And believe us, we know what does it mean today. And Kuhacz suffered considerable losses in material property, and even his life was jeopardized. The earthquake resulted in equally negative consequences for his commercial perspectives. The number of subscribers to his folk song collection dropped considerably and created financial troubles for him. Therefore, he asked Stern to supply him with information on Franz Liszt's whereabouts and for Liszt's Pest address in order to ask Liszt for help, hoping that his kindness and the generosity of Hungarians will not leave him in the lurch. In the last letter Kuhacz ever wrote to Stern, the topic Kuhacz-Liszt became a hot issue. In fact, Kuhacz elevated the saga of the coming into being of his collection to the highest level of public politics and personal destiny. He informed Stern that his friends helped him in the financial construction of the publication of the 4th volume of his collection, although it made him fall into great debt. Seeking for public acknowledgement, he rather naively asks Stern to confirm that such a great undertaking requires a heroic courage. What follows are serious accusations against the Croatian government and its head, Banus Ladislaus Pejačević. According to Kuhacz, the government left him totally in the lurch, and the Banus, from whom one would expect the protection of the arts, is in fact a complete agrarian, not to say peasant, for whom the primary goals of his activities are roads, field construction, thriftiness, and whatsoever belonging to the economy. And everything that deals with spiritual progress, for example, literature and arts, is totally unfamiliar to him. However, Kuhacz believes that only one thing might favor him with the Banus, a message from Liszt. The reason for this statement is his belief that for all the nobility in Hungary, the Croatian one included, Liszt's words are a holy scripture. Or to put this personal conviction more directly, if Liszt would give a positive judgment on Kuhacz's work at large, the Banus would give money for the final publication of his collection. What happened was the following. On 5th April 81, Kuhacz sent to Liszt in Budapest a package with 3.5 of the collection volumes. It was picked up by Liszt's authorized person because Liszt had left the city earlier. Kuhacz was not able to get information on whether Liszt ever received the whole material, and no desired written support by Liszt ever reached Zagreb. Unfortunately, Kuhacz's assumption that without Liszt's recommendation, the 5th volume of his collection will never be published turned to be prophetic. It was published only in 1941, 30 years after his death. And some conclusions now. On the basis of the correspondence with only one person, Karl Stern, it could be stated that if you go back to the etymology of the word networking, the intellectual fisherman, Franjo Ksaver Kuhacz, was throwing his net over Stern in the effort to integrate him into his network of music professionals in order to achieve several goals. To inform relevant persons about his basic activities and the circumstances in which they were achieved. To point at difficulties he was often facing in his profession and life in general, seeking for the understanding of other persons. To provide for the distribution of his intellectual output beyond its publication. To find and get technical, financial, and moral support, if needed, depending on particular situation and demands. And finally, to ensure the relevance and dignity of the cause he was fighting for throughout the major part of his life, an equal footing for all valuable musics, regardless of their ethnic and geographical origins or of any other non-musical background. In this, he was diligent and prolific, persistent and energetic, shrewd and diplomatic, sometimes on the edge of toadism and egoism. On the other side, he was loyal and generous, willing to help others. In short, a complete man with a lot of virtues and fortunately much fewer faults. Finally, his oeuvre speaks eloquently for itself even today, 110 years after his death. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Stanislav, for your interesting presentation. We will keep the questions for the discussion at the end of the session. And now we will switch to our second presenter. Hello, Victor. Victor Velek from the Faculty of Fine Arts and Music, University of Ostrava. He will be speaking about Slavs in Vienna, which is a huge topic. Victor.
Thank you very much for your invitation. Nice day for all. And please give me 1 second for preparation of my PowerPoint presentation. It should be complete now. Can you see it? It's okay? Perfect. Oh, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce in advance that I will today only manage to present a part of my topic in detail. It has the development approximately until 1861. I will cover the remaining time period in the written version. This paper is mainly based on my own research into the history of the musical culture of the Viennese Czechs. The research does not only provide a picture of the culture of a part of a nation beyond its territorial borders, but it is particularly significant in 2 other ways as well. First, the knowledge of this picture is important for the reconstruction of the musical culture of Vienna as such, generally. And second, research into the musical culture of the Viennese Czechs says a lot about their contacts with other Viennese Slavs. Musical networking in the context of the Viennese Slavs can be seen in various ways. The October Diploma gave the Viennese Slavs what they had almost within reach shortly before 1848. It means the conditions for the creation of a federal base. In terms of communication, there are 2 forms: indirect, the role of the press and correspondence, and direct, contacts and activities of individuals or institutions. The programmatic, ideological aspect cannot be neglected either. Another point of view is the typology of events and their status. And it was also important where the Slavs meet, also the places. Let's move to a more detailed analysis of the title of my paper. Vienna in the context of the 19th century musical historiography. This is a seemingly clear, well-described and well-researched musicological issue. However, and it's important, there are chapters that are not sufficiently anchored in the current paradigm. I call one such chapter Czech or Slavic Music Vienna. It is derived from the traditional paradigm of Czech historiography, which divided Vienna into German Vienna and Czech Vienna, or more precisely, Slavic Vienna with Czech dominance. Quantity, spectrum of interests and activities. changing from generation to generation. These were the factors that shaped the term Czech Vienna. We can also understand it as the equivalent of German Prague, but with many buts, which will be dealt with in more detail in the written version. It should be noted that around 1900, Vienna, together with Prague and Chicago, were the three cities with the highest numbers of the Czech-speaking population from the lands of the Bohemian crown. The nature of Czech thinking in the 19th century also contained the fulfillment of the feeling that Czechs were destined to help smaller Slavic nations, such as Luthatian Serbs, Slovenes, Slovaks, etc. This messianic complex is also documented in the case of Czech Vienna. Czech patriots from Prague pressed their compatriots in Vienna to take the lead. The Czechs also automatically took charge of the organization of Slavic cooperation in Vienna. Vienna was also a city outside the territory of the Slavic states, with the largest number of members of all Slavic nations. Forming an absolute majority, the Czechs played a leading role in the political and cultural life of the Viennese Slavs. Various reasons led to the fact that it was a permanent or temporary place of residence of not only the various social and professional classes of Slavs from the states being part of the Habsburg monarchy, but also of Slavs from other states, such as Russians, Bulgarians, etc. That created a unique microworld made up of Slavic nations at various stages of cultural maturity, various stages of national self-awareness and political development. The diversity did not only concern the situation in one country or another, but also the position of a particular Slavic nation in the Viennese context. Of course, Vienna can also be viewed as a small-scale monarchy, as a miniatura. Let's ask ourselves a fundamental question. How did the Slavic microworld Vienna or Slavic Union in Vienna work? Simply as a family. It showed both a number of cooperative elements and quite a few centrifugal trends. Some disputes can be described as internal within one nation. Others concerned relations between the individual Slavic nations. There were relatively many reasons for the association, relatively many reasons for networking of the Slavs in Vienna in the 19th century. In addition to the aforementioned Slavic reciprocity, it was also an effort for a common action in politics. As soon as centralization pressure and the common enemy disappeared in 1918, successor states emerged, followed by re-immigration and later by the global economic crisis, Black Friday. The microworld of Slavic Vienna became a thing of the past and a closed chapter. Slavic societies in Vienna either disappeared during the First World War, or their importance decreased sharply after the war, and they became de facto Czech Viennese societies. From a certain perspective, Vienna can also be seen as a second Prague. Czech culture developed in both cities, and there was also a diverse Slavic minority. Members of the minorities of the Slavic nations in both cities also contributed to the transfer of experience and contacts to their homelands. There was a rivalry or even competition between the Czech patriots in Prague and Vienna. Successful organizational models were taken over. There was migration of people, migration of repertoire, etc. Contemporary views are known that described, and please attention, they described Vienna not only as a more Slavic city than Prague, but also emphasized its role as the center of Slavs, at least those being part of the monarchy. On 5th February 1840, the first Czech Gala Ball was held in Prague. The need for formal events for the elites was also felt in Slavic Vienna. Very soon, the tradition of Slavic balls and social events, besedas, in Vienna emerged, with significance and formality comparable to what was happening in Prague. The program, based on varied dramaturgy presenting Slavic dances, accelerated the cooperation of the Viennese Slavs, introducing this salon culture to non-Slavic, especially German-speaking participants from higher classes. Here you can see the press reflections, the number of the people, the structure of the nationalities, a gender element is there, and the rivalry and competition between Prague and Vienna. The timing of the genesis of Slavic events in Vienna is not accidental. The formal and elite aspects reflect the ambitions and needs of the Slavic nobility and Slavic elites in general. German Vienna knew Slavic culture only from the environment of lower social classes. The image of the Slavs was quite unclear before 1848, which is why the Slavic elites wanted to concretize it in the form of presentation of higher arts. The development of musical life connected to the Czech church Maria am Gestade in Vienna is well known. It's a national church, Bohemia Böhmische Kirche. Also, it was primarily important for the Czechs and Moravians that the contacts created there transferred into the formation of music ensembles and contacts. The contacts also played an important role in the organization of music outside the church. It is music in the environment of meetings of craftsmen, merchants, clerks, and students. Some such meetings remained mono-national, others turned into meetings of the Slavs. In view of the aforementioned timing, it should be noted that other important processes started around 1840. You can read it alone, and I go to the networking more in detail. At first, the networking of the Slavs took place at the level of personal contacts. Meetings in flats, as well as in Slavic cafes or pub halls, served not only to organize discussions and make plans, but also to pursue singing and music, recite poems, play theater of small forms, and to share books and printed materials in mother tongue in general. This shows sociability and entertainment purposes. The desire to get to know other Slavs, to cleanse oneself of the atmosphere of the certain cultural and linguistic Germanization, and to feel at home. In addition to literature and theater, it was mainly music that the Czech Viennese Slavs used to liven up their meetings. The music was very important. The historiographers of Czech Vienna even mentioned that, and here's the quotation, There was mostly singing at these meetings because the government in Vienna tolerated singing relatively well, and its national emotional effect was comparable to the most impassioned speeches. Two processes took place side by side. Within one, members of the same nation were associated, and within the other, the Slavs got to know each other. In Vienna were no Slavic societies before 1848, so organizational roles were taken by either individuals or one-time established groups of individuals, so-called comités, výbor. The most elite events even had their patrons from the nobility. The Czech element prevailed in organization committees, among performers, and often also in the audience. I go to the typology. Individual events can be divided using various criteria. One of the main ones is the determination of the structure of the organizers, structure of the performers, and structure of the audience. The division into students, craftsmen, church, elite, nobility, etc. events corresponds to the choice of repertoire and the content of the program, dance, music, declamation, as well as to the venue, media attention, and so on. The first music performances were of purely amateur nature, so occasional performances by professionals were always highly valued. We don't know the course of the events held in well-off people's flats in detail, but the names of their participants are better known. Many of them came to Vienna single or without families, which increased their desire for socialization. These meetings somewhat imitated the model of meetings in aristocratic salons, to which many participants in meetings organized in flats had access thanks to their professions. It means artists, clerks, scientists, and so on. The thorn in the side of the police was the meeting of Slavic students, of whom especially the Polish ones, with experience from uprising, posed a high risk. During the meetings, people read their national literatures and sang their national songs. In 1840, among other people, the Croat Kurtic was detained to be investigated. Arrests also took place in Prague and Moravia, and defective songs were also found among students. We have a relatively comprehensive picture of Slavic meetings in Slavic cafes. One of the centers was the second Slavic cafe run by the Croatian Gerlovic. It was the address Bauernmarkt number 5. František Bedřich Ševčík, a Czech in Vienna, who participated in the events, says that Czechoslavs, Croats, Serbs, Slovenes met there and, in a word, all patriotic Slavs, except Poles. There were about 10 similar cafes in the year 1840 till 1850. Some of the cafe meetings gradually took on the professional form of dramaturgical units. Their goal was not only to have fun with each other, but also to perform new Slavic works. The participants were divided into performers and audience, and a better repertoire was performed. There was also a shift from spontaneity, from improvisation, to thoughtful, conceptual, quasi-professional work. From these social events with higher artistic ambitions, it was only a step toward larger private parties and various public musical and dance events. Their association or their networking potential was very strong. Their purpose was to overcome national isolationism and to deepen contacts among the Slavs. Unfortunately, they were written about in the press only, exceptionally, so we are grateful for memories or mentions in correspondence. Over time, these meetings with a diverse program, reading, entertainment, theater, music, led to the emergence of purely music Slavic events or musical Slavic events with dance, and later there were also concerts. The effect of large elite events can be assessed in various ways. First, they undoubtedly united the Slavic elites in Vienna, attracted the elites in general, it means ministers, non-Slavic nobility, members of the ruling family, and united, attracted, and presented the greatest performers and composers of Slavic music. However, this, in a way, artificial, artistic image of the Slavs remained somehow isolated, as with, for example, the culture of the aristocracy. The impact was short-lived, and the access to this form of Slavic culture was only for the elect, without influencing the change in the attitude of German-speaking Vienna towards the Slavs. Nevertheless, descriptions of events in newspapers and magazines did play a role. They served as a model for imitation, albeit of a smaller and semi-professional or amateur nature. They drew attention to the existence of the repertoire, which was copied, published, and re-performed, and they contributed to the awareness of composers, performers, etc., which formed and interconnected a group of Slavic-minded music artists. It should be noted that the goal of earning money for charitable purposes can be considered a positive effect of this type of events. The events were managed by a committee consisting of several members. Their number increased from year to year, and it was also partly a prestigious matter. The funds were partly provided by the Slavic nobility and Slavic elites. Practical organization was mainly carried out by students. With regard to Slavic performers, the organizers were able to offer either individuals, those living in Vienna or guests from Slavic countries, or ad hoc vocal ensembles composed mainly of Czech students, clerks, and craftsmen. Sometimes the program included a non-Slavic guest who either did not mind performing at this type of event or sympathized with the efforts of the Slavs. However, finding a band for dance was a great problem. The committees solved it by inviting Johann Strauss' renowned and well-known band. The band leader and composer Johann Strauss, in one person, even composed original compositions for individual events reflecting Slavic nature. You can see here some title pages and first pages of compositions for Slavic balls in Vienna, for example, from Czech composer Adolf Winter, Jelačić Kadrila, or again from Winter, performed by Strauss, Michael Kadrila, or to the Slavs in Vienna dedicated Slavit Dcera, Jan Kolar, great book. This is a reflection. Slovanka, polka for the ball in Vienna from Čestmír Vilém Gutmannsthal, a Czech composer in Vienna. The annual holding of former Slavic balls reached its peaks at the beginning of 1848. The organizers of the ball, held on 9th February 1848 in the hall Umoravce, Sofienbátal, sent 2,000 invitation letters with Czech, Illyrian, Serbian, Polish, German text, not only to Slavic countries, but also to the elites of the monarchy in general. The ethnically diverse 24-member committee managed to attract approximately 3,000 people, and the ball ended between 5 and 6 p.m. It was a long party. Examples of events that can be considered response imitation should also be added. Specifically, the aforementioned ball from the beginning of February 1848 initiated the emergence of events aimed both competitively and more progressively in terms of its concept. It was already at the end of February, concrete 28 February 1848, that another committee organized an event called Slavianská beseda I bál, Slavic social event and ball. This name, along with the signatures of some members of the committee and the Czech, Serbian, Polish text also appeared on the invitations. The committee, headed by Count Albert Nugent, had 32 members, including the son of Prince Miloš Obrenović. It was divided into half Southern and half Western Slavs, this time including Poles. It was something new in terms of form, and given the success of the ball held at the beginning of a month, there was a legitimate fear of the response that this new event, also organized at the hall Sofienbad, would provoke. This new form was more successful than the ball. We should talk about the impulses, about the consequences. Very soon, smaller events of purely mono-national type begin to be organized. For example, Serbian balls or Czech craftsmen's ball held in February and March. The repertoire and performers known from social events and balls were also invited to closed events, to private events. These were, for example, various evenings in honor of significant personalities of the Slavic world. Even though it was only dinner, there was always music. The events aimed at welcoming various deputations from the Slavic states in Vienna were also closed, especially in the revolutionary year 1848. Public events also included requiems to commemorate the dead personalities of Slavic world. With hindsight and with a little literary exaggeration, it can be said that the death of the Czech linguist Josef Jungmann was a harbinger of bad times for the development of Slavic culture within the monarchy. The requiem for Josef Jungmann took the place on 20 January 1848 with the 1,300 invitations handed out, signaling a pompous farewell in the Slavic style, with the participation of about 140 Slavic singers and musicians. We should also mention the event that went down in history under the name First Public Czech Concert in Vienna. A very special moment was the arrival of the mother of Emperor Ferdinand I. At the moment, the performance was interrupted and there was a stormy welcome. The contemporary reports mentioned her interests and praise for the organizers of performers. Here are some examples of the most important personalities of the time in Vienna: Karadzic, Rajewski, Šafařík, or singer, composer, organizer, and chormaster of Slavic Singing Society in Vienna, Arnošt Bohaboj-Tovachovský, or his German name equivalent, Ernst Fergot.
Victor, could you come to conclusions, please?
Okay. Thank you for your impulse. I forgot the time. What can you expect from me in the printed version? I will describe in more detail the revolutionary events of 1848, the visions, the defeat, and later the comeback. It means back to the lost pre-revolutions, positions, and key trends. I will write more about the role of the Czech church Amgestade and Kirill and Method tradition as a moment for all Slavic nations. It's a common idea. Here is these words, splinte vyslovanští jazykové, come together all Slavic languages. It's very nice. I will speak about the first Czech public theater performance with the Slavic overture from Antonín Emil Tittl with the music quotation Hejslované. This is the overture, and more and more and more. I think the conclusion, it's a question, how should we see the different trends, the competition between Czechism or Slavism, or Karel Havlíček-Borovský realism, or Slavic academic idealism. It's a fight between different concepts, or pan-Slavic society or mono-national Slavic societies. Last 3 sentences, my improvisation now. I think the main part of the networking in the Vienna, Slavic Vienna, was made 1840, 1850, 1860. The second half of the 19th century, it was characterized by different irredenta processing in the Slavic world. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. It was a little bit longer. Excuse me, please.
Thank you very much, Victor. Just close your presentation, please. I know you have your 3-volume book of your collection on this topic, and you really should held at least three presentations like that. But there will be some questions in the discussion, I'm sure. Now let's move to our third guest. This is Maruša Zupančić from Ljubljana, from the Academy of Sciences, who also has a project dealing with networking. Maruša, please.
Good afternoon.
20 minutes.
Yes. 1 second. Today I'll be presenting the musical network of the immigrant musicians of the Philharmonic Society in Ljubljana until 1919. As part of our ongoing project, we have investigated different types of networks and aspects of immigrant musicians within the Philharmonic Society, such as personal aspects, that is average age, gender distribution, then artistic aspects such as performances and their compositions, and also geographical aspects such as origin, location of music studies, and the last stop before migrating to Ljubljana. All these aspects and networks are based on an extensive and well-structured data set and its analysis by NodeGoat, the tool that will be presented tomorrow at the workshop. As the project is as yet not finished, these are just partial results. Important musical currents came to the Slovene lands through musicians born abroad, namely visiting or guest musicians on the one hand and immigrant musicians who settled here on the other. Both groups of musicians enlivened and shaped the musical life in Ljubljana during the long 19th century. The influx of musicians to Ljubljana mostly took place within the Austrian Empire, and therefore the migration took place in between crown lands and not between countries, as one would define migration today. Ljubljana was conveniently located at the gates of Italy and was at the beginning of the 19th century an important traffic junction with regular connection to France, Italy, Germany, Dalmatia, and Italy, with travelers passing important cities such as Gorizia, Trieste, Rijeka, Karlovac, Villach, Klagenfurt, to name a few. The traffic was managed by postal coach, and for that reason, many well-known artists stopped in Ljubljana and gave concerts here. When travel conditions changed dramatically towards the end of the 1840s, this opened up new opportunities for musicians. The new Southern Railway, Vienna-Trieste, enabled them to travel by train from Vienna and Graz from August 1849 and from Trieste from June 1857. The same year, passports were abolished for the Habsburg Empire, which further facilitated and sped up the musicians' travels. The musicians gave concerts on the stage of the Philharmonic Society, which was founded in 1794 and was the first institution of its kind in the Habsburg monarchy to organize academies and contribute to various musical events. The first academy, as was the name given to concerts up to 1836, was held on November 12, 1794. The first of these events that we can be classified as significant took place on June 12, 1799. Until 1919, the Philharmonic Society organized over 1,160 concerts, and the majority of its performers were guest and immigrant musicians. Some of the guest musicians decided to move to Ljubljana after their tours, whereas other musicians came by personal invitation or responded to calls published in newspapers, for example, for vacant teaching positions. Among them were musicians who later went to achieve significant acclaim, and many others that settled in Ljubljana and later became naturalized. The immigrant musicians were the most active within the Philharmonic Society, where they took part as performers, orchestra directors, Kapellmeisters, choir masters, directors, composers, and music teachers. In addition to the numerous concerts, the Philharmonic Society was also the most important musical training institution of the Slovene lands. Since the public music school founded in 1816 did not meet the expectations of the Philharmonic Society for well-trained musicians who could easily perform at their concerts, they founded themselves a singing school in 1820 and an instrumental school 6 years later in 1826. The average age of the immigrant musicians was 27, and many were in their early 20s at the time of immigration. The youngest recorded were only 19 years old, the oldest over 40. The younger ones arrived shortly after graduation, where the older ones were typically retired military music directors. Violinists were the largest group of musicians at 30%. Female musicians employed at the Philharmonic Society were in the minority, making up only 17% of all immigrant musicians. Almost all of them were singers. Some of the immigrant musicians settled in Ljubljana for more than 40 years and made a decisive contribution to the development of music in Ljubljana and in Slovenia in general. We transcribed more than 1,500 concerts of various musical societies in the Slovene lands up to 1919. Among them were more than 1,160 concerts of the Philharmonic Society that took place between 1816 and 1919. We have focused mainly on the surviving concert programs rather than newspaper reports whose processing is planned for a later stage. The oldest surviving concert programs of the Philharmonic Society in Ljubljana date from 1816. The first one were handwritten, later they were printed mainly in the German Fraktur typeface. For some of the transcriptions, we use the tool Transcribus, which is able to automatically recognize characters from printed and handwritten documents using artificial intelligence. While collecting data on concert performances, we encountered several challenges, such as preserved concert programs do not give us an absolute number of concerts performed, since we first transcribed and entered only the preserved concerts into a database. Then many concert programs do not contain names of performers or conductors, or they contain only a surname. And since performers were often relatively unknown, it was very, very time consuming to identify them. And another problem was the identification of performed compositions by immigrant musicians, since many concert programs contain only general names of compositions such as variations. For example, the violinist Joseph Bines composed and played several of his own violin variations, but it was impossible to identify which one was played at a particular concert. We have, with the transcription and storage of concert programs into the database, we wanted to collect data on the immigrant performers, soloists and conductors, and performances of the compositions composed by the immigrant musicians, so we could run a thorough analysis. In addition, we collected also date and location, the organizer and genre of performed composition, and some other very useful data. We have entered personal data for each immigrant musician who was a performer, teacher, or composer as part of Philharmonic Society. Because many immigrant musicians worked as teachers, music and orchestra directors, conductors, and choir masters at Philharmonic Society, we also collected this data from primary sources. By entering data such as music studies and professors, personal relationships, such as spouses, siblings, and the like, we can also visualize personal networks. As we can see from the visualizations, the majority of the Slovene music migrants originated within the Austria-Hungarian monarchy. The biggest group of musicians was born in the Czech lands. Here we can see it better. The reasons why so many immigrants came from the Czech lands can be found in its rich musical traditions, when farmers and even the smallest villages were known to be musical and children were taught music from an early age, because half of the many musicians the Czech lands produced between 1740 and 1810 went to work abroad. Bohemia was called the Conservatory of Europe, and it shaped the musical life in Europe, European cities and towns, including Ljubljana. With respect to their formative years, the norm was that these musicians were first trained by their own fathers, local village choir masters, or at monasteries. Then many of them continued at the music conservatories. Here we can see that majority of them studied in Prague, where the conservatory was founded in 1811. The second biggest group of musicians studied in Vienna, and the third in Graz. Smaller groups of musicians studied in Berlin, Leipzig, Paris, Budapest, and elsewhere. If we compare only the origin of immigrant musicians that were employed at the Philharmonic Society, which was German-oriented, we can see that the majority of musicians was born in Vienna, where they also studied. Here, we can see a partial network of immigrant musicians and their music professors. As the project is still in progress, the network is not final yet. but we can already see some influences of important music teachers of the time. We can see, for example, some networks of Prague violinists, such as Anton Benevic, who taught 7 Slovene violinists, and Otakar Ševčík, who was one of the most famous violin pedagogues of the time. Both of them, through their pupils and our immigrants, markedly influenced the development of violin playing in Slovenia. Among some of other famous violin teachers were also Josef Joachim, Jano Hubay, and Josef Helmesberger. And from the composers were among teachers of our immigrants also Gustav Mahler, Antonín Dvořák, Simon Zechter, Leos Janáček, all of them born in Bohemia. Some immigrant musicians also had a very rich personal network of musicians who were family members, friends, students, and professors. One of the most interesting immigrant musicians with the diverse musical background was Josef Beneš, who was associated with 3 other immigrant musicians in Ljubljana, such as Amalia Mašek, Kaspar Mašek, and his wife Friederike Beneš. She was a pianist and composer who also lived with him in Ljubljana. Her grandfather was a famous Prague musician, Vincent Mašek. So her uncle was Gaspar Mašek, who was one of the most important musical personalities in Ljubljana and often also played with Beneš. Her brother, Heinrich Proch, was a student of Beneš and also his colleague later in Vienna. And as we can see on the left, among his colleagues and friends were famous Viennese violinists of the time, such as Jakob Dont, Josef Mayseder, Leopold Jansa, Georg Helmesberger, and many others. And Beneš's personal musical network was Bohemian on the right side and predominantly Viennese on the left. So if we compare the last stops of the Slovene immigrant musicians in general before they came to the Slovene lands with those who were employed at the Philharmonic Society, that's the picture on the right, we can see that the first group came from Prague and Vienna, but also from Graz, Klagenfurt, and Zagreb. Many of those who came from Vienna and Prague came immediately after their studies, while those who came from Graz, Klagenfurt, and Zagreb came from the neighboring theaters. In contrast, the immigrants employed at the Philharmonic Society came mostly from Graz and Vienna. Here we have a network of musicians, their concert performances, and their performed compositions within Philharmonic Society in Ljubljana. The blue dots are musicians such as performers and composers. The yellow dots are concerts performances, and the red dots represent their performed compositions. So from the analysis and visualizations, we can immediately see that the most active performer was Josef Zörer with 338 concert performances, and the most performed composer was Czech Anton Nedvěd. More than 50 of his compositions had been performed in Ljubljana at more than 150 concerts. Another very active performers were Hans Gerstner, Josef Beneš, Gustav Moravec, and others. So the immigrant musicians were the most important group of immigrants in Slovenia and especially at the Philharmonic Society in Ljubljana. They educated the first generation of Slovenian musicians, performed the contemporary music repertoire, and took a leading role in the development of chamber music, virtuoso violin performances, the choral movement, and symphonic music. Important immaterial assets of theirs were also their connections with respected musicians of the time in Europe, such as ex-professors, friends, or family members. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Marusia. This is a very interesting survey and these maps. Well, I think we will have more opportunity to discuss them tomorrow within the NoteGoat, and the questions will be, of course, within your, at the end of our session. So now we are greeting Emese Sófalvi. who is from Cluj-Napoca, and Babes Bolyai University, Faculty of Reformed Theology and Music. Emese will speak about a connection with an Austrian musician and Romanian or Transylvanian society. Thank you.
Hello, I'm very honored to be here. Thank you for the invitation. And I was almost overwhelmed by the information and the great horizon that arises while studying and listening about different European networks. The musician that I'm linking to this network, and perhaps he will be also a part of this wonderful NodeGood project and included perhaps in this database, is Georg Ruzicka, who is a Viennese-born composer and pianist and organist with, of course, Moravian roots, who ventured to Transylvania at the beginning of the 19th century. He is one of the most representative figures of the early 19th century Transylvanian music. He was active as Regan Scory in the town's Piarist church, a performing artist, conductor of musical plays in the National Theatre, director, and well-acclaimed professor of the local conservatorium. His compositions, quite a large number, masses, graduals, pieces for the organ, vocal and chamber music, symphonies, overtures, and one opera called Alonso, show a very subtle transition from the Viennese to the Biedermeier style, and they include quite successfully aspects of the local Transylvanian Hungarian colorit. Although he was a prolific composer and a very strong figure of the local musical culture in the first part of the 19th century, his musical oeuvre is still not fully accessible to research. Present paper tries to reveal certain aspects of the Viennese-born artists' musical manuscripts based on their dedication and finding network connections. Enumerating the documentary sources, of course, won't replace thorough analysis of the pieces. Still, they help establish an articulated relations for future investigations. Our research questions at this conference is whether we can establish aspects of the artist's career, emphasizing on his changing musical network, and can dedications, inscriptions add to a narrative of a local Kleinmeister. Georg Ruzicka's itinerary was similar to many of the immigrant musicians of Central and Eastern Europe. He was born in Vienna, then lived for 10 years in a small settlement in Transylvania, Szilágy Nagyfalu, today it's called Nusfaló, Romania, and was settled and lived until the end of his days in Kolozsvár, Klausenburg, today Cluj-Napoca, which was the capital of Transylvania, back then part of the Hungarian Empire, of the Austrian Empire.
Unmute, yeah.
Sorry. I'm working on two computers and I'm not very strong with these network establishments with the two hands. So our composer was born 235 years ago in an artistic family in the capital of the Habsburg Empire with the name of Georg Ruzicka into an artistic family with members who also played various instruments. And he followed the path of many young Moravian, Czechish, Italian, or Austrian musicians from the Habsburg hub when he ventured from 1810 to the eastern part of Europe and started working as a private teacher at a Transylvanian aristocrat family, the Barons Banfi, who were settled, as I told before, in Szilágy-Nagyfalu. The family traveled almost yearly to Vienna and had regular trips to Kolozsvár as well.
Unmute.
I'm sorry, it's coming up always.
Yes, you should unmute after each slide.
Sorry. Kolozsvár, as Tibor Taljan formulated, was called the last watchtower of the classical musical globe. But by 1819, the year Ruzicka settled there, it became a fast developing town of the Transylvanian government. The artist soon became a prominent figure of the local musical life. He kept his Viennese relations only through correspondence. He never went back to Vienna after he departed from the Baron's family, but nurtured his connections to the region's aristocracy and dedicated most of his new works to the members of the local elite, gaining thus acknowledgement from the local musicians as a conductor of the theater's orchestra, a talented composer, and a skilled pianoforte player, and also a cello player. Ruzicka's career can thus be seen as the typical Eastern European musician's life from the beginning of the 19th century. Although the fast evolving national movements perceived arts in general as a means to promote the unique characteristics of the nation, musical events of the era in Transylvania were of course still mirroring Paris and Vienna. Permanent cultural transfers facilitated the migrations of the foreign musicians to the eastern part of Europe, and employing musicus ex Austria as a private teacher was a must for the elites of the Transylvanian society. And based on the intimate circle of the Governor Banfi, by the second decade of the 19th century, the artistic Gesellschaft evenings were all organized adopting the Viennese style. And the conservatorium was initiated and the stone theater building was erected. This was the time when Ruzicka started settling his professional network in the capital of Transylvania. He was initially a foreigner to the Hungarian national aspirations, but his Viennese musical training, compositional skills, and pedagogical abilities made the professor a well-acclaimed leader of a musical institution, starting from 1813 till his death in 1869. This was the local conservatory, founded in 1819. And I'm sorry that I cannot say that it was based, the local musical society was based on the Ljubljana Philharmonic Society. If I were from Budapest, I could have said this because the Budapest Philharmonic Society was based on the status of the Ljubljana Philharmonic Society. Ruzicka was thus the director of the local conservatory, and the School of the Musical Society in Kolozsvár was among the first institutions in Eastern Europe that provided children of both sexes proper musical training. He is responsible for extending the curriculum and introducing new methods, thus linking the Transylvanian town to the circulations of the developing professional and artistic educational system in Western Europe. So this is for the introductory, and then let us see what works we are dealing with. Of course, this is only a small part of Ruzicka's oeuvre, but we can see that through the dedications, he managed to establish a very rich and busy networking schedule, This meant that almost every year he was able to dedicate 1 or 2 of his works to the members of the local society, artistic society, including his employees who were charging him, who were paying him extra for these kind of dedications. For example, for the sonata in A major for violin and piano which was dedicated to his employer, the Baroness Zsuzsanna Kemény, he received a beautiful young mare, a horse, which he learned how to ride. And other dedications tend to lead us that his circle of aristocratic network was gaining new members, thus introducing not only his aristocratic students, the Countesses Maria and Anikó Nemes, but other guests coming to the aristocratic family, or even works composed during their trips to Vienna. Moving in time, by the 1930s, we can observe that his dedications change slightly, and these are not only to the members of the female members of the local aristocracy, but to the male members. For example, the flute pieces dedicated and composed to the very talented flute player Count Emmerich Wasch in Klausenburg. Including the various aspects of networking, it is the issue of presenting oneself in the local newspapers and the local media. By the end of the 1820s and 30s, Růžička's name was well known in the local media, in the Klausenburg media, both in Hungarian and in German languages, but he always made sure to send a few of his news about compositions to foreign newspapers. This is an example from a press article announcing the publishing of Die Reihe des Landlebens, a fantasy for piano that was dedicated to Józefa Józsika née Braniczka in 1829. Not only aristocratic members were part of Georg Růžička's imaginary or living network, it was also part of his pedagogical skills and intimacy with his students that led to works dedicated to his pupils. One of the most beautiful examples is a mass written for the children and the pupils of the local conservatorio, but there are of course works dedicated to his violoncello playing son, and one of his most talented students, Louise Schell, who later became a student of the Paris Conservatoire. So seeking for aristocratic patronage was a common practice for aspiring composers. Seeking for dedicating works for their pupils were not part of common composer techniques. But we have to make sure that connecting and communicating in order to maximize the resources and promote their music was for a larger number of people and for a public was a professional and personal goal of this composer as well. Master and disciple intimacy can thus be observed in these dedications made to the students, and these pedagogical works contributed to the development of the local pedagogical literature, especially when realizing that these works enlisted here are completed with etudes, methods, and easy facture compositions that have no dedications whatsoever. Here is the of the F major Missa by Ruzicka that was scritta in uno stile molto semplice per gli scolari del Conservatorio di Musica Claudio Politano. When the dedications are in French or in Italian, it means that it really comes from the heart in Ruzicka's case. Just a small example of the pedagogical networking is one that I found extremely interesting. This is a big size panel that was not common in the 1940s or 50s. It shows the aspects of the so-called monitor method that was a very trendy method in the 1840s in England, and this big panel that shows the first steps of musical theory is one of the rarest examples of using the monitor method for music teaching, and it shows the ability of connecting with rare aspects of pedagogy for Ruzicka. While looking for the exact measurement of with personal, not with this very interesting node goat and professional node goats methods, just investigating the personal aspects of Ruzicka's networking. A rare example is one of his singing methods, which has two kinds of dedications. The first on the cover page consists of a dedication for the students of the local conservatorium, and in the inner side of the printed material, we can see that the actual dedication is made for the governor of Transylvania, who must have contributed to printing this singing method, which is the first singing method printed in Hungarian in Transylvania. Another interesting aspect, and showing the beautiful part of networking, is that its publisher is János Tilcs, the same person who was bringing Ruzicka from Vienna to Kolozsvár along with 20 years prior. So the connection still existed, and he ventured on printing this singing methods. I have to comment that there was no music printing house in Transylvania, so this was quite an ambitious project. Of course, there are compositions dedicated to fellow musicians, because musical networking in the case of Georg Ruzicka occurred in different ways, as musicians to musicians, and musicians with dilettantes, with the press, as we've told before, and with the patronage, with Messena. These compositions dedicated to fellow musicians show a different path. They, of course, weren't remunerated. The fellow musicians won't pay for them. It was a way of promoting their music. For example, the first mass of Georg Ruzicka was, it didn't say in the dedications, but in Ruzicka's memoirs that were written in 1859, he reveals the fact that it was written for a very good oboe player, so-called Wendt musician. The S major gradual was written in the heat of a new friendship with Philippe Caudella, who was also a Viennese musician, member of Prince Kurakin's orchestra, actually a director for a few years there. And he came to Transylvania for a few years, and died in Sibiu, in a nearby town in 1824. And this was for his probably for commemorating him. Since the Růžička's oeuvre is not complete, I think there will be a few other compositions dedicated for fellow musicians. One of them is a quite interesting violoncello composition written for a certain E.R. Levi, who was a concertmeister for the Swedish court and who came to Transylvania in 1840, and this was probably a piece written for him to perform. Of course, there is the question whether these dedications are of great value. I asked local Music Aesthetics, a publisher, to answer for me. These so-called occasional compositions or representative works don't aspire to rise to the standards of exceptional artistic qualities. It would be unfair from the musical critics to measure them as such. So the main question is not whether these musical pieces fit perfectly to universally acclaimed artistic demands, but stand like this. Did they reach their special objective, that of the destination of the local function? And of course, this dedication reach their, we believe they reach their goal, but still won't show the exact amount of music that is in this musical network. So please allow me just for 2 minutes to listen to a little aspect of dedication of a part of as a little part of this musical network. And the performers are Viola Csiszér and Edith Horváth, and this was released for the Růžička Days 10 years ago. I'm sorry, I think I forgot to switch on the sound, didn't I?
No, I heard some hints, but you should just try. Okay.
Adósságérzet. So Georg Gruziczka's institutional musical networks were already mentioned. He was director to the local musical society from 1836. He was also professor at the same musical society school and at the Piarist Gymnasium in Kolozsvár. He was also responsible for the Kolozsvár Theater Orchestra, meaning he was responsible for making the transcriptions, copy and making the rehearsals. Since on the playbills there is no conductor present, we can only assume that he was once or twice directing the same orchestra. He was a member of the Finner Musikverein and the Pesti Hangász Egyesület. He was also an honorable member of the Kolozsvári Dalkör, and he was very much grateful that he was for more than 30 years Regenschory at the local Piarist church. The individual musical connections are quite various. Based on his memoirs and the musical notes and his libraries inscriptions, we know that in Vienna he was a student to Abbe Gelinek, to Wenzel Müller, to Josef Prendl. He played alongside Joseph Haydn's Messe, and there is a legend that the great master came there and tapped him on the shoulder in order of acknowledging his playing. He knew the members of the Razumovsky Quartet. He actually learned to play the violoncello from one of them. He was given a piano while he stayed in Vienna by André Stein. He was a piano dealer. He knew Schupanzig and Franz Krommer as well. He had permanent musical links in Transylvania with musicians such as Philip Kaudella, Josef Heinrich, who later became a prominent conductor of the Hungarian theater in Pest Buda, with František Pöschl, who was also a music master at the Wesselényi House, with Anton Polz, who was music master at the Governor's House, with Dominik Grosspetter. He was very good friends with Franz Erkel and with Sámuel Brassai. One of his students, István Bartalus, whom Stanislav mentioned, became a prominent member of the musical culture at the second part of the 18th century in Pest Buda. His name was István Bartalus. And as we mentioned before, he was in touch with all on-tour artists in Klausenburg. He mentions Wolf. We knew that he accompanied Rosalia Schoderklein at her concert in Kolozsvár, E.R. Levi, the prodigy child Carl Filch, who became one of Chopin's pupils, and Franz Liszt. And enhancing these connections, for example, Carl Filch and Franz Liszt was given honorable membership of the local conservatorium, whose director was Georg Gruziczka. These connections are, of course, just a hint. Franz Erkel wrote to him in one of his letters that it was only Georg Gruziczka with whom he could connect in Kolozsvár, because since that time in Klausenburg, I scarcely had the occasion to spend as many purely aesthetic hours with anyone as I did with you. And at the end, towards the end of his career, the dedications, the seeking for patronage, artistic patronage cease, and dedications for his students come forward, such as the dedication of very interesting pre-romantic romantic piece, Plainte, Invocation et Contentement, dedicated to one of his very talented students. And since in the 1850s, seeking for aristocratic patronage ceases, but the aristocracy remains close to his personal circles. All of his aristocratic pupils tend to him, while he remains without employment during the revolution of 1848-49 and later on. So the personal links, the personal network remains. As for being a part of the local network, it is a quote I frequently use of him. He stated that he was never leader of any revolutionary movements, nor was he aspiring to become one. I am as individual as thousands of people are, he said, and with a latter peculiar Latin, in a rather peculiar Latin language. But looking at his career through the perspective of networking, we can observe the transition of a Viennese musician to becoming a Hungarian based musician in Transylvania. And even his final resting place was in a sort of network. He was buried in the part where the artists were buried in the Hungarian cemetery in Kolozsvár, the Házsongárd cemetery, and one of his closest friends later on had his mausoleum erected nearby him. So the network, the connection remained even after his death. Thank you.
Thank you, Emesha. We have collected 20 minutes of delay already. So we have to switch immediately on our last presenter. Tomáš, are you here?
Dragi kolezi, dragujeme da se vidimo, barem ovako.
Da.
Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the musical networking in the long 19th century, an indispensable topic is the history of Austrian military bands and their mediating role in the migration of musicians across Central Europe. It is clear that military bands did not consider themselves as models of high art. However, they deserve our attention not only for their artistic quality, which was internationally respected, but also because they have created a real music network covering the entire territory of the third largest states in Europe at the time. Leading Viennese music critic Eduard Hanslick, commenting on the success of Austrian bands at international competitions, formulated their main advantage as the interactions of different nations and their temperaments. Hanslick paid special compliments to the musicality of the Slavic nations. He indirectly named one of the positive cultural benefits of the Austrian state during the long 19th century. At the time of the formation of modern national identities, the small nations of Central Europe lived in a common and culturally stimulating space. A particularly interesting topic is the migration of musicians from the Kingdom of Bohemia and the subsequent emergence of the Czech music diaspora in all major centers of the monarchy. This topic has been neglected for a long time. In the Czech musicology of the 20th century, the paradigm of national music as a process of preparing for state independence was maintained unnecessarily long. The Czech musical emigration of the 18th century to Western Europe was emphasized, but everything related to the positive attitude of the Czechs towards supranational Austria was rather marginalized. Growing of cultural contacts between Central European nations in the 19th century is an extremely broad topic, as is the role of Czech musicians in this process. Creating a comprehensive overview of the Czech music diaspora and its interaction with neighboring nations will be possible only after a comparison of hundreds of individual biographies. In these papers, I would like to focus on the role of Czechs in an environment that is already documented sufficiently. This is a network of Austrian military bands and its transformation into a network of civic brass bands. The network of Austrian regimental bands was built relatively quickly during the consolidation of the state after the Napoleonic Wars. The goal of the Metternich regime was to create a functioning supranational state based on constructive coexistence, or at least on the prevention of violence. Therefore, strong military garrisons were maintained in all major cities. This time was extremely favorable for the development of the new type of brass bands. The new far audible valved instruments were a symbol of progress and, among other things, a programmatic break with the sound ideal of Napoleon's imperial music. The new type of bands, however, required thousands of musicians able to play new types of instruments. Supply and demand met in Bohemia, where a network of music education was well established, but post-war misery persisted. Military bands have become the most reliable employer of professional musicians. They employed anyone who was willing to go abroad for a living. The position of Prague as a metropolis of military music was confirmed immediately after the invention of velvet brass. The Prague Conservatory was not supported by the state, but by the Association of the Patriotic Aristocracy. So it responded quickly to new impulses. The patrons of the conservatory were also the owners of the regiments and the founders of the bands. For this reason, the Prague Conservatory became the first higher music school in the world to establish the teaching of velvet brass instruments. The founder of the brass instrument department was Josef Keil, one of the creators of the patented Austrian type of rotary valve. His students were usually good instrument players and capable teachers. Many of them worked as military bandmasters. The education of instrumentalists was provided by village schools. At the time, military bands replaced the extinct symbiosis between village schools and church institutions. From the 40s of the 19th century comes the testimony from Central Bohemia that sons from numerous families learn to play the trumpet with a village teacher and are then sought as trumpeters in the army. After returning from military service, they were welcomed in town and village dance bands. In Austria, the traditional system of support for the military bands survived at the expense of the regiment's owners, later at the common expense of the officers' corps. Competition between patrons led to the expansion and modernization of bands. The bandmasters was also a civilian employed by the regiment on a fixed-term contract that could be renewed or terminated. The mobility of the musicians was perfected thanks to the principle of garrison rotation, which was typical of Austrian interior politics. Every regiment and every bandmaster could be dislocated to a different end of the state at any time. It was not uncommon for a bandmaster to prefer to stay in his town, as he made contacts here and remained there as a civilian band leader or music teacher. Another specific feature of Austrian military bands was their perfect involvement in the local musical life. This was done in a simple way. Low rewards were offset by benevolence to secondary income. The officers even supported private activities, giving them all the support and social prestige. It was possible to build a bigger band for less money. Members of military music were then omnipresent in theater orchestras, in dance bands, and garden restaurants. Every capable band leader tried to get to a better address where he could help better income for himself and for his people. Before the middle of the 19th century, a new form of military bands became common in Bohemian regiments. They consisted of multi-instrumentalists and were able to create a string section, so they could be converted into a symphony orchestra. Such a band was able to perform symphony concerts and participate in any musical events in the city. At the end of the 19th century, this model was already common throughout Austria. The military music network was at its zenith and became an important factor in establishing modern musical life in the regions. The decentralized network of Austrian military music was also the optimal environment for the development of new types of brass instruments. Design experiments took place in interaction between band leaders, regiment owners, and instrument makers. The main center of manufacturing was Vienna and the German-speaking region of northern Bohemia. In the German states and Austria, this development continued even after the adoption of Adolf Sax instruments in Western Europe. The position of Bohemia as a center of brass music was supported by the success of the instrument designer Václav Červený. His widely bought brass instruments were introduced in the Austrian army, later also in a united Germany and partly in Russia. Subsequently, a specific style of brass band instrumentation called Austro-Bohemian was established. In 1850, Austrian military bands were reorganized according to a uniform pattern. In the same year, the Association for the Support of Military Music was established in Prague, which operated a music school and agency. The retreat of military music from the public space occurred with profound social changes in the second half of the 19th century. After the end of absolutism and the permission to establish civic associations, military music lost its prominent position. Civil bands were formed across the state, often with the participation of veterans of military music. The sound of brass music ceased to be reserved for state representation and became the property of the new civil society. During the second half of the 19th century, relations between the peoples of Austria also changed significantly, sometimes for the worse, sometimes for the better. First of all, the self-identification of musicians from bilingual Bohemia has changed. In pre-nationalistic times, Czech enjoyed the benefits of German education, and vice versa, German musicians from Bohemia proudly declared themselves to be compatriots of Czechs. The fact that the Prague Conservatory was never divided into Czech and German, such as the theater or the university, was due its private status and the providence of the Bohemian aristocracy. The situation in bilingual Bohemia changed in 1848. The Pan-German movement led to the radicalization of the Czech Germans and subsequently also of the Czechs, who were very vigilant against the Russian Pan-Slavism. At the time, the concept of Austroslavism was formulated by Palacký and Jeláčič. It was the idea of Austria as a voluntary union of sovereign nations, creating in the common interest a strong state in the area between Germany and Russia. The later dualistic organization of the state gave new dimension to Austroslavism, which was relevant until the First World War. Its centers was Prague and Zagreb. The cooperation between Slavic nations in the field of culture and education was much more successful than in politics. Many Czech musicians, however, continued to serve in Austrian uniforms, identifying themselves as Czechs and cultivating relations with other Slavic peoples. In the second half of the 19th century, we can observe a tendency in Czech music journalism, which we can call a certain Slavic cultural irredentism. These were appeals to musically educated Czechs to help other Slavic nations to develop their natural musical talent and provide them with an appropriate cultural level. Music teachers came from Bohemia, and at the same time, the number of South Slavic students in Prague increased. At the time, a railway connection had already been built, enabling intensive communication between the north and south of the state. A network of military bands became useless in this process. Nevertheless, it was still common for a graduate instrumentalist to complete compulsory military service in a band, go out into the world, and remain there as a professional musician. Numerous Czech music diasporas then played an important role in building modern institutions of national representation, especially the Philharmonic and theater orchestras. Music schools in Bohemia and Moravia also responded to a new demand from bandmasters in provincial towns. They produced graduates able to perform the functions of choirmaster, church organist, and bandmaster. The establishment of civil brass bands, including municipal, national, and Sokol bands, opened a new market for music and musical instruments. Seen in some advertising materials from the early 20th century, the struggle for customers took place here as well. Some Czech instrument makers did not hesitate to use Slavic rhetoric to distinguish themselves from well-established Bohemian German companies. In conclusion, let's note that just as the network of Austrian military bands lost its prominence, so did the Czech civic bandmasters. After the collapse of the common state, many of them decided to return home, handing over the care for bands and music school to their students. But this is the beginning of another history, of another interesting networking. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tomáš. I'm glad you managed to be present with us today, and the network allowed you to do it. And I'm very grateful to all our presenters. We are a bit late, but however, if you have some questions, you are mostly welcomed. Well, if nobody has, I have a question. Above all, to our Czech colleagues, we have noticed also Emesha spoke, a person who originates from Moravian land, and there are a lot of Czech. There is really a second wave of Czech migration that started at the end of the 18th century already, and it is huge in the 19th century. Why? I have read somewhere that at the end of 18th century, at one point, there was a changing of law of inheriting goods, and that only the eldest son could inherit the land, and the others have to migrate. So this is one of these push elements who chased the people out of their homes, actually. Is it correct, or is it one of the factors for this Czech emigration?
It is very possible. It is very possible, but I see here the synergy of the education of the music schools and of the war misery. So the wars, the Austria Heritage Wars, provocated the first great wave of the Bohemian musician in the Western Europe. But after the Napoleonic Wars, this was another wave, and it went into the Austrian state.
Yes, well, they migrated within Austrian Habsburg monarchy anyway.
But in the whole first half of the 19th century, it was the Bohemian musician.
Yes.
And then they were this is
a Czech emigration.
Separated between the Czech and Austrians and the German Bohemian Austrians.
Yes. Well, and maybe the idea of Slavism that somehow attracted Czechs to come to other Slavic countries. Well, of course, the Vienna was full of Czech musicians, and they were also in Austria. But maybe the attraction was also towards the Slavic nations.
But this Slavic identity, it was more strong from the 60s, 70s years.
Yes.
In the Czech publicity.
In the second part of the 19th century.
Was very strong this topic.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, if there are no further questions, I'm sending you to have a light meal, and please collect again, be here at 3 o'clock, 1500, I would say. Please try to keep your 20 minutes in order not to be too late. Victor. Yes. Okay. See you later then. Peter Bozo will be chairing our next session. Goodbye.
See you later. Yeah.
See you.
Bye.
Tomáši, slyšíme se ještě? Tomáši, slyšíme se?
Moment, už nejenom slyším, ale už i můžu mluvit, ano. Pardon, Viktore, teďka se mi vypad. Teďka se žil.
Ludvík Kuba, ten by byl úplně optimální pro jako příklad český zájem o všechny ostatní.
Ludvík Kuba, to je naprostý sympatiák, no, to je malíř, muzikolog, všecko.
Pardon, můžeme se zapojit do diskusie a povedat pár slov tím vojenským hudbám?
Ano, pěkně zdravím.
Já mám obavu, že nás někdo občas jako stiší. Mě vypíná někdo mikrofon, nějaký ten host.
Ne, to si musíte sám vypínat. Je takto. Vypína vám preto teda chairman, aby ste nevstupovali do diskusie, keď je prednáška. Ale inak teraz, keď je volná diskusia, tak si to...
To byla nějaká technická chyba.
Já jsem zjistil, že když si přesto přejdu myší, tak se mi to odpojí. Výborně, tak si tady uděláme československou diskuzi malou.
Ja som len toľko chcela povedať tým vojenským hudbám, že vlastne tie vojenské hudby boli ako prvom rade vojenské hudby, čiže tam platila vojenská disciplína. Poprvé, že oni sa museli prispôsobovať tej proste požiadavkám.
Na tohle jsou dvě výborné knížky, Pardon, slyšíme se?
Já jsem o tom písal pár studií.
Dvě výborné knížky.
Ano.
Jedno je Farbach, to je psaný italsky, v milánských novinách psal seriál Organizace rakouských vojenských hudeb. A druhá věc je Zavrtalův cestopis po Rakousku-Uhersku z roku 1845. A tam jsou neuvěřitelné reálie z života těch vojenských muzikantů. A mě na tom překvapila jedna informace, kterou jsem ještě nedávno nevěděl, že oni se, ty vojenský muzikanti, dělili na hoboisty a bandisty. A hoboisti to byl prostě ten předepsaný počet
to byli vlastně ty
muzikantů a ty měli skutečně vojenskou disciplínu, ale ty byli pod vedením tambora.
A bandisti to byli radoví vojáci. Ano, čiže...
Ty hoboisti to byli vojáci, ty museli táhnout do bitvy, jo.
Radoví vojáci.
Ty ved tambor. Ale pak byli ty bandisti a to byli vlastně civilisti zaměstnávaní armádou. Ty měli uniformu, ale vlastně neměli vojenskou disciplínu. A kapelník byl taky civilista, zaměstnaný armádou. Takže on si musel ušít uniformu podle vzoru, ale byl jenom zaměstnanec.
Som tomu písala pár štúdií, ale som členkou IGEBu a podobne, čiže poznala som pána Peška, ktorý už žiaľ zomrel, určite ho poznáte, proste on mal bohatý archív, čiže ako v tejto veci, ako som dosť tak povedala by som, ako naštudovaná, áno. Tam išlo o to, že proste tie vojenské hudby pôsobili akoby v dvoch oblastiach. Jedna oblasť bola vojenská, to bola ich primárna. Ich primárnou úlohou bolo napríklad sprevádzať vojsko, keď pochodovalo proste z jedného miesta posádkového alebo mesta posádkového do druhého. To si dneska ani nevieme predstaviť. Oni obyčajne odchádzali o polnoci, to bola veľká paráda za obrovského proste ako hluku vojenskej hudby a v podstate, aby tí vojaci vydržali také dlhé pochody, tak im pochodovali. Poprvé, po druhé to boli vojenské signály. Tam to bolo presne ako dané, čo znamenajú vojenské signály večierka, ráňajšiek, modlitba a tak ďalej. Toto bola ich primárna úloha. A potom bola tá druhá úloha, tá kultúrna, o ktorej my stále hovoríme. My o tej vojenskej tak zabúdame hovoriť, ale viete, to je strašné, keď zatrubili tí vojenskí hudobníci napríklad vo vojne do útoku a tí vojaci v tom prvom rade vedeli, že to je možno, že už proste ako ich posledná hodina.
No, kdy vlastně veškerý povaly, žádný vysílačky nebyly, veškerý povaly šly přes ty trubače. Ano. A ten trubač, ten se nesměl splíct. Na to je jedna povídka.
Vojenské signály to byly prostě jako přesně stanovené.
Přesně tak. Prostě... Na to je jedna pěkná povídka od Jindřicha Šimona Bára, jak se trubač poplet a za to byl špatný povel v bitvě u Hradce Králové a to všechno způsobilo, že to Rakousko málem vyhrálo.
Áno, no a tá druhá úloha, tá kultúrna úloha, ona v podstate začala až vojenskou reformou v tej polovici, ako ste aj spomínali, v tej polovici proste 19. storočia. Ale na to, aby mohli tie vojenské hudby účinkovať, proste čo na konci, vždy museli mať povolenie. Viete, že to nebolo také samozrejme, že tí vojaci si tam, či vlastne tie vojenské hudby si mohli dovoliť, čo chceli. Áno, proste jednoducho tam platila vojenská disciplína, vojenské predpisy, tak ako dneska. Proste na všetko, čo mimo vojenských povinností, ako tie vojenské hudby splňali, museli mať povolenie.
No, já si myslím, že ono se to měnilo v 80. letech, že nějak po roce 1880 přišly velice přísné předpisy, že veškerý koncerty vojenských kapel se museli posílat předem ke schválení. Ale dejme tomu v té první polovičce 19. století to ještě bylo hodně benevolentní.
Já si myslím, že to bylo benevolentní, protože co já dělám ty vídeňský Slovany, tak oni si brali v podstatě po každý vojenskou kapelu nějakou, většinou nějakého českého kapelníka, protože měli záruku, že jim zahraje ty slovanské věci. A až později se vytvoří, já nevím, Volánkova kapela a já nevím, kdo všechno tam ještě měl nějaký jako civilní bandy. A hudební zpravodaj, ten časopis dobře dokumentuje, jak se ty civilní kapelníci bránili, aby tam vojenský hudby hráli, že jim berou kšefty. Říkají, vy si hrajte pro vojáky, ale nelezte do civilního revíru.
To bylo i v Praze, že prostě profesionální muzikanti se bránili tomu, aby koncertovali ty vojenské kapely, protože oni Hrali líp, pochopitelně, protože měli čas cvičit.
Iba v hudbe. Ale zase musíme, viete, rozlišovať, že musíme rozlišovať, čo bolo v prvej polovici. Ano? Musíme rozlišovať, ako hovorí, ako ten časový faktor. V tých 80. rokoch totiž to nastupuje vlastne veľmi silná vlna proste národného cítenia. A tam dochádzalo vlastne práve tým, že tie vojenské hudby vychádzali v ústrety, kde koncertovali, tak vychádzali v ústretí ako tým regionálnym požiadavkám, tak dochádzalo de facto k tomu, že tie vojenské hudby nepriamo vzbudzovali akoby protestnú reakciu voči centrálnej vláde. A hlavne to bolo v oblastiach, teda my na Slovensku máme tam také práve v tom, ako v tej poslednej tretine po rakúsko-uhorskom vyrovnaní. Tam začína proste silná maďarizácia, napríklad v takých Košiciach tam zakázali istý čas vojenskej hudbe vystupovať, pretože jednoducho proste vojaci odmietli hrať Rákociho pochod. To bola veľká urážka, prosím.
No ale speciálne v tých uhrách.
Teda uhorskej vlády. Čiže tam, ako v tých 80. rokoch, to sa pritvrdilo aj vďaka tomuto národnostnému cíteniu, po prvé. A po druhé, proste tie vojenské hudby boli veľmi žiadané, takže oni začali vytvárať, dalo by sa takzvanú skupinu figurantov. Áno, to boli tie monster koncerty. Čiže oni tam angažovali vlastne vojakov, ktorí tam len sedeli a markirovali a vlastne zrazu tá vojenská hudba, ktorá mala povedzme 48 ako podľa predpisu proste zloženie, áno, tak zrazu mala 90 proste vojakov v rámci monster koncertov a z toho boli 10 figuranti. Proste tam nastávali takéto ako rôzne situácie a práve preto sa tie požiadavky na to vojsko sprísňovali. No.
Já se musím omluvit. Já mám ještě půl teď konzultaci, ale tak děkuju.
Jasně, tak jo, ať se daří.
Ano, všetko dobré i vám.
Doufám, že příští konference už bude naživo.
Prosím?
Doufám, že příští konference už bude naživo.
No, dúfajme. Covid už strašne dosť dlho. Tak dovidenia. I'm making some experiences with camera. It's not good. So
Hello.
hello. I am Jana Lengova from Bratislava. But I am speaking English not very well. You must here click. Links.
Hallo Jana.
Hallo. Ja, ähnlich.
Ja.
Ich präsentiere mit Kamera, weil also meine Kamera, excuse me, kann ich also auf Deutsch sprechen? Ja. Hallo?
Ja.
Hörst du mich?
Ja, ich höre dich ganz gut und ich sehe dich ganz gut.
Ja, schön, ja. Aber ich mache Experimente mit Kamera.
So, ja, so, lass es so, das ist okay.
Ja, ist okay. Meinst du? Naja.
Ja. Hast du eine Präsentation oder was?
Ja, ich habe eine Präsentation. Ich möchte dich sehr herzlich bitten, wie kann ich es machen? Ja, also auf der Liste unten.
Du musst sie zuerst aufmachen und dann auf diesem Ekran siehst du unten Share Screen.
Ja,
teilen.
Schon. And now?
Ja, also Share Screen und dann kommt die geöffnete Präsentation.
Aha.
Und dann kannst du sie aufladen.
Absolut nichts. Hier ist es. Und was sollte ich weitermachen?
Bis morgen kannst du üben.
Ja,
ja, jetzt sehe ich es.
Ja, also so schön.
Ja, ja.
Super. Gut.
Ja. Und jetzt musst du sie schließen, aber.
Ja, probiere nochmals. Darf ich?
Okay, bitte.
Ja, jetzt schließe ich.
Ja, okay.
Also zuerst
musst du sie aufmachen und dann Share Screen und dann sie öffnen.
Share Screen. Zweimal muss ich machen.
Ja, so.
So, schön.
Ja, genau.
Schön. Ja.
Hast du was gelernt?
Dreimal und das Ende ich damit, okay. Dann können wir über weitere Themen sprechen. Du machst es wirklich so herrlich. Ich gratuliere dir.
Danke. Das war sehr interessant heute, finde ich. Ja.
Ja.
So, jetzt musst du schließen. Deine Präsentation.
Das ist so, naja, was muss
ja, sehr gut.
Wieder. Na,
ja, du kommst morgen dran, übermorgen, am Freitag, ja.
Übermorgen.
Aha, übermorgen, genau.
Also, bitteschön. Also,
ja.
Ja, ich möchte dich noch sehr herzlich bitten, wenn eventuell übermorgen einige Fragen zu meinem Referat in der Diskussion wären. Ich möchte dich sehr herzlich bitten, also das verstehe ich, aber ich bin ich nicht fähig, ich spreche nicht so gut Englisch, also sie beantworten. Also,
ja, aber ich glaube, du kannst auch auf Deutsch antworten.
Ja, also ich sage es auf Deutsch, ja, und dann ich möchte dich sehr herzlich bitten, das also in Englisch übersetzen. Also dieser Herr
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can
because
hear you. Hello, Peter.
The sound of my computer, and I had to reboot my computer. Fortunately, it's okay now.
Yeah.
Here's also Professor Kreisig. You are the first one.
Nice to meet you, Professor Kreisig.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can
yes.
hear you well.
Okay, good. Good. Thank you.
Will you open your presentation, your examples, or shall we do it? The examples which you sent to me.
Can everybody open theirs? I can't coordinate the two.
Can you do it, or shall we
can they download them for them? Can you do it? Like I can't.
Yes. Okay. When your turn comes, that will be open then. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Very much appreciate. Thank you. I'm all new to this, so.
Okay.
And nice to see you again, Professor Lengoa. We have seen each other a long time ago.
You met in Zagreb, didn't you?
Years ago in Zagreb. Maybe during the Zeitz conference.
Ja, genau.
Ja.
Dort über Operette gesprochen. Über Operette in Budapest, nicht wahr? Bei dieser Konferenz. Hören Sie mich oder nicht, Herr Polsow? Darf ich Sie Peter nennen und Sie dürfen mich Jana nennen.
Yeah.
And as you have mentioned, Viera, there will be a little change in the program.
Here is our colleague Veternik.
Yes, the next speaker will be Christian
the
Brett,
first, yes. And then Claire
Brett
Beasley and Lana will follow. And then I hope Patrick will be back from his vaccination so that he can.
Okay. Nice to meet you, Christian.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to meet you too.
As I see, you wrote your dissertation about musical instruments. It sounds very intriguing. And you have studied also in Weimar.
Yes.
I've also been there because, you know, I wrote my dissertation about Franz Liszt's song output, and years ago at the beginning of the 2000 I was there, and I studied several manuscripts and printed scores at the Goethe and Schiller archive, and I liked it much, the city, or rather town.
Yeah, it's a nice little city.
Smaller town.
Very small town. More a village than a town.
Ja, aber das ist auch Residenzstadt, also die Residence City, wie sagt man das auf Englisch? Weimar ist Residence City von also diesem Weimarer Fürstentum. Wie sagt man das auf Englisch? Weimar ist a city.
Jana, wir hören dich ziemlich schlecht.
Ja,
und jetzt besser?
Ja, jetzt
bitte ein bisschen lauter sprechen.
Aber noch nicht also die beste bei mir.
Aha.
Also ich wollte sagen, ja, bitte, liebe Viera, übersetzt es in translated, please. Ja, Weimar war im 19. Jahrhundert eigentlich Residenzstadt als Hauptstadt von Weimaren, also Fürstentum.
Ja.
Genau.
Ja.
War small, but von importance.
Yeah.
It's very interesting in the state of Thuringia. As there were several little small residents, and everyone wants to be the best, and it's a rich cultural life there. And so Weimar, also with Goethe and Schiller before Liszt, was a place to be.
Mit dem Listhaus und mit Altenburg.
Peter, did you do some research in Goethe-Schiller archives.
Yes, I've been there 2 times.
Legacy, yes.
Yes, there is a Liszt estate reserved there. Not only Liszt estate, so this is a very rich collection with Goethe, Schiller, Nietzsche, and everybody else, but also the Liszt manuscripts are preserved there. Only the manuscripts, because the printed sources are kept at the Herzogin Anna Amalia Bibliothek.
Yes, I see. Because we did some research with his correspondence because of Kuhacz, but there is still quite a lot of correspondence which has not been catalogued at all.
You are right, absolutely right. Yes.
And that seems to be of correspondence with less important persons, so to say. And this is especially interesting for us because this no name or Kleinmeister, so this is a type of investigation that we should also
it was an absolutely new thing for me, what Stanislav mentioned in his paper, that Kuhacz was in contact with Liszt. I didn't even know.
No, well, this is it might be quite a mythologization, you know. Kuhacz liked to do it, and he might have spent few days in Weimar, let's say, because we were looking for that, and he tried to get something like an approval from Liszt that he was there. But it seems to us that at that time when Kuhacz was there, that Liszt was on tours. So he just went to his school and saw how it functions, because he was befriended with Antal Sipos. From Budapest times, for student times, and it is also possible that he visited him there or came after him. So I don't know exactly now, but we were searching also. In Weimar they have lists of hotels who stayed there, and we didn't find Kuhacz's name, although we also presumed it was too expensive for him, so he might have found a private lodging or something like that. But, well, so I see Claire Beasley also here.
Yes, our third speaker. Nice to meet you.
Yes. I'm looking now for Lana Šehović. She should join us also.
How does she pronounce her?
Lana Šehović Pačuka.
Pačuka, okay.
Yes. She might join us later. She might have some obligations on her university also in Sarajevo.
No problem.
Yeah.
So, should we wait for another minute or
2 minutes?
2 minutes.
2 minutes, not more. Professor Kreisig, you should, our technician will open your presentation, but you must tell him he vanished. No. I have his paper, I can read it. Here's connecting again.
Da. Hello, Peter.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for your wonderful paper. I hope next year you will be able to come to us to visit our library at the Institute for Musicology, because I can remember you were not able to come to us because of the pandemic. Unfortunately,
I promise to come, and I will make a much better paper after coming next year.
Maybe next time.
Okay.
How is it with you? Have you been vaccinated already?
I have received only the first vaccine.
Yes. So did we.
But unfortunately, I had a small problem. You know, I had an anaphylactic shock after spaghetti with prawn. Earlier, I have never had any allergy, food allergy or something like this, but now I had to go to the hospital, and now I have made tests, but the results are still not ready, and my doctor will decide what kind of vaccine I will receive after the results of the allergy.
Oh, I see, yes. And do you think this is because of the vaccination that you got?
It's not sure, but it cannot be excluded. So it's a question. It's still a question. It's quite likely that the main protagonist was the prawn, but unfortunately, I cannot tell you what kind of role the vaccine might have played in the case.
What type of vaccine did you get?
Sinopharm, the Chinese vaccine.
No comment.
But it was two weeks before the anaphylaxis, so it's not too likely that it was the reason for the anaphylaxis, but it is not. It is possible. It cannot be excluded.
Well,
so fortunately, I am okay now. So you don't have to call the ambulance. And I think we can begin now our afternoon session. Good afternoon to everyone. It will be a very intriguing, exciting session. The main protagonist will be the performance, but not only performance will be mentioned, but also some very special and intriguing instruments. Our first speaker, our keynote speaker, will be Professor Walter Kurt Kreisig, who is Professor Emeritus at the University of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon in Canada, but who is also affiliated to the Genoa Conservatorio di Musica Niccolò Paganini. As you all know, last year we celebrated the 250th anniversary of Ludwig van Beethoven's birth, and we also had here in Budapest a conference about Beethoven reception in exotic scenes like Budapest and Cyprus and Athens. This is also a very intriguing scene, which is the subject of Professor Kreisig's paper. So he will be talking about Canadian Beethoven reception and the key figure of Canadian Beethoven reception called Theodor Friedrich Bold and his acquaintance with Ludwig van Beethoven. Professor Kreisig, please deliver your paper.
Professor Kreisig has vanished again. So I hope that he will come back soon.
So in this case, we are waiting for
just 1 minute. Yes, it's okay. So here is his paper.
Yes, you all have received also a handout by Professor Kreisig, so you can look at this handout during his paper.
But where is he?
A very rich handout.
Yes, very interesting examples he has got here for presenting it, but I don't see him. Ne stajem u internet, izgleda to već drugi ili treći put. Ne znam gdje je.
Pa da, taj Bretarnic počne pričati, onda rađe da ne gubimo vreme. Jer kad budu nas hitili van, ne u 5 sati. Ne bu diskusije nikakve.
I hope he's okay.
I don't see him.
Maybe he has some technical problems.
I don't know. He was here the whole morning, so I don't know what happened now.
Da su ga skalpirali dijanci.
Pazi, čuje se to sve.
Now, what to do now?
Well, maybe we should then start. I don't know what to do because he was the last one from this network topic. This is why I thought that would be okay. Just a moment.
To musical networking.
I think maybe wait a few minutes more, Vera, because otherwise it's going to upset the order. You know, if Patrick goes first, then I'm not sure.
Here he's connecting again.
Good.
So I think the problem will be solved soon. I hope, at least.
Yes. So, Professor Kreisig, are you here?
It's like being at a seance.
I don't know.
Is there anybody there? Hello, Peter.
Oh.
All we need is a glass.
Yes, exactly.
I'm doing my best, or an invocation.
So Professor Kreisig is yet doubled here. So he should close one of these presentations because he will have, it's okay now. Professor Kreisig, we don't see you.
Hello?
Yes?
We can hear you, Professor Kreisig. So,
okay, I'm sorry. I
no problem at all.
Professor Kreisig, you just have to say when do you want the new slide of your presentation?
Yeah, I will say that. Yes, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes. I wish to thank Professor Katalinic and the members of the conference organizing committee who invited me to participate in this auspicious occasion. Seminal to the reception of the compositional legacy of Ludwig van Beethoven is the composer's copious correspondence of some 2,292 letters, as well as a number of miscellaneous documents, such as references to the Beethoven in the Wiener Tonkünstlersozietät. This broad reception of his oeuvre, embracing choral and orchestral works, solo repertory, extends almost exclusively to the cultural realm of Europe, focus on the Austrian-Hungarian monarchy, and in the case of the correspondence is characterized by the multitude of both senders and recipients of documents, among them composers, performing musicians, and publishers. During his years in Bonn and Vienna, Beethoven often received guests privately, using this opportunity to enter in the Stammbuch of the respective guests small pieces for solo voices, invariably with dedications, thereby often resorting to canons notated in shorthand, and that with recourse to the German-Austrian folk song tradition, one of Beethoven's habits in his compositional process, producing a body of repertory for which there exists no reviews in the standard publications, such as the Allgemeine Musikzeitung and the Allgemeine Musikalische Zeitung. Beethoven's visitors generally came from Europe, with a number of guests paying tribute to the master in 1825. See example 1. The year in which Beethoven was considered as an honorary member of the Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde, with this proposal for membership submitted on 29 November 1825, presumably in recognition of his distinguished association with the Konservatorium der Gesellschaft der Musikfreunde. On only one occasion, Beethoven received a guest from North America, the composer, theorist, and pedagogue Theodor Frederick Mold, originally a native of Gschwend from the vicinity of Stuttgart, Germany, with this visit often receiving variable attention in the secondary literature. Following his early musical training in Germany, provided by his father, Johann Friedrich Mold, a school teacher and Lutheran organist, young Theodor concluded his studies as a school teacher in his hometown in 1812. After this participation in the Napoleonic Wars and his completion of 2.5 years of service in the Württemberg militia, Theodor joined his father's school in 1819 as a music teacher, offering classes in singing and music calligraphy. Young moved to North America in 1822 with a brief sojourn in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, prior to reaching his final destination in Quebec City. Canada in 1823, where he assumed a position as a music teacher, and in the same year married the pianist Henriette Angelique Lackemeyer, the daughter of Frederick Hennig Lackemeyer, the son of a flautist from Hanover, another German immigrant to Canada in 1776. Frederick Hennig Lackemeyer had settled in Trois-Rivières, Quebec in 1777, where he worked as repairman and vendor of imported European musical instruments, as well as import of repertories. On the whole, a thriving business, as gleaned from an entry in the Quebec Gazette of July 13. Unfortunately, the successful entrepreneurship of Henrik Hennig Lackemeyer, with his contacts in Europe, as well as the travels of 18th and 19th century European musicians, must have had an impact on Mould, who in the spring of 1825, after he dispersed of his belongings, including furniture and music instruments, returned to Europe for an entire year. He experienced the most rewarding sojourn in Vienna, where he fully immersed himself in music of the first Viennese school of composition, with a thoroughly documented meeting with Beethoven disclosed in 2 documents, both from the pen of Mould. In a brief entry in the Beethoven's Konversationsheft in early December 1825, pursuing on his initial meeting with Beethoven, Mould introduces himself to the master in the following words as reproduced in example 3. As a follow-up of his initial visit with Beethoven, Mould, in a letter dated 14 December 1825, served in the autograph collection of the Division of Music and Theater of the City and University Library in Frankfurt am Main, asked Beethoven for an entry in Stammbuch. See example 4. Mould's note of introduction in Beethoven's Konversationsheft and Mould's letter of 1825 represent Beethoven's sole contact with the New World and calling great appreciation the most memorable visit of Mould with Beethoven. In response to Mould's humble request, Beethoven, not unlike his generous reception of his European guests with small response, with an entry of his choice canon in major, for on December 1825, coinciding with Beethoven's 5th birthday. Both Preußischer Kulturbesitz, and in post, are you still? Yeah. Composed towards the end of 1825 for Beethoven, a year of immense compositional productivity, especially in the genre of the string quartet, with the completion of his Opus 127 in February and his Opus 132 at the end of July, the preparation of his Opus 130, Opus 131, as well as a number of smaller piano pieces, such as the Waltz in D major and the Écossais in E flat major, WO6, Can Freudens, WO occupies a central place within the aforementioned sizable number of keyboard canons, which completed in the course of the same year. Unlike such as the four-voice canon, WO162, and the aforementioned canon C non pentas, WO04, the
Opet je nestao.
Professor Krasik, can you hear me?
He vanished again.
Yes, I have seen the inscription. There is some problem with his internet connection, with his connection. So, but especially with his connection. So
yes, it's problematic.
Mm. I don't know whether he knows that we cannot hear him.
No. I don't know. Just a moment, I will open his presentation and
but unfortunately I cannot see him at all.
No, he vanished again. Well, the only thing I can do is to read this paper. He came to example
4, I think, was it?
4, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I can read it for him.
So please be so kind, Viera, because...
Okay, Molt's note of introduction of Beethoven's Konversationsheft and Molt's letter of December 14, 1825 represent Beethoven's sole contact with the New World and recall in great appreciation the most memorable visit of Molt with Beethoven. In response to Molt's humble request, Beethoven, not unlike his generous reception of his European guests with small compositions, responds with an entry in Molt's Stammbuch of his 2-voice canon in C major, in the lower octave in shorthand, with the customary dal segno sign indicating the entry of the second voice on the text Freue dich des Lebens of Johann Martin Usteri. This is example 5 now. And the personal note to Molt in remembrance of Mr. Theodor Molt by Ludwig van Beethoven on December 16, 1825, end quotes. Curiously enough, coinciding with Beethoven's 55th birthday, with both these memorabilia preserved since 1979 in the manuscript collection of the National Library of Canada in Ottawa, at McGill's University. With the 2-voice canon in C major, Beethoven had relied on 2 earlier sketches, both dated December 1825 of the canon, respectively included on folio 10, verso, prior to the entry of his Grosse Fuge, opus 132, composed May-December 1825, in manuscript Berlin Staatsbibliothek Preußischer Kulturbesitz, autograph 24, and in one of Beethoven's Taschenskizzenbücher, Manuskript Berlin Staatsbibliothek Preußischer Kulturbesitz, autograph 91a, folio 6 recto 7 recto. Composed towards the end of 1825 for Beethoven, a year of immense compositional productivity, especially in the genre of a string quartet, where the completion of his Opus 127 in February and his Opus 132 at the end of July, the preparation of his Opus 130 and 31, as well as a number of smaller piano pieces, such as the Waltz in D major and the Écossaise in E flat major, the canon on Freue dich des Lebens, represents no incidental composition, but occupies a central place within the aforementioned sizable number of keyboard canons, the majority of which were completed in the course of the same year. Unlike Beethoven's other canons, such as the 4-voice canon Ta Ta Ta, Woken 162, and the aforementioned canon Sinon per Portas, the canon of Freue dich des Lebens is often neglected in the examination of Beethoven's oeuvre in the secondary literature, and more specifically is absent in chronological overviews of large-scale and small-scale compositions included in a number of monographs on Beethoven by Reitzler, Valentin, Petzold, and Lockwood. This observation might be directly associated with the fact that this particular work has fallen into oblivion as readily gathered from its omission from the Beethoven festivals, that venue in which a number of Beethoven's small-scale keyboard compositions have been featured. Just as Molt was moved by his visit with Beethoven, so was Beethoven touched by his visitor from Canada. For Beethoven presented Molt with a copy of yet another canon, Das Schöne zu dem Guten, a composition mentioned in Beethoven's letter dated May 3, 1825, to Ludwig Rellstab, as well as a copy of Beethoven portrait after the drawing in 1814 by Louis-René Letron, and a color lithograph prepared by the Austrian copper engraver Blasius Höfel, with the unusual nature of the latter gift underscored by the request for a copy of this portrait in the letter to Beethoven dated London, March 19, 1816 by Ferdinand Ries, and that in connection with Ries's preparation of a biography on Beethoven. Following his return to North America at the beginning of June 1826, Moult resumed his teaching duties in Quebec City from 1826 until 1833 and from 1841 until 1849, respectively, in Montreal in 1837, as well as at the Burlington Female Seminary in Burlington, Vermont, from 1833 until 1841, and from 1849 onward. Beyond that, he held a position as organist at the Roman Catholic Cathedral in Quebec City from 1840 or 41 until 1849. Undoubtedly in awe of Beethoven and inspired by his gifts of the two-voice canons, Moult devoted his attention to the art of composition, with Beethoven's influence most readily gleaned from Moult's Posthornwalzer mit Variationen für Klavier. This is example 6. With its emphasis on the Viennese classical tradition in the unfolding of the theme and 7 variations in the binary construct reinforced by the underlying harmonic framework with the reliance on arpeggiations in variation 1 and 6, Alberti bass figurations in variation 2, carefully controlled chromaticism in variation 3, triplet figurations in variation 4, the superimposition of dotated rhythms with broken chords in the still brisé idiom in variation 5, and the Viennese waltz in variation 7, and that with Moult, not unlike Beethoven, adhering to the idea of developing variations, thereby progressively distancing himself from the theme of the variations until the more fully embracing of the theme in the closing waltz of the composition. Beyond the visit of Beethoven with Moult's sojourn in Vienna, left an even broader impact on his creativity and scholarship. Notwithstanding his bilingual German and English setting of Knowst Thou the Land, with its nearly strict acclamation of each stroke, published in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania in 1825, prior to his trip to Europe, Moult continued with his development of the vocal idiom in his 2 settings of Soul Canadian, both of which, with attesting to a widely spread patriotism in Canada, reflect a clear allegiance to the German-Austrian folk song tradition of the era of Franz Schubert, the composer whom Moult may have met during his visit to Vienna, with close attention to the declamatory aspect of the text mirrored in the music and the overall mood of the setting captured in the keyboard introduction in both versions and the postlude in the second version. During his time in Vienna, Moult also came in contact with the contemporary piano pedagogy, especially in connection with his piano lessons with Ignaz Moscheles and Beethoven's piano instructor Karl Czerny, undoubtedly an experience with far-reaching impact on Moult's own teaching of the instrument and the commitment of his own pedagogy to paper in his elementary treatise on music, particularly adapted to the pianoforte, Quebec City, 1828, the earliest bilingual publication on music in Canada, which in its overall layout in dialogue form continues a tradition of writing widely disseminated in Vienna, as seen in the Gradus ad Parnassum of Johann Joseph Fuchs, whose Latin treatise had also been available in the German translation of Lorenz Christoph Mitzler von Koloff, consulted by Beethoven in his copying of 2 4-part Dorian fugues from this venerable treatise. Beyond that, the Kleine Wiener Pianoforte Schule vorzüglich für Kinder, Vienna, about 1830, of the horn player, composer, and piano pedagogue Friedrich Starke, with regard to the overall content, appears to have served Moult as a model for emulation in his completion of his elementary treatise on music, Molt focused on reworking substantial segments of his initial treatise in 3 subsequent publications of 1835, 36, and 55 respectively, identified in the bibliography of your handout, of the handout. In this Traité élémentaire de musique vocale, Quebec, 1845, on the other hand, Molt appears to be concentrating on committing to paper elements of his vocal pedagogy, to which he presumably resorted in the training of members of his amateur choir, which eventually grew into the Société Philharmonique, a group founded by Molt, which appeared in concert on a number of occasions in Quebec City in 1848. The manifold biographical literature on Beethoven is enriched by the colorful accounts and recollections of his many contemporaries. Most frequently, these vivid personal accounts are interlaced with the critical perspectives of modern scholars. Rarely does a modern biographer carefully separate out these primary sources, a vital fount for modern Beethoven scholarship. However, there exists copious original material emanating from Beethoven's contemporaries, as Friedrich Kerst has shown in his 2-volume compilation of documents, a publication which, in spite of its age, has not been surpassed by more recent compilations. With further Beethoven scholarship completed since the appearance of Kerst's volumes, an updating of a source-critical compilation of materials from Beethoven's era, and the critical examination thereof will presumably include the December 1825 visit of Molt with Beethoven in Vienna and underscore Beethoven's sole contact with a visitor from Canada, a biographical detail which has gone unnoticed even in the 20th century scholarship, which is firmly focused on Beethoven's detailed and pronounced cultural, artistic, and societal relationship with the cultural metropolis of Vienna. In Canada, a nation known for its peaceful coexistence of people of diverse races and cultures, bound by a common citizenship, that was a quotation, to quote from an address of the 1984 National Conference on Multicultural and Intercultural Education in Toronto by the Honorable Jack Murtagh, Minister of State and Multiculturalism. Molt, as a musicus, with his training in both musica pratica and musica theorica, and his genuine belief in transmitting this broad agenda of the musica disciplina, at the root of the European musical traditions, had a fervent interest in importing this idealized concept of the discipline to Canada, a venture congruent with the gradually unfolding cultural mosaic of Canada, with this notion reinforced with the proclamation of the Canadian Confederation on July 1st, 1867. In bringing his aim to fruition, Molt was inspired, at least indirectly, by his momentous visit with Beethoven, and an event which paved the way for the dissemination of Beethoven's oeuvre across Canada, as we witness in the realms of musica practica, that means composition, performance, and musica theorica, that means music education, music history, and musicology. In light of Molt's importance in his networking between Canada and Vienna, it is all the more surprising that his name, even as the father-in-law of the aforementioned successful entrepreneur Friedrich Henry Gleckmayer, has escaped the attention of Willy Amtmann in his study. However, even without a direct reference to the contributions of Molt, Canada has played an important role in the broader reception of Beethoven's legacy worldwide, with a number of examples specifically related to Canada underscoring this claim. Traces of Beethoven's creativity has left a pronounced impact on Canadian composers, performers, and scholars. In her keyboard piece entitled Letter B, Beethoven, from her alphabet pieces for piano solo in 1905 to 10, the Russian-born Sophie Carmen Eckhardt-Gramate, known as a promoter of Austrian culture in Canada, who moved from Vienna to Winnipeg in 1953, explored facets of the musical syntax of Beethoven in a theme with variation, with emphasis on the regular antecedent consequent phrase structure of early Beethoven. As a performer, pianist, and violinist, she was thoroughly acquainted with Beethoven's oeuvre, with performances of Beethoven's Kreutzer Sonata and his romances for violin and orchestra, opus 40 and 50. And George Fiala adopts the scoring of Beethoven's choral Fantasia, opus 80, from his concerto cantata for piano and choir. In his gathering in a symphonic concept for strings, Sir Irving Glick justifies the inclusion of a citation from Beethoven's opus 131 with the remark reproduced in example 7. Glenn Gould, an ardent performer of Beethoven's piano solo concertos and some of the chamber music, who earned praises from such luminaries as Yehudi Menuhin, combined with his insightful comments, such as on a 1967 radio broadcast in the performance of Beethoven's Sonata Opus 31 No. 3 and the Eroica Variations Opus 35, prepared his own cadenzas for a number of compositions by Beethoven, among them the Tempest Sonata Opus 31 No. 2, the Piano Sonata Opus 110, and the Piano Concerto Opus 15, in his most innovative imagination, elevating this repertoire to unprecedented heights, with the reliance on Bach's learned counterpoint in a series of cadenzas published of Beethoven's Opus 15. Author of a widely used textbook on classical music, Philip Downes, in his detailed examination of Beethoven's Eroica Symphony, was the first scholar to identify within the composer's application of the sonata from principal innovative compositional procedures, pointing to the underlying heightened extra musical allegory previously unnoticed, resulting in the drama expressed, what Downes summarizes under the heading of the New Way of Beethoven, to borrow a caption from Beethoven in his announcement of the new manner to his publisher, Simrock, in 1802, and that with regard to his novel approach to his sets of themes and variations, even those composed before 1800, with the use of the new way, Downes suggests the search for and uncovering of new trajectories in the examination of other works of Beethoven, with a number of scholarly, among them Karl Dahlhaus and Stefan Kunze, responding to the study of the new way in works, such as the Tempest Sonata, the 6 variations on an original theme, Opus 34, Eroica Variations, Opus 35, and the String Quartet, Opus 59, No. 3, in uncovering further novelties with regard to Beethoven's departure from more traditional approaches embedded within Viennese classicism. However, even in the post-Beethovenian era of the late 19th century, Moll's visit with Beethoven did not go completely unnoticed, as the Beethoven biographer Alexander Wheelock Thayer drew attention to this important event in his 1857 notebook, as well as his 1865 chronological index of the works of Beethoven. With his musical networking, Theodor Frederick Moll was undoubtedly at the forefront in offering a seminal contribution to the reception of Beethoven's legacy in Canada, a reception with its longevity continued until the present, though regrettably not observed during the 250th anniversary celebration of Beethoven in Bonn in 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So, I'm sorry that it was not the original, but still you could hear what was going on. Peter, it's your turn. Professor Kreisig, I have read your paper.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really much appreciate it.
Yeah, well,
I'm sorry.
No, because you were lost a few times, so we didn't want to wait anymore. And
no, of course, I understand.
Okay.
I understand. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Sorry we had the problems.
Okay. Peter, you should unmute if you are announcing somebody. So you can go on.
Okay, thank you, Vera, for reading this very rich paper, and thank you, Professor Krajcik, for this very rich research, and particularly for the very important and substantial bibliography literature at the end of your handout, which was very intriguing for me. I think the discussion will be at the end of the session, as always today. Okay. I have to introduce now our second speaker, who is Christian Bretternitz from Berlin, from the Staatliches Institut für Musikforschung Preußischer Kulturbesitz, which is, as you all know, a precious collection of music history. And he will talk about a very special instrument, the Wagner tuba. Please deliver your paper.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. I will try to share my screen and my presentation. Just a moment. So, okay, could everyone see the presentation, and could everyone hear me? I hope so. Yeah, thanks for the possibility to speak to you today. My name is Christian Bretternitz, and I work as research associate at the Berlin Musical Instruments Museum, which is part of the Staatliches Institut für Musikforschung. I am an organologist, so the focus in my lecture will be on the musical instruments. The invention or creation of a musical instrument is, in normal cases, a process with the involvement of more than one person. Instrument builders, musicians, composers work together to create new dimensions of sound and sound effects. One of the famous composers of the 19th century who deals with new sounds and new instruments is Richard Wagner. For example, the Parsifal bells for the opera Parsifal, the Glockenspiel, or the Beckmesserslute for Meistersinger. In my further lecture, according to the title, I will focus on some new brass instruments: the contrabass tuba, the contrabass trombone, and the Wagner tuba. In the field of brass instruments, there was a flurry innovation following the invention of valves by Heinrich Stölzl and Friedrich Blümel in 1814, respectively 1818. For example, in 1835, the musician, composer, and conductor Wilhelm Wiebrecht and the instrument maker Johann Gottfried Moritz applied for a patent for their jointly developed bass tuba. After his death in 1840, the Moritz company was continued by his son Karl Wilhelm Moritz, and later by Karl Wilhelm's sons Johann Karl Albert. So you see some members of the Moritz company here in the presentation. Wilhelm Wiebrecht became the supreme commander of all military music corps in Prussia in 1838. This was a very influential position, also because Wiebrecht wanted to and was able to carry out far-reaching reforms, among other things with regards to the instrumentation. With the Moritz company, we had a good and reliable partner to implement his ideas of the new instrumentation. And that should be important for the future. A word about the bass tuba. Richard Wagner was one of the first to prescribe this instrument in his score of the opera Der Fliegende Holländer. In 1844, he was Kapellmeister in Dresden and had purchased a bass tuba, probably to replace the part originally intended as an Offizier in Der Fliegende Holländer. In 1830, Hans von Bülow was born in Dresden. In 1842, at the age of 12, he saw the opera Rienzi and was since then an enthusiastic admirer of Wagner's music and later became his pupil and friend. So far for the introduction. Now a little time jump. Around 20 years later, on 15th of May 1865, Tristan und Isolde was performed first in Munich with Hans von Bülow as conductor. Shortly afterwards, he was entrusted with the Rheingold. In his score, Richard Wagner named specific instruments. However, these proved to be a challenge in practice. These were especially the stated bass instruments. Von Bülow hereby turned to Wilhelm Wiebrecht in Berlin. While bass trumpets were nothing new, the production of contrabass trombones and contrabass tubas were far more challenging. So let's focus on these two instruments at first. Wiebrecht was also unable to think of a contrabass tuba and presented several variants. These were, on the one hand, a bass tuba with 6 valves in E flat, and on the other hand, a contrabass tuba in contra F. With regard to the variant of an instrument in contra F, he pointed out that both length and bore would have to be greatly extended. So in the presentation, I show you some quotes. The presentation presents them in the original German, and I give a translation of them. So both the length and the bore would have to be greatly extended.
Please forgive me, Christian. Should we see the next slides of your presentation? Because now we see only the first page, the title page of your slideshow.
That should not be. But thanks for. Is it better?
Now we see contrabass tuba.
Okay. So when I go to full screen, then it's nothing.
Yes, try to go to full screen. It might be better then.
Yeah, I was there. So you haven't seen that.
Oh, we didn't see the full screen. Okay.
And you have here the members of the Moritz family.
Yes.
Wilhelm
Wiebrecht, yes.
Hans von Bülow.
Yes.
And the quote
contrabass tuba.
For the contrabass tuba.
Okay.
I will ask if the slides are switching.
Okay.
So is it now switching or not?
No, this is contrabass tuba.
Okay. Then perhaps it's better I made it that way, and I hope you can read it. It's big enough, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's better. That's better, Christian.
So, quote, that both length and bore would have to be greatly extended for the contra F bass tuba. Quote, this would result in a colossus of an instrument that would exceed the so-called low B-flat basses common in Austria, which are almost impregnable for human lung power, end quote. After some discussions, the Moritz company sent a 6-valve contrabass tuba in contra B-flat to Munich on 19th of May, 1866. It can be assumed that this contrabass tuba in contra B-flat remained in Munich and was used for the first performance. However, this raises the question of why one of the bass instruments in contra B-flat known in Austria was not simply used, and a far more elaborate route via Wilhelm Wiebrecht and the Moritz company was taken. Perhaps Hans von Bülow, like Wiebrecht, did not like the sound of the VNS models too much. Through his long time at Stern's Conservatory in Berlin, he was influenced by the Berlin, respectively Prussian sound, and possibly preferred it. So a contrabass tuba with 6 valves will look like in that way. It's a model from the Sweden makers Alberg and Olsen around 1870 and was probably used in military music. The development of the contrabass trombone was similarly difficult. On 20th of March, 1866, Wiebrecht wrote to Bülow, the trombone presents many difficulties in its execution, in that the playability of double overlapping slides can only be achieved by very great care. A contrabass trombone has not been heard in the world, and I myself am very curious to hear its sound effect. Moritz believes that he will soon be able to present this instrument for testing. Only 2 or 3 weeks later, the employees of the workshop Moritz were able to complete the contrabass trombone. On 14th April 1866, the Berlin manufacturer shipped the 2 instruments to Munich. In the accompanying letter, Johann Karl Albert Moritz noted, The instruments cost me a great deal of work and experimentation, but after their happy completion, I have had the satisfaction that Mr. Wieprecht describes both bass instruments as very successful in any way, and I would be pleased if Your Highness would pass the same judgment on them. So unfortunately, there's no instrument by the company of Moritz, no contrabass trombone, which I know. But I found one by later one by Robert Piering, who was located in Adorf, an instrument which he made in 1903. It's located in the Museum of Musical Instruments in Leipzig. So now let's come to the Wagner tuba. First, a few words about terminology, so there is no confusion. Wagner tuba is a modern term for this instrument. Other terms for it can be found in the sources, Tube or Waldhorn-Tube. I will use these terms and also not translate them in my further lecture. The development of that instrument that we call Wagner tuba today can be marked and structured by 3 dates. The first is Richard Wagner's first score of Rheingold, which he wrote down in 1853, 1854. Another cornerstone is the premiere of this opera in Munich on 22nd September 1869. The third prominent point is indicated in the commemorative publication for the 100th anniversary of the Moritz Company, where is written that, quote, in 1877, the Waldhorn-Tuben for Richard Wagner's Nibelungenring were newly constructed. Especially with regard to the years 1853, 1854 to 1877, it is still not clear which instruments were ultimately used as soon as Richard Wagner prescribed Tenortuben and Bass-Bariton-Tuben. You can see it here and the sketch for Rheingold. You can also see the bass trumpet and the ZB contrabass trombone and the contrabass tuba. The few surviving statements by the composer suggest that such an instrument was not available in the instrumentarium of the German-speaking orchestras of his time, and that a gap in the sound was to be filled. Erich Dremmel already noted with regard to the Munich sources that Wagner only had an approximate idea of the sound of the instruments he prescribed. However, the conception and development of the instruments, etc., was the responsibility of the commissioned instrument makers. There are only a few documents in which Richard Wagner comments at all on Tenortuben. In 2 of his letters, the composer said that he had heard comparable instruments in Viennese military bands. But the French sax horns also seem to have influenced his ideas about sound. In a letter to the Bavarian king, Ludwig II, Wagner wrote on 16 September 1865, quote, I have so far used several instruments for the orchestration of the Nibelungen, which I became acquainted with some time ago with the instrument maker Sachs as his inventions in Paris. Here and also in Vienna, where I sought to find these instruments in the military or to replace them with corresponding ones, I have not been able to use them. Indeed, one doubts whether the Sachs instruments could really be practicable and suitable for my proposals. Now that I am continuing to orchestrate, I feel truly embarrassed for this, and it is indispensable for me to quickly find the Sachs instruments in place in order to be able to make my decisions. Wagner had already pointed out the Viennese military instruments a few years earlier. Wendelin Weisheimer, who was a close friend of Wagner, was entrusted with the reproduction of the Rheingold score. However, the instrument names, which were unfamiliar to him, caused confusion. When Weisheimer wanted to make changes to the instrumentation and apparently replace the Tenortuben, Wagner replied to him in a letter, quote, Best Wendelin, how dare you think that the instrumentation in Rheingold should be changed. No idea. Everything remains as it is. The tuben, even under a different name, I find everywhere, especially in Vienna in the military, so leave it. In a letter written a short time later, on 27 September 1863, to Heinrich Porges in Prague, Wagner expressed himself similarly in a side note regarding the instruments. Quote, "We need 4 supplementary horns for the Nibelungen pieces. In past, they simply took them from the military, but they were sufficient." But what were these Viennese models? I think that Richard Wagner was referring to the euphonium, which was comparatively new at the time. It had been part of the standard instrumentation of Austrian military music since 1851 at the latest. An illustration can be found, for example, in the price list of the Musikinstrumentenfabrik Leopold Ullmann in Wien. So here you can see on the right side the euphonium with 4 valves. In this price list, there is, unfortunately without an illustration, another instrument of interest, the Bassflügelhorn in Tief C, if it was built in an upright form. The entry of that instrument, you can see here, Bassflügelhorn as a bass tenor horn in low C. The entry is supplemented with the words "to be used instead of a French horn," which you can read here, anstatt des Waldhorns zu gebrauchen. Be that as it may, the lowest common denominator of the Tenortuben conceived by Wagner is that the models belong to the instrumentarium of military music. And Wagner changes the structure of the brass section with his ideas, specifically by introducing Tenortuben, but also the bass trumpet and the contrabass instruments. This creates a balance between the brass instrument with a more conical bore and those with a more cylindrical bore. Alfred Lorenz called this the Gruppenprinzip, group principle, as early as 1937. In contrast to the contrabass tuba and contrabass trombone, however, it took time until the instrument makers built Tenortuben according to Wagner's sound ideas in a form that satisfied the composer. The first reliable date can be found in the commemorative publication of the 100th anniversary of the Moritz Company, which also listed the inventions and innovations of the Berlin workshop, including the entry, quote, "In 1877, the Waldhorntuben were newly constructed for Richard Wagner's Nibelungenring." End quote. It is significant that the Moritz Company listed all its inventions in that publication with the year of the invention, including the bass trumpet with 3 valves and the contrabass slide trombone in B flat in 1866. Accordingly, it can be ruled out that the Berlin workshop that was involved in earlier efforts to create a usable Tenortube. But what did these newly constructed Waldhorntuben look like? So here we have an example, perhaps it's the only example, that I know of a Wagner tuba by Moritz, which we can date from 1877 to 1895 due to the plate here. And other tubas, Wagner tubas by Moritz, other Waldhorntuben by Moritz are much later built. During the detailed examination and restoration of this instrument, which you can see here, Ana da Silva from the National Music Museum in Vermilion was able to determine that the bore of this Wagner tuba lies between the trombone and the horn on the one hand, and between the saxhorn and the tuba on the other. Further studies revealed that the Wagner tuba is located between the euphonium and the horn in terms of the bore. The measurements of the instrument thus reveal all the influences that were mentioned. If Moritz Waldhorntuben were first built in 1877, The question is, which instruments were used for the premiere in 1869? Only one answer comes to mind here: brass instrument of military music played by military musicians. Military musicians often acted in such a double function and helped out in the court orchestras, especially when larger instrumentations or special instruments were required. Wagner himself even refers to this circumstance in a letter to Wendelin Weisheimer, dated 12 October 1862. Quote, "The bass clarinet should be written out in treble clef with the necessary octave change. The unfortunate clarinetists complain to me that they are confused by the bass clef. I believe that the bass tubas in B flat will also have to be written in this way throughout, because the military musicians don't know any other way." Hans Richter, which you can see here, who is a conductor, also performed Wagner's works and was closely acquainted with the composer, made an attempt to find a solution for the Tuben around 1874. William Melton was able to prove that a set of these instruments was ordered from Georg Ottensteiner in Munich at the end of July 1874. Georg Ottensteiner is a brass instrument maker, was a brass instrument maker. Richard Wagner confirmed this order in later letters to Hans Richter. The design and manufacture took some time. For as late as 25th November 1874, Wagner wrote to Richter, and quote, "The Tuben have been ordered in Munich. We will have the new instrument rehearsed beforehand, which would advocate postponing the concerts until perhaps the end of March." Ottensteiner's Tuben must have been delivered towards the end of the year. They were used immediately, but this also led to the problems Richard Wagner feared, especially with orchestras in other cities, since the local musicians were unfamiliar with these new instruments. Of the chaotic rehearsal work for a performance of the Ring der Nibelungen in Berlin, Cosima Wagner noted in her diary on 19th April 1875, quote, first work to rehearsal at 10 a.m., 40 desks were missing, walk with Richard, breakfast in the Passage, at 11 again in the concert house, rebellious orchestra rebel, unequal tuning, Hofkapelle and Bilz's orchestra. The members decline the heroes for the day of repentance, hat on their heads, cigar in their mouths, horn players can't blow Tuben. It is possible that Johann Karl Albert Moritz was a visitor at one of the two concerts in Berlin and saw the playing problems with the Tuben, which certainly could not be solved in the only 3 rehearsals that preceded the concert. Perhaps this experience was the decisive point that he set about the new construction of the Waldhorn Tuben, which he completed in 1877. However, the question must be unanswered whether the instruments of Ottensteiner were subsequently replaced by the ones of Moritz. But it is certain that the instrument set in Bayreuth was replaced around 1890 by models from the Mainz workshop shop of Gebrüder Alexander. Their instruments are still in use in orchestras today. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Christian, for this wonderful paper and for the detailed discussion of this really special instrument. And our next speaker will be Claire Beasley, who is from Den Haag. And the title of her performance, of her paper, is The Art of Persuasion, an entrepreneurial glass harmonica player and her network of eminent influencers. So she will speak about another very special instrument, which is known first of all for me at least, from Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart's biography and composition. So I'm very interested in her paper. Let me ask a question, please. Do you have a slideshow? Unfortunately, I cannot hear you. So would you be so kind to unmute your connection? Okay, I think, no, I cannot hear you, unfortunately.
You have to, the level of the sound is probably at your...
Unfortunately, I cannot hear you. So you should unmute your computer or speak a bit more loudly. No,
because it's not muted. So it's a problem is somewhere, either your microphone is not turned on in the computer.
I think she's trying to
yes, reload
now. So we have to wait a little bit for her.
Yes, you never know what will occur. No.
Entschuldige, vielleicht sage ich ja auf Deutsch. Sie sollte, man braucht ihr sagen, sie sollte also links unten, also diese Ikone.
Naja, aber nein, sie ist nicht, sie hat das nicht ausgeschaltet. Es ist etwas anderes los.
Ja. Also die Schaltung funktioniert.
Is this sound of your computer turned in?
We don't hear you.
Aber vielleicht kann sie nicht also diese Ikone finden.
Nein, das ist etwas anderes.
Mhm.
Yeah, sometimes the Zoom itself needs to be turned on. I think
it is at the beginning when you enter the Zoom. Then it asks you if you if you enter with sound. So at entering, well,
yeah, exactly.
I recommended to Claire to come back via also via her phone. It works for me when my camera is on off, so that I have the camera on the computer and the phone with the voice. And that is a quick thing. So you enter 2 times.
No, but I think it might be this problem with entering Zoom and checking the sound first. Well,
I think if she, because usually, just as you say, Vera, there's some other thing that can happen as well. Unfortunately, I can't remember what it is.
She has written, sorry, I will have to restart my computer. So I think she's restarting now.
Yes, she is.
So we will, we have to wait.
Yes.
Sincerely speaking, I had the same problem when I first tried to connect. Can you remember, Viera? So the sound of my computer did not function.
Yes.
And I had to reboot my computer completely.
Yes. All right.
So as we can see, Zoom conference is far from being ideal.
Yes, has its problems, of course. Well,
we just wait a minute. I'm sure if Claire comes back in again,
yes,
she'll have her sound with her this time. You could have a great second career, Viera, reading other people's papers.
No, I don't have all the papers. I just
I certainly don't have mine.
Otherwise, I might do a one-man show. I can read all the papers by myself.
You can change the voices a little bit, you know. So,
well, here.
She's here now.
Yes.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
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 Oh,
Yes.
So sorry to keep you waiting.
It's okay.
Been absolutely pinned to my computer.
So,
okay.
Let me ask the question, please, whether you have a slideshow you would like to.
No slideshow.
No.
Okay. Well,
Then
one problem less.
Okay. Shall I begin?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, thanks so much for your introduction and for allowing me to participate in this brilliant conference. And I'm really sorry to hold you up with my technical problems. So my paper, which thank you for introducing it. Imagine for a moment that it's a horrific notion, but that Facebook had existed in the late 18th century. Now imagine what a Facebook page might have looked like for a young female virtuoso, a pioneer of a new musical instrument. Self-promotion is key because she's about to embark on a massive concert tour. And now think of the kind of fans that might have populated her friends list. An imperial sovereign, a plethora of European diplomats, some of the most eminent court composers, and a group of experimental physicists. It's a bizarre notion, maybe, but it actually exists. Such a fan base exists, albeit in paper form, as a book of letters of introduction and recommendation. The letters were written for the young British glass harmonica player Marianne Davies, born circa 1743 to 44, buried 1819. Marianne Davies began her career as a child prodigy of the flute, and as an adult, she sustained her career as a pioneering performer on the glass harmonica. Alongside her younger sister, Cecilia, a singer, she trod a perilous path, enduring long continental tours that took her to courts and salons across Europe. The foundations of her adult career and the network of professional contacts that enabled her concert tours are contained within a remarkable letterbook of introductions and recommendations. As I'll demonstrate, the book served as an aid memoir of letters issued to an array of eminent European contacts to help set up performance opportunities for Marianne Davies and her sister. As such, the letterbook serves as a unique document of her career and professional network, yet it remains largely unknown. This paper will examine how the letterbook can be analysed to reconstruct the rich tapestry of networks that supported Marianne Davies's career. 3 key areas will be examined: professional spheres, networking types, and correspondence pathways. Firstly, I'll examine the professional spheres of the correspondence. This will provide context about the environment the contact inhabited and give a sense of the type of performance and the type of audience that the contact afforded. Secondly, I'll examine the type of network that connected senders and recipients. This will help identify the social and professional distance between contacts and reveal common links that bound the networks together. And thirdly, I'll investigate correspondence pathways. This will help uncover how news about Marianne Davies spread to secure her appearances across Europe. Together, these 3 areas will tell us about the people she played for, the types of networking that were used to secure her concerts, and show how Marianne was promoted through interlocking and expanding webs of communication. These key areas will help recreate the rich network of contacts that supported her career. I'll begin with an introduction to the source and how I investigated it. The letterbook belongs to the Rackett Family Archive, held at the Dorset History Centre in the UK. It contains 128 items dated between July 1767 and August 1773. There are 45 full letters and 83 records of letters sent, which contain correspondent names, addresses, and dates. To get a sense of the volume and the pace at which the introductions were sent, I first subdivided the letterbook according to 6 principal phases of Marianne's career.
For the purposes of this paper, the most significant phases are the initial pre-tour preparatory phase, spanning from July 1767 to August 1768, the secondary phase of touring the Low Countries, Germany, and residency in Vienna up to the end of 1770, and the third phase, which encompasses the Sisters' Tour of Italy up to the end of 1772. The greatest period of letter writing activity took place in the initial pre-tour preparatory phase, where 70 letters of introduction were sent out. There's a notable absence of any letters during the second phase as they toured through the Low Countries, Germany, and eventually resided in Vienna, which could indicate the stability and security that they enjoyed there. The third phase, spanning from winter 1770 to winter 1772, marked the Sisters' Tour of Italy, and it sparked another dense period of letter writing, culminating in 47 introductions. The first key area I'll examine is the range of professional spheres present in the letterbook. This will provide insights into the kind of environment the letter's recipient inhabited and the type of performance and audience that they afforded. After surveying the correspondence, I was able to broadly categorize a range of professional spheres that included diplomacy, nobility, music, the arts, science, religion, government workers, commerce, and known saloniers. Overlapping of spheres featured, in some areas, most significantly where nobles served as diplomats. Occasionally, a correspondent straddled two more unusual combinations of professional sphere, like Madame Chalesia, a diplomatic spouse in Genoa. Chalesia inhabited both the world of diplomacy, but also the artistic world as a poet and a dramatist in her own right, formerly known as Dorothea Mallet. In these cases, because music and the fostering of musical talent was so intrinsic to the role of the 18th century diplomat, I chose to include all nobles who served as diplomats and their spouses within the sphere of diplomacy. I'll now focus on the three most prominent categories, which are nobility, diplomacy, and music. Correspondents in the sphere of nobility were the most frequently contacted across the letterbook, as a whole, receiving 48 recommendations. Nobles with a known history of patronage and interest in the arts were targeted. The London-based literary critic Giuseppe Baretti sent a recommendation to a renowned noble patron and amateur poet in Milan in the hope of an audience with Your Ladies and Knights. J.C. Bach requested the protection of two of his former patrons, one a Bolognese countess, the other one a Neapolitan princess. Diplomats served as a fundamental component of Marianne's network, providing 31 introductions overall. Ambassador Count Wartensleben in Mainz was the most prolific of these, issuing 16 letters to eminent nobles at courts across Germany. In preparation for the sisters' tour to Vienna, a diplomatic spouse and salonier in London requested the protection of a distinguished countess and host of a renowned Viennese salon. Following their success in Vienna, the sisters travelled to Italy with 7 letters of introduction to diplomats in Milan, Rome, Naples, and Venice. They carried 3 to Count Firmian, diplomat in Milan and renowned promoter of the arts, one of which was issued by the Empress herself, and the other 2 by Prince Kaunitz, her privy councillor. The 2 of the letters were addressed to Count Durazzo, who we met earlier today, ambassador in Venice. Durazzo had served as master of theatre in Vienna, but his opera reforms in collaboration with Gluck had become too far-reaching for the Viennese court, and he was subsequently removed to Venice. He was clearly an influential and useful contact, as part of his diplomatic role was to spare no expense in bringing the very best musicians to court. Correspondence involving the sphere of music, particularly court musicians, also served to establish important networking ties. 12 introductions were sent to court musicians, including Cannabis in Schwetzingen, Gemelli in Württemberg, Passaglia in Florence, and Gluck in Vienna. The sisters' introduction to Gluck was pivotal in their career because this enabled an introduction to Hasse. During their residency in Vienna, the sisters studied and became closely acquainted with the Hasse family, earning the prestigious title of Saxon Scholars. When they left Vienna, Hasse provided 3 recommendations to contacts in Venice to secure the first stage of their Italian tour. The second key area of this paper concerns an analysis of the network types that connected senders and recipients. Analysis of the network types will help identify the social and professional distance between contacts and reveal common links that bound them together. Brian Vick has described an insider network involving family and close friends. This type of network features in the letters of J.C. Bach to his brothers Wilhelm Friedrich in Leipzig and Carl Philipp Emanuel in Berlin, written in 1767. The tone is less formal, and in his letter to Carl Philipp, he's explicit in the purpose of the letter, namely to arrange an audience with the king. He also reveals Marianne's single-mindedness, noting the trip to Berlin is her decision and that her aim is to make some money. In 1771, having heard Marianne play to much satisfaction, Cardinal Colonna Branchiforte in Bologna uses his insider networks to encourage court introductions by writing to his princesses in Rome and Naples. Vickers used the term small world network to describe the link between correspondents set at a greater distance from one another. Again, J.C. Bach displayed the use of his small world network in contacting his former patrons. He describes the infinite kindness of Countess Sambeccari in Bologna and the unspeakable benevolence of Princess Belmonte in Naples as he requests their protection of the Davis sisters. 2 further types of small world networks stand out in the letterbook, networks bound by common interests. The Davis sisters' arrival in Bologna was greeted by a group of scientists fascinated by Marianne's curious instrument, the glass harmonica. These were scientists bound by a shared interest in electrical experimentation and a reverence for the harmonica's inventor, Benjamin Franklin. Astronomer Petronio Matteucci fired the web of communication in August 1771 after getting to know the Davis family and hearing the sisters in Bologna. They are known and respected at all the courts they have visited, and our professors of music are in admiration of them, he explained, recommending them to his fellow scientist in Turin. Matteucci brought Marianne Davis and her glass harmonica to the attention of the pioneering experimental physicist Laura Bassi. Bassi subsequently provided letters of recommendation for Marianne and her precious sonorous electrical instrument. The letters revealed a respectful gravity, pointing out not only the sisters' exemplary Catholic morals, but also their learnedness and indeed their knowledge of experimental physics. The small world network that comprised both Cardinal Albani in Rome and Sir Horace Mann, the British diplomat in Florence, resulted from a long-term correspondence and was bound by Englishness. Horace Mann's Palazzo Manetti was a magnet, a haven for English visitors to Florence, and Cardinal Albani appealed to Mann by referring to the sisters as his patriotes virtueux. This small world Anglophile network also featured Duchess Elizabeth Beaufort, whose recommendation to her son in London was sent at the request of Horace Mann, and she reveals that he was providing his protection to the sisters. The third key area in reconstructing Marianne's web of contacts involves an analysis of the correspondence pathways that the letters created. This will shed light on how news of Marianne Davis spread, expanding her web of contacts to secure her appearances through Europe. Sometimes the reputation of an author of a recommendation carried such weight and prestige that I refer to it as a golden pathway. Recommendations by Empress Maria Theresa or by Hasse stood out in this way, as they helped to establish the Davis sisters as they left Vienna for new adventures in Italy. Their recommendations also carried a prestige that resonated beyond those particular letters, but in subsequent ones. Exchanges between ladies of court in Vienna and Naples carried a royal assurance of Marianne's abilities, stressing, "The Empress has heard them many times, and this alone is proof of her approval." Similarly, the Davis sisters' acquaintance and studentship with Hasse earned them the prestigious title of Saxon scholars. This term was often quoted in the letters that followed their time in Vienna. A Bolognese astronomer felt compelled to recommend the sisters precisely because they had received so much acclaim from Hasse. When an initial recommendation provoked a subsequent one that opened up a new arena of contacts, I describe this as a secondary pathway. An initial letter to the diplomat Count Wartensleben in Mainz provoked an intense web of secondary pathways as he issued 16 recommendations to a variety of noble contacts at German courts. His secondary pathways effectively helped establish the first part of the Davis sisters' tour. In December 1772, the Florentine senator Domenico Baretti established another extensive secondary pathway through his recommendation to Salvadore Pasaglia. As a keyboard tutor to Grand Duke Leopoldo and music director to the eccentric English Lord Cowper, Pasaglia was a valuable asset who opened up possibilities for introductions both at court and at an Anglophile salon hub. Scratching beneath the surface of the letter book revealed a web of unseen networking activities that connected seemingly unrelated correspondence in the letter book. I decided to call this kind of intense, unseen interaction that coursed through the backdrop of the letter book invisible pathways. The unseen connections of the literary critic Giuseppe Baretti permeated the networks of London's literati and music world, as well as a web of noble Italian patrons and amateur poets. Meanwhile, private correspondence within the wider Racket archive revealed Senator Domenico Baretti's unseen patronage of the sisters. Furthermore, otherwise unseen in the letters themselves are his connections to other correspondents, including the improvisatory poet Signora Corilla and a Florentine saloniere. These particular letters carry, in a later hand, a note reading, "Signor Baretti returned this letter to us from Florence," thereby simultaneously providing an otherwise unseen pathway to the eventual collector of the letters themselves. To sum up then, this paper aimed to figure out how an analysis of the letter book could reconstruct the rich tapestry of networks that supported Marianne Davis's career. 3 key aspects were tackled. Firstly, an examination of the correspondents themselves to identify their professional spheres, to give a context to their social and professional setting, and to give a sense of the kind of performance and the kind of audience that Marianne would have entertained. Secondly, an analysis of the type of network that existed between the two contacts gives a sense of their closeness or distance and the common links that bound them together. And finally, an investigation of how the pathways emerged, interlinked and extended through the letter book, provided an awareness of how the news of Marianne Davis permeated through this rich and varied web of contacts. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for this paper. Our next and last speaker will be Patrick Becker-Neidenhoff from the Berlin University of the Arts.
Excuse me, Peter, Lana Šehović comes.
Excuse me.
Yes.
You are right.
I'm sorry, Patrick.
No. Please forgive me.
No problem.
Yes, indeed, you are right, Vera. The next speaker is Lana Šehović-Pačuka, who's from Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina. The title of her paper is Promenade of Croatian Guest Female Musicians through Sarajevo Concert Life from 1878 to 1918. So quite a special subject. Please deliver your paper.
Thank you very much and good day to everyone. I'm really honored to be here with you today, and I have presentation, so I will share my screen. Just a second, please. I hope everyone can see it now. Okay. Just a second. I will. Yes, you can see. I hope so.
Yes, but you have to open the full screen. We don't see the full screen.
Okay, okay.
Just working layout.
Okay.
That's okay.
It's okay now.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Title of my presentation is Music Promenade of Croatian Guest Female Musicians through Sarajevo Concert Life from 1878 to 1918. Sarajevo, which was the administrative center of the monarchy in Bosnia-Herzegovina in the period of Austro-Hungarian administration, began to change its social, cultural, artistic and musical image with unstoppable speed after the 1878. So if we are talking about musical life according to West European standards, we can say that it was in the early stage of its consolidation. It means that it depended on settlers and guest artists who, while staying in Sarajevo for shorter or longer time, brought the cultural and customs characteristics of country of their origin. Thus, over many years, the musical life of the capital was based on the amateur activities of individuals employed in the Austro-Hungarian administration, while the professional aspects of musical activity completely relied upon military orchestra stationed in Sarajevo and guest musicians who came from different parts of monarchy over the 40 years. While visiting Sarajevo with tours across Austria-Hungary, guest artists became part of the social cultural life of these regions. Originating from Germany, Austria, Italy, Bohemia, Russia, Serbia, and Croatia, the musicians met the audience with the current European music trends. Thus, at the concerts of this kind, the audience had the opportunity to listen to pieces that were not typical of Sarajevo concert life of the time, which mostly included performances of singing societies, military music, or opera and cabaret performances of German and Serbian theater troupes. Establishment of Croatian female musicians on Sarajevo concert stage. Well, in a series of names which filled through Sarajevo musical scene during Austro-Hungarian administration, particular attention was aroused by female musicians who came from neighboring Croatia. Explanations for that we can see on this slide, but data indicate that they were mostly opera female musicians and that their visit can be traced in 3 stages. The first stage, which can be described as a period of emergence and presentation of female musicians from Croatia, began around 1896, when the official journal of the national government in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Sarajevski List, published a short piece of news of the artistic evening of the musical nature. The musical evening, reserved for the month of June, was supposed to feature the famous Croatian opera singer Marija Micika Fronderaj, together with her brothers Dragutin and Zvonimir. The concert where Micika performed represented one of the first mentions of visit by Croatian female musicians in Sarajevo musical life, and it was overture for visits that would follow somewhat later. Micika visited Sarajevo several more times, and one of her visits was recorded by Hrvatski Dnevnik, the daily of Bosnian and Herzegovinian Croats. In August of 1907, Micika is described as the leading singer of Zagreb Opera, whose excelling performance could not be resisted by anyone. Micika honored the audience with appearance and artistry when she performed in the comic opera by Edmond Audran, La Poupée, with military orchestra and bandmeister Neuner, when she reviled her grace, so much charm and liveliness that the entire audience lived with her on the stage. But archival sources stored in the archives of Bosnia and Herzegovina revealed that Croatian singers' visit also had the flip side, which was not visible to public at large. Micika stayed in Sarajevo as part of theater troupe of Miloš Dinic, who over 6 weeks of July and August in 1907 organized theater productions in Benbaša Garden. Due to bad weather conditions and the impossibility to hold all the scheduled performances in the open air, Dinic accumulated high debts and dared to write to Isidor Baron Benko, the civil pity officer in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In his letter to Baron Benko, he asked for financial aid, which would cover his debts to the members of theater ensemble and the renowned singer whose reputation could not allow an unpaid fee. Although all these difficulties of financial nature, situation was not publicized, but remained only part of archival material. Micika Freuderich guest performances were no longer recorded either in press or in archival documents. And as you can see on this slide, we can see a letter of Miloš Dinic to Baron Isidor Benko. During the first stage of Croatian female artist establishment on Sarajevo concert stage, guest performances by Gabriela Horvat also deserve attention. Talented Gabriela Horvat arrived in Sarajevo in 1898 together with famous Zemlin-based singer Žarko Savić. Horvat's tour, which included Bosnia and Herzegovina on the route Travnik, Mostar, Sarajevo, Jajce, Banja Luka, began after problems with the management of Zagreb Opera. Therefore, the tour in Bosnia and Herzegovina was probably the opportunity to distance herself from current problems, as well as transition period in her career, which was to be followed by repeated professional success through Europe. Local press reported on Ella Horvat and Žarko Savić's guest performances at Elija. Sarajevski list gave us to understand that the concert by musicians duo was extremely successful. Stage 2. Strozzi dynasty and the triumph of opera of National Theatre in Zagreb. The second stage of Croatian female musicians' presence on Sarajevo concert stage corresponded to the flourishing of musical life in local context. Although the musical life reached its climax, its concert side still depended on visits by foreign guest artists. A particular attention was drawn by female musicians arriving from the well-known artistic dynasty Strozzi. In the context of Sarajevo concert happenings, it is significant to mention the name of Markiza Marija Ružička Strozzi, a famous Croatian actress. Marija stayed in Sarajevo as an actress a few times, and the press devoted a particular attention to her visits in 1899 and in 1900. Although Marija Strozzi's contribution to the development of Sarajevo theatre scene was beyond doubt, the context of this paper is more interested in her as the mother of Maja de Strozzi, a soprano singer who achieved a prominent European career. Indeed, archival sources reveal that Marija Ružička de Strozzi attempted to make the rise in her daughter's career. So, in September of 1900, Marija Ružička Strozzi sent a letter to the board of Croatian Choral Society Trebević with request to allow her gifted daughter to give a concert aimed at raising funds for further schooling abroad. Further, the letter says that she is a musician of extreme talent and that it would be the easiest to raise the funds for her education if Trebević and Maja gave a joint concert. And on this slide, we can see a letter of Marija Ružička Strozzi to Trebević and also the program of the concert. But unfortunately, the idea was not carried out for unknown reasons, which did not prevent talented Maja de Strozzi to continue her music education in Vienna and visit Sarajevo years later as an accomplished musician. Indeed, Croatia's singer first presented herself to Sarajevo audience in 1911, when she visited the Bosnian capital with Zagreb Opera. Well, the visit of Zagreb Opera was a great social cultural event for local audience, while the names of leading singers such as Maja de Strozzi and Mira Korošec additionally flayed up the audience curiosity. And on this slide, we can see that they were in Sarajevo for 4 days, and they performed great operas such as Oganj by Blagoje Bersa, Madame Butterfly by Giacomo Puccini, and many others. It is interesting to say that the entire Zagreb Opera visited Sarajevo one more time, actually on the eve of the First World War. The whole ensemble arrived on the 1st May of 1940 with sopranos against Strozzi and Korošec, who were announced as stars. This time, Zagreb Opera presents itself with crucial pieces such as Tosca by Giacomo Puccini, La Traviata by Giuseppe Verdi, as well as creations such as Eva by Franz Lehár and Nikola Šubić Zrinski by Ivan Zajc. The title Female Rules will sung by the already discussed prima donnas, and daily said, Miss Korošec proved to be strong Tosca who was loyal to her love to the end, while Strozzi was brilliant in the role of the Violetta in La Traviata. Guest performances by opera divas on Sarajevo concert stage immediately before the assassination of the heir to the throne remembered by one of the last significant musical events before the war. Performances of Maja de Strozzi and Mira Korošec together with ensemble of Zagreb Opera in the period of Austro-Hungarian administration was the heyday of the musical life in the capital in the period of Austro-Hungarian administration. The third stage and war years. Social political changes brought about the First World War had a significant impact on the context of culture and on the musical life of Sarajevo and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Still, during the height of war happenings, the concert life was not completely extinguished, and in the 1940-1918 period, the press recorded the guest musicians mostly came from neighboring Croatia, and they were mostly women. Sarajevo was visited by already well-known names, and thus we again encountered the name of Mira Korošec, who was described by Sarajevsky List as an artist well-known since the time of Croatian opera too. Still, the performance in December of 1916 was different from the pre-war one, since it had the attribute of charity party. This time, it was an event announced by the press as a charity party of Croatian societies, with a concert part that was supposed to feature Choral Society Trebević, Mira Korošec, Noa Matošić from Split, as well as musicians Janković, Vezzoli, and Svečani. The story of promenade of Croatian female musicians on the concert stage of Austro-Hungarian Sarajevo can be completed with one of the last tours that marked this period. It was toured by a singer on the rise, Ljerka Kočonda. Kočonda was announced as a representative of younger Croatian musical scene, who acquired her knowledge of music in Berlin and was supposed to give a concert for Sarajevo audience with a tour that included trips to Dubrovnik and Mostar. It was also announced that she prepared for local audience a repertoire comprising by pieces by Hadze, Širola, Konjović, Zajc, Grieg, Dvorak, Mozart, etc., which she presented in Napredak's Hall in April 1918. The critics noticed that the musician had stage fright at the very beginning of the concert, which she gradually overcome. Besides all, a few days later, Kočonda made a new appearance in front of Sarajevo audience, but this time soprano did not perform alone, but with famous names of Sarajevo scene of the time, such as pianist Angelo Kesioglu, military orchestra, and already mentioned Noa Matošić from Split. And on this slide, we can also see the poster for the charity concert, which she performed with Noa Matošić, and it was in April of 1918. And for the end, the promenade of Croatian female musicians in the musical life of Austro-Hungarian Sarajevo had its stage, which were related to general social, political, and cultural developments. Guest musicians thus made up the backbone of the professional musical activity, and as the available source revealed, Croatian female musicians were favorite guests in the given context. The first stage, starting from 1996, mostly with opera singers who performed at concerts with their colleagues or with newly established Sarajevo Choral Society. The second stage of their presence at concert returned to the period of general flourishing of musical life, which brought about the maturing of cultural and musical climate of the capital. The last, third stage of the promenade was marked by the First World War and ruining of all aspects of the public and therefore musical life. Former gala opera evenings and concerts were replaced by entertaining evenings of charitable character. However, judging by articles, the quality of performances did not decrease even in such circumstances. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this wonderful paper. It was very rich. We are at before the end of the session, and our last speaker will be, in fact, Patrick Becker-Najdenovna, whose paper title is Devil or Priest, Virtuosi in the German Musicological Imagination. I'm particularly interested in this subject because I earlier dealt with Franz Liszt and his activities. So please deliver your paper.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, dear colleagues, thanks very much for the kind introduction again, and thank you for having me at this conference. It's a pleasure to be here online, at least, not really on Zagreb, which I would have really liked to visit. Today, as part of a larger research project, I want to share some thoughts on virtuosity and virtuosity in the what I call German musicological imagination. Only recently, musicologists in Germany, at least, started to take a genuine interest in virtuosity as a historical and aesthetical phenomenon. This happened mostly under the impression of developments in performance studies like Nicholas Cook's 2013 Beyond the Score. Furthermore, in the German 2012 Scenes of Virtuosity, theater studies pointed to the particular theatrical qualities of virtuosity and the people who employ it. In this talk, I argue, we as musicologists need a critical discussion of virtuosity. For our aesthetical judgment of virtuosity affects our historiographical methods, the way we write a history of virtuosity, for example, and vice versa. Therefore, an evaluation of methodology supports the development of genuinely musicological approaches, possibly including those particular analytical skills that give our discipline its individual voice in interdisciplinary contexts. As stated in my abstract, I'm focusing on a single figure for now, the German philosopher, composer, and music critic Theodor W. Adorno. Thus, instead of presenting an entire network of virtuosi or an entire network of scholars, I give you a single node from a much larger and more complex web, However, as such a single node in a larger system, Adorno's ideas about virtuosity and his concept of virtuosity in themselves also form a partial system that deserves our attention. I must stress my use and my understanding of the term node here. It certainly is a term that we encounter quite frequently when we engage with network theory and network research. As Richard R. John writes in his 2010 Network Nation, Inventing American Telecommunications, the word network has become a ubiquitous metaphor for any phenomenon that includes some combination of links and nodes. People network to find jobs, improve their social status, and stay well informed. The mass media abounds with references to social networks, business networks, and tragically, terrorist networks. The internet is literally a network of networks, or an internetwork. Similarly, in her 2019 Conceptualizing Knowledge Networks chapter, Rachel Medura writes, the structuring components of networks, commonly referred to as nodes, also actors or vertices, and edges, that can also be relations, ties, and arcs, have the virtue of representing many possible objects of historical inquiry. If we are to follow Medura, there are at least 3 types of networks. First, we can imagine social networks, composed of people and interpersonal relations, such as the national communities formed by language and common culture. Second, material and spatial networks, demonstrating the movement of goods across geography. And third, semantic networks, demonstrating the relationship of words and ideas to one another in a text. Thus, in approaching knowledge as guided and shaped and even defined by networks of exchange, it is possible to pursue similar questions across a staggering breadth of sources. However, I'm taking quite a different turn here. The type of node that I'm thinking about for the German musicological imagination, also for virtuosity from a music historical perspective, is very close to what Marcel Cornes-Pope, the general editor of the multi-volume Comparative History of Literatures in European Languages, calls a cultural node. Developed as a theoretical and methodological answer to cultural diversity in Eastern European literatures, cultural nodes become the working model for cultural transference. In contrast to the traditional metaphors of organicism, Cornes-Pope understands the concept of a node as a rich metaphorical alternative, which may also serve as the starting point for multiple derivations. It can also be taken as a point in a network at which the multiple lines of development come together, or, to put it in broader terms, the point that is the hub of the network. It's central. As the musicologist Jim Sampson argues in his Grove Music online article on Southeast Europe, integrating Cornes-Pope's approach is especially pressing for 19th and 20th century music history, my focus, if it were to dismiss the outdated paradigms of nationalism. Sampson writes, Cornes-Pope set out, among other things, to recover aspects of literary history that have been suppressed or distorted by an all-pervasive national perspective. In doing so, he was not, of course, denying the role or importance of nationalism in cultural histories of the region, but rather counteracting its retrospective influence. There's a very strong argument for a similar approach to music history. Following the nationalist movements of the 19th and 20th centuries, the tendency has been to tell the story of music in Europe as a series of discrete national histories, thus demoting the commonalities that have resulted from shared cultural substrata, from common imperial legacies, like, for example, Habsburg and Ottoman legacies, and more recently from the lure of modern Europe. Thus, if we are to map 19th and 20th century virtuosity in music and virtuosity networks with Cornes-Pope, that would include 4 key nodes. First, the temporal node. These are the watershed dates that separate different periods of development. Second, the institutional node, the social structures that become the means of organizing literary, or in our case, music and musical cultures. Third, topographical nodes, the cultural areas or locations that become the centrifugal disseminators of the imaginary and at the same time function as centripetal centers of attraction, drawing writers, poets, publishers, in our cases also composers and musicians and artists in general, into their orbit of interaction. Fourth and finally, there are also figural nodes, historical as well as imaginary subjects, but also stereotypes, texts, and personified objects of great variety that galvanize ideas attracted to a basic image or, in broader terms, to a socio-cultural symbol. However, as Paula Findlen cautions in her introduction to the 2019 edited volume, Empires of Knowledge, Scientific Networks in the Early Modern World, we need not fall into the trap of an overt positivism that values the literal geographical spatial spaces and the hard data of institutional activities or logbooks more than the figural and difficult to grasp movement of ideas. The past decade or more has seen much greater emphasis on the diffusion of roles, the circulation of information and knowledge, and the mobility of human agents. Thus, writing a musicological history of virtuosity networks is also an exercise in the history of knowledge concerning the concept of virtuosity. Rather than being organized around a single center, networks are often polyvalent. Thus, networks direct our attention to their hubs and nodes, each its own center, and the edges that make connections between them. They take us deep into contact zones to capture moments of productive interaction. When we dig down to the capillary level to perform the most fine-grained analysis, less well-known people and processes that mediate, exchange, and transform knowledge in medias res begin to emerge. Perhaps by now we are more interested in arriving at the limits of a network to probe its intersections with other networks. The potentially expansive, at times even fluid dimensions of networks have encouraged historians of science to think of new ways to capture the dynamic processes of knowledge, making it and its participants. Therefore, in what follows, I offer a discussion of a node that is Theodor W. Adorno himself and his understanding of virtuosity and virtuosity. The argument here goes that Adorno is representative for the German musicological imagination of virtuosity mentioned in my paper's title. Adorno, however, as you all know clearly, was no musicologist. Nevertheless, he is important for a methodological and theoretical self-reflection today, precisely because his influence on contemporary and later musicologists goes in two directions. On the one hand, the continuing effective force of Adorno's ideas is visible in the, let's say, disdain proponents of a problem-oriented, rather formalist historical musicology, like Karl Dahlhaus in Berlin, had for virtuosity and its overt theatrical qualities. However, on the other hand, I feel the critical aspects of Adorno's work as the result of an actual critical Frankfurt School theory spilled over in later more culturally oriented endeavors like new musicology too. From the before-mentioned perspective of network theory and cultural nodes, Adorno is an interesting object of inquiry for two main reasons. First, because of Adorno's own contemporary context. Second, because of the significance virtuosity seemingly retained throughout his entire work as a writer. In context, it is possible to relate Adorno both to the social and the semantic networks outlined by Medura, mentioned earlier. Interrohr, Frankfurt-based music critic, member of the Schönberg Circle as pupil of Alban Berg, part of the European Jewish emigre communities in the United States during the 30s and 40s, and German post-World War II intellectual, Adorno's social networks deserve further investigation. Besides, the semantic networks that permeate his work call for a closer look concerning virtuosity. Many of his arguments were actually quite typical talking points, for example, among both his closer acquaintances and in the broader Weimar Republic culture during the interwar years. For example, in Adorno's fragmentary theory of musical reproduction, he relates virtuosity to the gestures of medieval notation. He writes, "The moment of the meaningful relation is what happens when the mnemic element of the musical text turns itself into the concrete interpretation. But it is the attempt to absolutize this process that causes rampant minstrelship, the virtuoso, and the arbitrary gesture. So to say, exactly what brings forth the mimetic impulse of music as a regressive one that yet unbroken breaks through the whole music and hands over musical interpretation to the actor. Musical acting, writes Adorno, is the living at the expense of its own objectivity. Especially for Adorno, but also for many of his contemporaries and predecessors in and before Weimar Republic eras, virtuosity was extremely close to acting and circus culture. Furthermore, as we can see in Adorno's affirmation of Walter Benjamin's Rastelli erzählt, in his understanding of virtuosity, it came even closer to popular culture. Nevertheless, for today, I won't talk about Adorno's work and virtuosity in Adorno when he's talking about jazz, for example. It will eventually be very important, I guess, to understand and fully grasp Adorno's concept of virtuosity. But for the moment, I fear it will unnecessarily complicate things if we also focus on this. So there's so much for Adorno's context in his own contemporary times and for his predecessors and the ideas that he actually draws from. For the remainder of this talk, I want to focus on virtuosity and virtuosity in Adorno's work itself, so to say. If read closely, virtuosity becomes a prism of Adorno's thought, because it is one of the very few categories permeating his work as a whole, from nearly the very beginning to the very end. We all know his polemics, to say the least, against jazz, already mentioned, also against Toscanini's style of conducting, against the tendency toward faster tempi among performers, and so forth. However, Adorno certainly also had his examples to show the opposite of reprehensible virtuosity, so to say, examples of positive virtuosity. For example, in Chopin, especially the A-flat major ballad, Opus 47, number 3, Adorno valued virtuosity as only lapping around or playing around the essential part of the music. And after the Austrian pianist Eduard Steuermann's death, he describes his playing mechanism as powerful and with the highest virtuosity, without Steuermann ever glorying in it. Furthermore, in the Burlesque, the third movement of Gustav Mahler's Ninth Symphony, Adorno saw another positive example, virtuosity for the orchestra and contrapuntal virtuosity too, so virtuosity for performers and for the music. Finally, in Adorno's eyes, Winfried Zillig, the today mostly forgotten German composer and pupil of Arnold Schoenberg, showed virtuosity in treating serialist 12-tone rows that only served as a surface to cover up actually fragmented breaks at the core of his music. So what interests me here is an interpretation of virtuosity in Adorno's work that is based on investigating virtuosity terminologically. So questions are, when does the term appear? Who are the people to whom? And what are the compositions to which Adorno relates virtuosity? What connotations does the term carry in the different contexts it appears? And is it possible to discern reasons for Adorno's use of the term, at least in some of the cases, for example, by reconstructing his analytical insights? Then another question is, how does virtuosity relate to the phenomena of acting, circus art, and the like, so closely connected to the term in Adorno's writings? If we use virtuosity as some kind of node in a larger network of terms and terminology, we see other terms like circus art, the actor, and so on, that are really close in this network as other nodes. And they stand in a relationship and communication. We should try to find out what this relation actually is. I argue there's really something to get from such an inquiry. Adorno certainly had a colloquial and everyday use of the term, like many other people do even today when saying virtuosity or virtuoso descriptions of people who can do something very well. For example, that is especially the case with Adorno in relation to Liszt, as well as positively connotated modifier to praise a composition or passage of music, like for example, Alban Berg's Opus 4, Hier ist Friede, the last song from the Opus 4, or the Wolfsschlucht from Weber's Freischütz. These are examples in Adorno's writings where we have a colloquial everyday use, it's just used. However, as a hypothesis, I believe that besides this colloquial use of the term, Adorno also had a more intricate concept of virtuosity that he reserved for and consciously employed on special occasions. It's precisely this conscious use of virtuosity that is much more important than previously thought. Adorno's understanding of it is more nuanced and than a first look might suggest. Furthermore, the terms conscious applications appear in more of Adorno's intellectual fields than just his works related to music. And most importantly, however, the term appears much earlier in a genre that musicological Adorno studies, if this even exists, tend to overlook. His 1927 postdoctoral habilitation thesis, called The Concept of the Unconscious in the Transcendental Theory of the Psyche, which is, after Adorno's 1924 dissertation on Husserl's phenomenology, the first and ultimately failed attempt of Adorno to write a postdoctoral thesis. He had to write a second one, and that was then finally his habilitation. Basically here, Adorno's text, the first habilitation thesis on the unconscious, is epistemological in nature. Adorno attempts to define the term unconscious from a transcendental perspective and aims at transcendentally grounding, as he writes, the science of unconscious objects. This monograph, which is now part of the first volume of Adorno's collected writings, is some 220 pages long and consists of 3 main chapters. First, Adorno discusses general problems of theories concerning the unconscious and the seeming contradictions between the unconscious and the transcendental method. Second, drawing from his PhD supervisors, Peter Cornelius's Kant commentary and Horkheimer's postdoctoral thesis on the interaction between theoretical and practical philosophy in Kant's critique of judgment, Adorno describes Kant's understanding of the unconscious and his theory of transcendental souls. The third chapter, that's the interesting chapter in our case now, then goes on to reframe the early psychoanalysis of Freud and his circle as an epistemological problem. Surprisingly, in this final chapter, Adorno mentions virtuosity. In his own words, here he attempts to turn psychoanalysis from a practical therapy to actually heal people into an object of philosophical inquiry. That is possible, says Adorno, because much like philosophy, early psychiatric experiments and studies found the symptoms constituting psychological disorders can be found through psychology and psychiatric practice, but apparently this practice could not find the demonstrable physiological changes in the human soul and the anatomic organs like the brain and the central nervous system. Therefore, Adorno writes, psychoanalysis assumed the premise of a psychophysiological parallelism, despite its failure to actually explain the registered disorders. There is a psychological disorder, there's a physiological disorder, but they could not find the actual connection between the two. And quoting Freud, Adorno sees the ultimate goal of psychoanalysis then in discovering the common ground between the corporeal and the mental disorders. This is where the term of unconscious enters the stage as the psychological auxiliary concept of psychoanalysis. This is the common ground term to actually connect the two somehow. In itself, Adorno summarizes his position with regard to Freud. The unconscious is only given through mediation. Thus, all phenomena are meaningful, they all make sense, because even the most incomprehensible phenomenon is ascribable to the unconscious. This dynamic between consciousness and the unconscious forms the basis for Freud's theory of parapraxis, the famous speech and memory errors today we call the Freudian slips. It is here that Adorno feels the need to consult virtuosity as an example. He writes, according to common knowledge, these phenomena, the Freudian slips, are arbitrary. There is no legitimate reason for their occurrence. At the most, people refer to the conditions at work for such phenomena to occur, like, for example, illness or fatigue, excitement or distraction. They do not suffice, however, to recognize the reason for these errors. They fail to explain their relation with regard to consciousness. On the one hand, all kinds of errors happen, even with people who do not fulfill any of these conditions. On the other hand, the relationships between the error and the lack of attention, people always implicitly assume, actually does not exist in most cases. For Adorno, it is the very safety or certainty in our most automated actions that contradicts any such pre-scientific common sense notion of Freudian slips. In Adorno's eyes, we need to remind ourselves, writes he, only of a musical virtuoso's accomplishments. If that were really true, if slips were really arbitrary, a musical virtuoso would encounter such Freudian errors to a large extent, given the virtuoso's condition during the interpretation. However, Adorno argues, virtuosi show Freudian slips the least. These phenomena don't happen with virtuosi usually when they play. Thus, a closer look at Adorno's understanding of virtuosity allows to resituate the term on a much more prominent position in his work than previously thought. Undoubtedly written under the spell or influence of his own experiences as a musician, composer, and concertgoer, Adorno shows a notion of virtuosity that stands in contact with the previously neglected areas and formative periods of his thought. Against the background of the interwar Freudo-Marxism, so important for the Frankfurt School, the figure of the virtuoso becomes an excellent showcase, distinguished by his or her particular psychological disposition and physiological possibilities. Furthermore, for Adorno, virtuosi are as much a phenomenon of modernity as virtuosity is an aesthetic phenomenon of modern music. Adorno explicitly states that it was Richard Strauss who first translated virtuosity from being a term reserved for music reproduction, that means for performance, into the field of music production, that means composition, although Liszt less successfully attempted something similar before. The epistemological and psychoanalytical origins of Adorno's ideas about virtuosity become immediately evident here in his text on Strauss. Adorno writes, Strauss's virtuosity turned towards something quite prohibited, the production of images through the imageless art of music. His music shows an immanent penchant to objectify the soul. Unlike bourgeois art religion, it did not stop before the frontier between inside and outside, conscious and unconscious, so to say. Strauss's technical and manipulative behavior lost its contact with actual experience. His music's aesthetical subject acquires the inner and the outer world without their resistance, like a pile of resources to work with. It seems precisely to be the lost contact with experience, this lost contact, the floating lightness or ease shown by virtuosity and virtuosi that pushes it toward becoming a reified commodity. In his remarks on musical life in Germany, Adorno mentions virtuosity in one breath with categories like variety, dynamization, originality, unique character, and continuing novelty, as well as many more, that turned music into a commodity acceptable for society. Furthermore, Strauss's technical abilities find their continuation in Stravinsky's virtuosity. In his text on the social situation of music, Adorno only sees Schoenberg's mastery as equal to Stravinsky's compositional abilities. It's the dialectical image, so famous from his philosophy of new music. Thus, if you were to critique the neoclassicist tendencies he calls objectivism, Adorno argues compositional technique with its recently acquired new tendency toward virtuosity, not only as a performing phenomenon, but also as a phenomenon of composition. The compositional technique, this would be the right starting point to actually critique objectivism and neoclassicist tendencies. Virtuosity then becomes active or productive as an aesthetic phenomenon in compositions, while keeping trace of its origins in performance culture. In Adorno's eyes, virtuosic music is a music that shows off, so to say, that shows itself and that shows other music in an act of theatricality formerly reserved for virtuosi. To conclude, in Adorno's eyes, virtuosity becomes positive precisely when it remains instrumental, but nothing more. As a technique toward a goal, rather than a goal itself, virtuosity ought to be a tool in the hands of those performers and those composers that use it. However, as a tool for Adorno, virtuosity must never lose its contact with the people's experience operating it to reach another higher goal. In the end, like in his musical aphorisms, Adorno unsurprisingly relegates genuine virtuosity to a distant past. Wunderkinder, young prodigies, he writes, are the only authentic virtuosi. They make their adult versions redundant, and thus the world of the grown-ups conspires against them. Thank you. That's my talk.
Thank you for this wonderful paper. And I think it was of philosophical depth. So I learned a lot of your paper, but I'm sure I have to read it in a written form in order to understand it much more. I'm sure, nevertheless, I'm sure that you have touched lots of subjects which are fundamental concerning musical historiography. For example, this basic question whether we have to imagine 19th and early 20th century historiography as a national history, so as a recurring problem. This is a recurring problem for us. Mm-hmm. We are some minutes after 5 p.m., but I think we have some time for a short discussion. So I would
5 minutes.
5 minutes, only 5 minutes. I would like to ask the question, there are any questions, remarks, opinions to any of the 5 papers we have heard?
Well, it was quite a busy day. I think people are so full of information that you need to digest it first.
You are absolutely right, Vera.
Maybe for the final discussion, you will remember or write it down, your notes, because when we hear these 30 more papers which are standing in front of us, it will show a completely more complete picture of variosity of networking, where we can apply actually this idea of networking. So if there, you have your question.
I have not a question. I have just a short remark to the paper to Lana Shahovic-Pachuca, which I found very intriguing. All of the papers were very intriguing, but I think that this aspect, this point of view of music history, the role of female performers in 19th century music is a useful alternative to avoid the dangers of over-heroized national music histories. So ladies and female performers are not so heroic and not so national as male composers. Am I wrong?
No, we're not. Yes, female musicians were really unique in this period, and I also wrote actually a book about female musician in Sarajevo and Bosnia and Herzegovina during the Austro-Hungarian period. And during that period, when I was writing the book, I actually found so many data about them, and I realized that actually they were backbone of the musical life in these regions. When we talk about Bosnia and Herzegovina, they were so important. So I decided to present something from my research, and as you seen, female musicians from Croatia also were so important, and they were backbone of the concert life of Sarajevo in this period.
Just a remark, we spoke about female musicians also with Damenkapellen.
Yes.
And to this phenomenon we also came across when researching the salon music. In our mutual project with Nikolai, and the importance of females in this small area of within their 4 walls was very important, not only educative in the educational part, but also in this representation and spreading the ideas, because the political salons were also active in the 19th century. So these national ideas could be spread also among females, not only about with males. So this is a question to be investigated.
Yes, you are right, but I think despite this fact, it is important and intriguing to see this other aspect of 19th century music history, the female performance. And I found it also amazing, Claire Bassey's paper with another female performer. And the other thing, which is, I think, very intriguing for me from her paper, the role, this special type of source, introduction letters and recommendation letters. I think this is a very intriguing thing. Are there also any visiting cards in this collection? Because, you know, in the case of Liszt, there are lots of visiting cards, and these are extremely intriguing music historical documents sometimes. They can also record some music in special cases, like a cadenza for a song, for example.
Yes. There were no visiting letters in this particular collection, but there were extra letters of private correspondence, which also tells us more about how they travelled. And there was one letter which was effectively a contract of travel that was set up between two Italians who were bringing them as far as Calais, and the conditions that involved. And within that letter, it makes clear that this Domenico Beretti was actually their patron at the time, and had kind of, you know, they were penniless in Florence, and he was supporting them. But I didn't come across any visiting cards. Marianne's sister, Cecilia, became, her career sort of slowly kind of eclipsed that of Marianne in the later years. And there are some, like, there's one concert ticket for her performance. I think it's at the King's Theatre, when she comes back to England and tries to resurrect her career. And there's one ticket, one concert ticket for Marianne in her early stages, before she went off on tour, when she just started on the glass harmonica. There's kind of this overlap period between her still being a flute player, but that wasn't really very socially acceptable, you know, at the age of 20, early 20s, to be playing a gentleman's instrument. So, so she sort of merged seamlessly into this world of the glass harmonica.
Thank you. Any other questions by anybody else, or remarks?
Well, if not, I would just thank you all for our today's meeting, and it was really very interesting, and I'm looking forward for next papers. Our schedule is as follows. You have seen it in your program. Tomorrow we have a workshop, and I would suggest, although you didn't apply, if you didn't apply for that, to participate actively. Try to see it, because what Marusha showed us as illustrations and graphs, that comes from this project and this program. So that might be very useful, especially for PhD students who are skillful in computing. And on Friday, we will start very early with Harry White at 9 o'clock and 1 minute. And I just can friendly ask you to cut your lectures down to 20 minutes, because we have really somebody who is waiting to close the projection down now. Okay, any comments? No, bye. See you tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and on Saturday. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Good afternoon, everybody.
Bye. All the best.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
You have deserved the rest.
Sure, yeah.
That was a test for your endurance in musicology. Okay.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.